You can link your own TikToks, Tristan. I don't give a frick, dude. There's no self-promo rules. It's like a cactus. Yeah, the only reason I haven't shaved yet is because I got a wedding coming up this weekend, so I'm like waiting to the last possible second. I shave like once every like 2 weeks, man. I don't want to talk about it. Hello, YouTube. Ah, frick, dude. I had some display setup issues. All right. Is the patch out? What patch? I know there's a code wipe, a bug fix patch, but... Not paying for the free gluten? Yeah. Low effort React content? Hey, man. I was way more React Andy back in the day. There's just a lot of stuff that I haven't had a chance to watch that I wanted to look at. Yeah, it's just a bug fix patch. Thank you for the bit, eat a dog. Joke clip comps? Yeah, I mean, it's all right. If they're all right, yeah, sure. Hey, Pope. Dude, I'm not reacting to hazard barking and all. Okay, actually, that would be pretty funny. Okay, you know what? I actually have lied. I've lied. This is really this could be really good. Hang on. Hang on. Normally we're all like educational and discussion topics, but maybe we'll make an exception for hazard barking in 15 different languages or whatever. ML7 versus Violet is happening right now? Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you speak? Masters League? Oh, face it. Maybe we'll watch a little bit. But okay, let's do this first though. Hey, Vrashi. Let me change my headline. Lazy. Stupid React content. Thief.
Woof woof.
Right.
Whoa whoa. Woof woof. Woof woof.
Oh, that sounds weird.
Whoa whoa. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Oh oh.
What?
Whoa whoa.
Oh, that was pretty good. It's more of a growl.
Run run.
No, it's terrible.
Run run. Run run.
No. Much love, but honestly, Connor McLeod still is the GOAT.
Woof woof.
That's still the best. Okay, let's look through this here. So, we can go back if you guys want. Let's do the ones that were just posted. So I'm getting a fair attacker's advantage. I'll look at it. Here's the thing, guys. But I've had so many people asking me about attacker's advantage. And I'll give my thoughts on it after I let him present my argument. But the TLDR is that we just don't know. You need stats on it to know for sure. People are just stupid, myself included. So when we look at something from only one perspective, we put our blinders on. All right, I'll look at it. You guys want to look? Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll let you guys choose. I'll let you guys choose. This guy thinks he's slick. He thinks he's slick, putting one of his own replay codes in here. I see you. Attacker's advantage. People were asking me to look. People were asking me to look at Capitology. Made a video. What was the video in Capitology? Where was it? Where is it? I think we'll do it between one of those two to start, because I think if it's a cap video, it'll be good. Either attacker's advantage or Capitology. I swear it was in here, guys. Am I going crazy? I give it like one more scroll, and then I'll just, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna YouTube it. Hey, checks. Capitology. Why do dives always kill you? Yeah, that's the one. Why do dives always kill you? I'll do a poll. Hang on. What? Why dives kill you or attackers advantage? I'll see what we guys got. What do you guys want? Polls live. Yeah, the patch deleted replays. Yeah. It's close. What was the patch for? I think just bug fixes. Oh, there's a tracer guide too I wanted to look at. We should look at the tracer guide actually. Ah, it's so long though. I'll look at it. Maybe not good. Maybe we should look at the tracer guide. I don't know. It's 34 minutes. It's not that long. It's just a little long. I'll have it pulled up just in case. I love the fact that nobody's saying anything in YouTube chat, but one real brother is just spamming those reacts like crazy. Shout out to you, my friend. Anonymous YouTuber, you're bringing my spirit up. Bless you. Wait, 50-50? Are you freaking kidding me? Why do you guys do this to me? Okay, can we stop spamming flat? I'm going to start timing you guys out for spamming these flat gifs. Stop posting the flat gifs. Stop. I'm going to start freaking timing you guys out. You've been warned. All right, fine. We'll look at which one's shorter. Capitology I want to look at that one. All right, fine. We'll do derpy first. I showed up to Derpy's stream once. I've never been in Derpy's stream once in my entire life. Somebody was saying something about Derpy or something, and he was streaming something. I was like, all right, I was looking for somebody to farm drops off of. This was like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. I don't know Derpy from Adam, bro. I know the name, never spoke with him, don't know anything about him, don't know if he's a contenders or OWCS, lower ranked player streamer. I know nothing about him. And I was banned in his freaking Twitch. I was going to freaking give him drop. I was going to give him my 5 cents of ad revenue. And he's freaking banned me. I don't know him from anybody. It's like, all right, frick you, buddy. Don't get my 5 cents of ad revenue. I've never even heard of this guy. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't even know why he's talking about his attackers advantage. Is he friends with these people?
I just wanted to throw out a pretty quick video on trying to explain attackers advantage because it's been a pretty hot topic lately after PGE.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it right now. I don't know. I don't know enough. I think you have to have the stats on this. So I'm going to play devil's advocate, but not because I disagree necessarily, but because I don't know. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate. You guys know what I'm saying. All right?
You released this video called the Attackers Advantage Incident, which basically summarized was at the start of the video.
How's the audio level for you guys?
And I explained it to him, and then I guess he just wanted to rage bait me, and it eventually led to all sorts of things like, Microsoft
Thank
Paint,
you, YouTube.
getting some other people on the call to explain it. And we talked about it for a good 2 or 3 hours when it shouldn't take much longer than 2 minutes to actually understand, right? It's not something that you should agree with me on or disagree with me on because it's not even an opinion. It's not like I'm proposing something. It's just a system in the game. So let me go ahead and try to explain it, and then I'll dive into a couple examples. Attacker's advantage is when the second team that attacks has to win an extra team fight that the first attacking team did not have to win the game.
Hang on. I'm attacking first. Ignore time banks. I have the responsibility to push the objective up to a certain point. But for the defenders, the important thing is not the objective. It's to win the fight. So let's say that we're on the... Okay, let's just put it this way. The final fight. Final fight. OT doesn't matter. Final fight. There's 10 seconds left on the clock for the defenders. All the defenders are thinking about is winning the fight. They do not have to worry about the objective. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you win the fight, the objective stops. So the objective is not a concern at all. So the attackers have to stay on the objective, right? But the defenders, which we'll put in green here, all they have to do is they can ignore the objective and win the fight. The objective doesn't matter. All right. So let's say they just hold all the high grounds and they stop the cart right here. This is where the cart stops because they just coincidentally, or even here, because somebody has to stay on the cart. So maybe somebody's on the cart and they're actually winning the fight slowly, and it goes all the way to here. All right. So the defender's advantage here is that because there isn't a line in the sand with the objective, the only thing that matters is winning that final fight. Obviously, you would prefer them to not push it as far, but you will just need to win the fight. And you stop the payload as a result. The attacker's advantage is that you know where that line in the sand is. It's here. So when you're defending, as long as they don't supersede that line in the sand, then you're good to go. So in theory, Team Green here has to push the payload to this point and 0.01 meter further. But the problem is that where Team Green could ignore the objective and just hold space and win the fight, when the objective gets close to that metric, you're forced to stop, abandon your position, and stop and contest cart. Because that line, there isn't an undefined location where the cart can stop. You just win the fight. No, you cannot let it push past that point. So the fact that we know where the objective has to stop forces people on the second defense to disengage, to stop the payload. So first defense has no limitations with when and where you want to take the fights. You just need to win it on the very last fight. For second defense, you are way, in theory, more vulnerable to objective pressure late in the end. And it is, you cannot win the fight. You have to stop the cart from reaching that point. So the idea is that you're forced to win an additional fight. Like, in other words, getting close isn't good enough. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that this is actually that big of an advantage. We'd have to see the numbers. And again, I don't know which one is technically more valuable. But my point being is that the second defenders, the first attacker's advantage, right, actually have more responsibility on the defense with the objective. Can you link that, Sarah Lee? Yes, you have more information, no? Well, yes, but that cuts both ways. For the attackers, you're also able to leverage that as well. You know just as far as you need to push it. You know exactly when you can leverage the objective. You know exactly what fight matters the most. I don't know. This is kind of what I'm saying. Like, what you see what I'm saying? Like, you can frame anything and make it sound like it's an overwhelming advantage, you know? Attacker's advantage is explained by a madman. Repaying equal win losses still has a result team winning in most cases as opposed to a draw. In an overtime situation, team could lose 3 fights and then switch rounds. The attacking team will next have to win the third fight to press the objective further. This would be a loss despite both teams perform equally in terms of fight wins. Does attacker's advantage actually exist or matter? Yeah, so my point is that maybe the attacker's advantage is that you have to win an extra fight, but the defender's advantage is that you can take the fight, have a better advantage on the fight because you don't care about the objective. It could be argued that the concept of some merit describes a real flaw in the game, but the logic is some massive oversights and flaws. The issues stem from equating fight wins to deserving the win. True. True. This is something that we did a lot with London. We were a very objective-based team, not because we didn't control off angles, but because Reinhardt and May are exceptional at controlling space isolated, often on the objective. So you can lose a lot of fights and still push the objective a long way. That's part of the hero design. Not necessarily baked into the, you should, this character is designed to push the objective necessarily, but they have certain tools. Like when you play Reinhardt, you have a very self-sufficient mobile tank that can deny damage. So you can force payload very easily. But it's not just Reinhardt. Tracer is played on escort maps because of her ability to push the payload. And in fact, she often doesn't contribute a lot to fights for quite a long time. And it's often normal for teams to lose multiple fights attacking on escort maps in dive. And then win one with ult, but because the Tracer was forcing cart, they only need to win one. And so you go, that's not balanced. We've won 3 fights, they won 1, and we got capped. But that's how the objective works. The objective is what's forcing players to be strategic about how and when they're taking fights. It's what prevents defenders from abusing the most OP spots. It's what pulls the defenders off of superior positioning. This has been something that's been baked into games from the beginning. Now you could say, well, it's mirrored, so it's not a problem. But I guess that's my point, is that if attacker's advantage is in the thing, then defender's advantage is the thing in theory, because the defender's disadvantage is that when you're defending or attacking second, you're forcing the defense to respect your ability to just back cap. Because the back cap can happen at any point in time towards the end. That's the big thing. Okay, so in Overwatch, the scoring is dependent on maximum point accumulation. On payload maps, this means the furthest distance along the payload travels. 2 teams may have equal fight wins, but different payload distances traveled. Yes. More people standing on cart. You staggered worse. Trying to think what else. Team fights took longer, and payload was being pushed as the fight was going on. So you can die really fast on payload, and then reset and die really fast on payload, and reset and die really fast on payload, and reset, and then have one more recontest, and then you win that fight, and you held. You had a full hold. You won 1 out of 4 fights. A lot of compositions do that. In these situations, as I showed the image, it becomes a question of how much cart progress can each team squeeze out from their last fight as they're losing. It appears to be an unfair advantage because the second team has to win their fight to surpass team's win progress, but that's the trick. It's just the illusion of what should be considered as a win. Below, I've included a slightly different scenario. Okay. In this case, Team 2 has attacked first and traveled the same meters of their loss as they did in the first scenario. Then Team 1 attacks the next round, pushes it slightly further than the other team, just like in the first scenario, and wins. What might have been considered a lost fight in the first situation, losing while barely pushing the cart 1 extra meter during the span of fight, has now been considered an outright fight win rather than a loss. You don't see the duration of the lost fight pan out fully, because you win instantly, you get the extra margin of distance, making it seem the fight was won. If anything, it would not be considered a C9. Not all losses are created equally. Some are more winning of losses than others. That get you slightly more distance in the scoreboard, and that's just pure and simple why one team will win over the other. Again, Christopher was a big proponent of this one. rotating towards point and spreading angles from point was oftentimes how we played a lot of Koth game modes. Force point, force them to come to point, and then take your space as a result. That was more of a strategic map control thing, but we would win fight or lose fights, but get 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% of point cap. Is that a winning or losing strategy? That's just our strategy. It has nothing to do with attacking first, besides the fact that attacking first places the shiny gold box in the fights that might have been otherwise considered losses can be instantly reclassified as wins. Yeah. So my point, I agree with Anima here. We don't really know. I'm going to go back to pain here. We don't really know what's more advantageous to have to supposedly push the payload an extra distance. The defenders know exactly where they have to draw the line, or because the attackers have the psychological threat, not even the psychological, the direct threat of we can just cap the point right here. You cannot let us. So for example, here in theory, in a normal outside of OT, in a normal, like you could be like, oh, I don't care whether if these guys push the payload all the way to here. They could push all the way to here or here. We just need to win the fight. Nope. Once you've drawn the line in the sand there, anything around here becomes immediate and painful threat. Now, you cannot let them push the payload past here because you risk getting backcapped. The one thing that I think is not as well documented, but is definitely true, is there are some weird phenomena that happen with attacking first if you have a worse time bank. Because let me give you guys an example. So you're attacking first. You want the real attacker's advantage. We don't know how much this applies in ranked, but it definitely applies a lot in pro play. You might have even seen this with Circuit Royale is a classic one. Route 66, anything with escort. What this means is the smaller time bank, smaller is bigger in some situations. All right. And what this means is that if you have a 1 minute time bank, okay, 1 minute, and you win first fight right here. You win first fight here. The next fight, which might happen with 5 seconds or 10 seconds, right? You're going to have like 70%, 80% ult charge at the start of that fight potentially. And so if you win the first fight when you have a smaller time bank, you often get ult first, which that's not new. Has nothing to do with the time bank. But crucially, you are able to snowball because by fight number 3, you may still have an ult advantage, but the enemy team has OT respawns. I know it's called Hottie theory, but Hottie is the one that popularized it. But we've been talking about this since London Spitfire. So what this means is that if you're able to win the fight at OT, win the first fight, you get snowballed, you're cooking. Now this cuts both ways. If you lose first fight as attackers, then you're gonna get snowballed in the second, and then you're not gonna be able to recontest. Like you're gonna have OT spawns, and you're not gonna be able to recontest as an attacker. But what this often means is that when you win that third fight, because in theory you've had an ult advantage, then I've seen situations where an escort point gets all the way to third point before the defenders build one ultimate, because they cap first point, like think King's Row, think Circuit Royale. They cap first point off of one fight, maybe 2 fights. There's only one fight for the all of second point because the spawns were so bad for the defenders. Because OT respawns, how far does it go, Chad? It's like 14, 15 seconds. It doesn't sound like much, but 14, 15 seconds, especially when you've got 3 in the payload, that's an additional quarter, 20%, 15% of the payload being pushed, and you're not going to be able to get a safe recontest. This is definitely something that we've seen, and so for defenders, because you have a larger time bank, it's much easier to recontest without OT respawns. I don't know that there's obviously like you need to again run numbers on this one. I don't know how significant this is. This is how attackers are able to sometimes snowball. Now the really funny thing about this here is we'll look at the derpy video, I promise here. Is how many of you guys remember the Push is a fundamentally flawed game mode video that came out right when Push was released? How many of you guys remember that one? I think I reacted to it like 3 years ago. You guys remember that? There's a big old controversy. Push is fundamentally, mathematically flawed. Okay. Gavin remembers. All right. Maybe. Oh, Gavin's here. Gavin, I love your insight with this one. And what it basically said is that the problem with push is that you can win push. You win the first fight, you get an immediate advantage because for the defenders to win the fight, all they end up doing is they reset the robot, right? That's not fair. What the frick? We won the fight. We just reset the robot. That's not fight. That's not fair. Completely flawed. Because what do you get as a defenders by resetting the bot? Who knows? Who knows? What's the advantage? It takes a little bit of thought here. What's the advantage out of defending, resetting the game? It's just back to neutral, right? Come on, I won, I get no progress? No, you do get a very significant advantage. What is that advantage? Map control? No. Space? No. I mean, yes, but no. Exactly, Sirly. When you reset the bot, if you lose again, you know what the attackers have to do? They have to push the robot right back to where it started. Now, the robot does move faster when it's not pushing the payload. So it will get there and maybe get a little bit more progress. But imagine it, thinking about it this way. Imagine if you are pushing the payload and you won the fight. Nice, right? And then you lose the fight. Imagine the defenders could pick up the payload and carry it back to the spawn doors. Imagine how silly and frustrating that would be. Right? Now, maybe the payload would move faster afterwards, but they just would pick up the payload and carry it back to the spawn door. Wait, we got to push it again? So when you are defending, you just lost the fight and you shoved the robot right back to where it started, you're not getting zero progress. You're denying the potential point progress from the other team. They got to start and push it all over again. And not only that, but they actually have to keep somebody on robot for that entire process to happen. So they can't even, when you win a fight, you should be able to push forward and take map control. Nope, got to put someone in the payload to walk it right back to where we started. So what ends up happening is you'll see a lot of the times where like the payload just goes back and forth and back and forth, and they're trading, but they never really make it past this point. And so this means as the defenders, all you need to do is win one more fight than the enemy team, and maybe a little bit more. You guys get what I'm saying? So winning fights and push, resetting the robot is a big freaking deal. Resetting the robot is a big freaking deal. Because it means the enemy team, if they win against you, they have to push the robot back to where it started to continue to get objective progress. And it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. Now, I don't have numbers on this, but first fight advantage for push, I am convinced, is lower than at least Koth. I don't know outside of that, but at least King of the Hill. I'm not going to break down the issues with King of the Hill. The main problem with King of the Hill is that's just very, very fast. If you get behind, one fight is a huge percentage of 4 or 5 fights that usually happen in King of the Hill, right? So winning first fight's really big in King of the Hill. And more than that, winning first point tends to snowball into second and third and so on. But the thing with push that people forget is let's say that how many times have you guys had things got really bad in push, and they won first fight, and then they won second fight, and then they won third fight, and then they won fourth fight, and then they won fifth fight, and they were fourth fight or fifth fight, and they're about to cap, and you somehow miraculously defend because the defender's advantage gets heavier and heavier and heavier the further you push the robot. And then you shove it back, and then they win again, and then you shove it back, then you win again. Long story short, we are in OT. Not really. You're maintaining your advantage, but you're constantly doing so at the disadvantage of your map control. If you're constantly shuffling the robot back and forth, you have to leave one person on robot, and without exception, pushing the robot always pushes you into a defender's disadvantage. Runasapi, you get the first corner. Colosseo, you get the high ground. New Queen Street, you also get the high ground. So if the card is jockeying back and forth, defenders almost always have an overwhelming advantage to win that second fight. There's at least like a 10-15% increased chance. Miner, thank you for the sub. And all defenders have to do is win a neutral fight right here, right? So eventually you're expected to be able to push it back. But regardless, let's say that you suck and you've done nothing and you've done reset the robot, and now the time is up and you've won the fight here finally for the 15th millionth time. What's the problem here? You just won a fight. What happens now? Walk the robot back. That's kind of a bummer. You have to stay on the robot. That's definitely a disadvantage, right? But you got OT response. You've won the fight. Now, if you took ultimates to win that fight, that's fair, but you had defender's advantage. You went into that fight with an advantage, and so you're probably walking out of that fight with an advantage. And crucially here, as we often see, fights will often happen at worst case scenario in a neutral advantage. So you win that fight, maybe. Neutral fight, somebody has to stay payload, but at least it's close to where the fight's happening, and you should have an ult advantage. So you just won one fight and reset the robot from 125 meters all the way to 0, something that normally takes 2. The attackers have a 4-fight advantage over you because they have went from 1. All you've done is gone back and forth, right? But they've won 1 fight, 2 fight, 3 fight, 4 fight over. Now you've gone back and forth, but they are still +4 in team fight wins, right? You've just evened it up by bringing it back to neutral. With OT respawns, it will take you 1 fewer fight, at least, sometimes more, to win. When OT respawns are a threat, it takes you 1 fewer fight to win the game mode. Because the enemy team, when losing, has significantly longer respawns. So they're not able to contest as fast. So you can actually win push with at least a -1, sometimes -2 fight win advantage. Which means the most important thing with push, besides winning fights, is to win the later fights. Because the ult T respawns, it's to finish clutch. Now you can argue, is that good? Is that bad? I don't think it matters as much because I do think that having some sort of advantage to people that clutch at the end, I don't know. Is that good competitive design? Is it, you know? I mean, if anything, it motivates people to really try all the way through. But push is very swingy. And it's funny because this is the mode that people said was fundamentally flawed because you lost first fight, you were cooked. No, it's actually, in my opinion, from what I've seen, more of the opposite. Now, I don't have the full stats here. I did have a contenders coach, I want to say 2.5 years ago, send me the statistics off of, I think it was a couple hundred times over like the last year or two that they had played. And it turned out that Koth, it was an analyst, that Koth was indeed the swingiest game mode and it was not push. But I don't know if push is too swingy. Yeah, okay, does that make sense, chat? TLDR, resetting robot bigot is value because it forces the enemy team to reset the robot if they want to make objective progress. Winning late in push with OT respawns means that clutching at the end is rewarded. Swingy as in one team has had the advantage here the entire time and then whoosh, whizzed it back. Cheers, Soren. Maybe doing this earlier, maybe. Koth's swingy, Koth isn't swingy. Let me put it this way. I guess Koth gives a very significant advantage to whoever wins first fight. Hey, Jackson. First fight win can be full response, though. That's true. But almost never. Actually, no, that's not true. You almost never get 60 plus meters with respawns. And by the second fight, the payload is still far enough away to where the respawns are still equal. In fact, it actually gets harder to push further and further with how far the respawns get. Yeah, you just stuff chokes, and you generally get first ult and so on. Gavin Winder says, another factor to think about from the mode design is should every fight have the same weight? Like, should the fights you choose to take have a different value based on the context of the mode? Clash is a really extreme version of this where you could take fights that are worth 0 value quite often. Yes, exactly. That's what we were talking about with the attacker's advantage thing. Where the defender's advantage is that they are able to highlight which fight. The defenders can, there is no, the defender's advantage is that there isn't really any one crucial fight. And then for when you attack second, you're able to really leverage that crucial fight by forcing the objective when it's dangerous. I'm not sure if that's 100% the case, but yes, not all fights are created alike. We talked about that earlier with even different compositional goals. Toxic Sword, thank you for the sub. Almost 2 years. I appreciate you, mate. So again, I'm not smart enough, and nor I don't think even it's not even a matter of intelligence. We just don't. I don't have the numbers, right? I can't see the zeros and ones. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know for sure. I'm providing some counter evidence to consider, to think about, and for obviously the developers, I'm sure will explore it as well. Yeah. Does that make sense? I know we kind of went off of the attacker's advantage here, but I definitely think there's some. My point is that different game modes are tricky.
Started OW2 as my first FPS.
Congrats, mate. Well done. You are better than a large chunk of the player base now. You're better than a large chunk of the player base. Think about that. You don't have to win every team fight, but you do have to win the right team fights. That's actually really true. How many of you guys remember 2CP? 2CP was a big one. You were expected to lose most fights on the attackers. But you could really get stuff going on. You could snowball cap double points in OT. And because of the way the respawns happened, things could slip out of your hands super fast. That's an extreme example where, again, it felt a little too swingy. Yes, no problem. I thank you for Iskshigekafura. It was a great question. Thank you for bringing that up, actually. It was a really good segue, I think. But yeah, there's all been all sorts of game modes. I think stuff is like Gavin was saying, Clash is an opposite example where certain fight wins don't really have that much value, and I think that can feel very bad for sure. Dude, the YouTube reacts are still going. Are y'all's thumbs okay? Are you guys okay? Are we good? Do you need some attention or something? 2CP is way more suited to 5v5. I'd agree. Yeah, I mean, the big problem with 2CP was overwhelming defender's advantage. But also at the same time, I don't think it's a great game mode, because if they soften the defender's advantage, then you end up having 12 to 12. It only takes 2 fights or 3 fights, really just 2 or 3 fights to win the game mode and flip it. And that would just feel bad. That would feel bad. I swear it's just one guy. Probably is, yeah. Networking and knowing the right people, part of going pro. Part of it, yes. But it's like it only matters if you have the skills for you to be able to, for that to be a weak point. Yeah, it happens in Flashpoint too. You'll see people fight really early in the transition periods when the point's all the way across, lose. Then those people that die get wave respawned near the point, and the other people are still like catching up. So you die, reset, and you just instantly teleported further. Now, it's a matter of ult charge for sure. But yeah, that's another great example of where certain deaths or team wipes early in Flashpoint transitions almost don't matter at all. It's like a net neutral advantage because you lose ult charge potentially, or maybe even you force ults, right? But it's also fighting between points sometimes is valuable if it's a transition period. No, Peaches, you're good. Knock it out. No, I don't think so. I think meat matters in 2CP. The key thing with Overwatch, the weakness of the mega tank is that oftentimes the angle that the tank is currently occupying, unless your tank contests that angle directly, which is hard because defender's advantage, right? That angle is very hard to push out. Tanks by nature are better at controlling space because they're generally short range, and if they use cover, you have to walk into their effective range to clear them out. But in 2CP, even in 2CP, there were usually multiple different standpoints, and it's easier for a DPS to push a DPS that has defender's advantage than it is for a tank to push a tank that has defender's advantage. So basically, TLDR is that no, 5v5 would definitely be better. You would have one choke or one angle that you would probably not be able to contest easily, but everything else would feel much better. And having 2 tanks, even if they were weaker, generally meant you'd have 2 holes plugged, even if they weren't plugged as much. But it doesn't really matter. You can't walk into a diva in 66. You can't walk into a diva in 5v5. But now there's 2 of them. Sniper tank is a bit of an oxymoron, yes. It's not that they can't possibly exist. It would just be a nightmare to design and balance. Because a large portion, I made this in my tank video years ago, is a large portion of tank's value is psychological pressure, which implies visibility, which implies proximity. You can't really function as much without a tank that is at least larger in your face. Not necessarily massively oversized. I think that's one of the problems with 5v5 is that we haven't really done a lot of testing with that, and I don't think we ever will. But yeah. A tank with stealth. Okay, let's quickly look at Derpy's video, see if there's any other points here. I want to make sure that I give him his full say here.
So you could actually refer to it as attack first advantage.
I will say that I will probably skip this if he ends up being repetitive, like I am often repetitive. But yeah, I'm just curious.
And that might make more sense.
Maybe there's some new points
it's
here.
Just the first team that attacks that has the advantage. And let me go ahead and jump into an example. So
Sniper tank that goes invisible, yeah.
I played this game on Gibraltar earlier today, and that I lost. And I think it's a great example of attacker's advantage. So here's what kind of leads up to everything, right? So we're on Gibraltar. Okay, I don't know why I get this from Discord every time I open the game. We're on Gibraltar. The second team attacks first. They full cap the map. My team attacks. And then we full cap the map, right? Like, fair enough, okay. There's a 10-second difference in time banks. The enemy team capped with 149 left, and I capped with 159 left. So now the enemy team gets to attack first in overtime. So, I already know what happened because I played it out. So, I'm going to go and stop. I'm going to go ahead and go to the end of their attack. So, the enemy team attacks first in overtime.
Notice where the payload stopped? Why do you think the payload stopped here? Look at where it happened. Look at where the fight happens. You see this? Massive, massive defender's advantage. High ground here, high ground here, high ground here, high ground here, you know? And also, crucially, it's overtime here. So that they cannot leave cart. They cannot leave cart. You can't just, you can't focus on controlling high grounds because somebody has to push cart.
And we hold them right here. We hold them right here.
Round 3.
We are like, okay.
Round
Yeah. So we hold them here, and then we go attack. And I'll just skip to the end of our attack. Look at where we get the payload. Pretty much right.
Okay. Remember how I described potentially defender's advantage as being somebody from up top has to focus. There is a legitimate fear of, oh no, we're going to C9 this if we're not careful. If you look at this from, I don't remember who's defending. I don't know who's defending here. Let's just pretend that red is defending here. When cleaner is on cart, there's not a, we should probably stop the payload here. We should probably take the fight. There is, we cannot let cleaner push this payload here. So that means we drop tracer. That means that we have to pocket tracer. We have to put more resources off of the map and then on the objective, because the threat of C9 isn't, they pushed an extra 5 or 6 meters before we won the fight. It's we would lose the game mode. We would lose the game mode. So I don't know which one's more valuable, knowing exactly, like, having to win this fight, or the fact that the enemy team on defense has to lose some of their map control to pour more resources into stopping cart, not because going from point here. See, this is the key thing, guys. If I've coached this map so many times, the difference between pushing, frick, I don't want this. No, stop. The difference between pushing payload here and payload here when it's not overtime is meaningless. Because if you push the payload here and then you're attacking and you win the fight, you're going to cap. And the same thing happens here. You're going to cap, right? So the difference between here and here doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter all that much. But now it does. Because getting it from here to here isn't just getting extra objective, it's winning the fight. So now you think, oh yeah, but you still have to win it. Yes, but the defenders have to respect that. Normally, defenders don't respect you pushing the payload until it gets to here. They'll just throw some crap at the tracer. Sometimes you won't even have the tracer contest. Sometimes you'll still have your tracer and defender up top here, right? No problem, or hiding for a deeper flank. But now you do. You actually, I promise you, if I had the replay code for this, you will see the difference in how the tracers play the map from the defender's standpoint, from the first attack to the second attack. You get what I'm saying? It's way more responsibility for them to stop the cart sooner. And that's uncomfortable. The more resources you put into the objective, the less defender's advantage you have. You can literally see it right here. You can see it here. Look at red. Look at red. If red's the defender's team, look at the map control they're controlling. Look. Winston's on cart. Now, I don't know what happened 3 seconds before this, so I'm maybe missing some context here, but there's not a single defender that's actually using the map that they have. You see it?
Right at the same spot, right? Pretty much right at the same spot. There's a 3 meter difference in how far we push the cart. But, okay, let's look.
But you see how that, like, the 3 minute difference is because it doesn't matter.
Look, play it out. The overtime thing ticks down. My team does not get to this checkpoint, so we lose. Okay, they're thinking fair enough.
The attackers only have to worry about pushing the cart here normally, right?
Maybe. So I'll explain why this is bad, right? So we pushed it to the same spot on the map. We pushed it pretty much the same spot. 3 meter difference. I lose the game even though we won the same amount of team fights. The enemy team won the same amount of team fights as I did to get to this spot on the map, pretty much, right? I would have to win an extra fight in order to win the game. I would have had to win the team fight that took place right here to win the game. So in reality, I probably would have actually gotten the cart like right here if I only won one more team fight. I had to win this extra team fight.
I'm curious to how the actual team fight percentage things. We obviously talked about how not all team fights are created alike, but I'm thinking kind of adjacent. I actually wonder if that's true. Yeah, we'd have to look at some stats here. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying that he's wrong or that defender's advantage is more than attacker's advantage. He might be right. I'm just saying that it's not as simple. You can basically spin anything towards your thing. Not that it's purposeful. It's just fun to talk about.
The enemy team did not. They lost this team fight here. So did I. But I lost SR.
Actually, I'm curious if you look at the positioning of...
I'm gonna go and stop. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the end of their attack. So the enemy team.
I wish we could see who is holding high ground here at the end of the fight, comparing it to how many people are on the floor now.
Took place right here. So did I. But I lost SR, and they gained SR. And I hope it's kind of all coming together now. We did the same thing in overtime. I lost SR, they gained SR. Let's say you flip the order of attackers. Let's say everything else in the game stayed the exact same except the order of who attacked in the overtime rounds. I attack first, I push it to this spot, and then I'll defend second, and instead of giving them 60 meters, right, let's say, what did I do? I pushed it, 57? Instead of giving them 60 meters, okay, I think I pushed it 57. We saw that earlier. I pushed it about 57 meters. Instead of giving them 60 meters, I would have stopped the cart probably around 54 meters. So
the question is, why did you get 3 more meters? Why did you let them? I mean, yeah, it's a good point, right? Like, it's if you'd stopped at 3 meters sooner, right? Was your defender's advantage that much that you had to, like, let them, right? I mean, it costs you, to get meterage, it costs you fights. It costs you resources. You know?
It would not have gotten past the checkpoint to cap the point.
The thing is if the team attacking second was significantly better, they would win. But if they're of equal skill, the second advantage, you have to win. Yeah,
and I would win SR, assuming, I held them there, which I did, right? We're just kind of swapping sides. But it all comes down here to who's attacking first. That person gets to win the game if the same amount of team fights were won, which they were.
Potentially it's Mountain, but again, we haven't really clarified if attacker's advantage is a real thing compared to defender's advantage. If it is, like I said, I'm more convinced that it's more to do with the OT respawns and how you can exploit that, and less to do with the payload. The point we're contesting is not what the solution is. We're contesting if we're even sure that it's an actual advantage.
So This exists on all payload maps. Every map where there's a payload. I want to go and get into like another overhead thing.
He lost the team fight that ended the round. He's not counting that. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah.
Okay, let's go look at this Junker
Yeah, I
Town.
mentioned at the end.
I don't think this map actually existed. I think somebody left or something, yeah. But I can still look at the overhead. That's all I really care about. It exists on payload maps, and you can maybe argue about it on like hybrid, like on the objective, like on the capture point, not the payload part of the map. But I don't want to talk about that stuff. I just want to talk about payloads. Attacker's advantage always exists, no matter what, on any payload map that you play, or on any hybrid map if you get to the payload portion. It always exists. Why? I'll give us.
I mean, wouldn't it technically also work with objective capture progress as well?
Numerous examples. Let's say team 1 in the regular.
Right. We would need to count the team fights properly, necessarily. And again, it still doesn't clarify. It's still making the assumption that all team fights are indeed the same.
Round, so not an overtime round in the first round of the game. Team 1 pushes the payload all the way to this spot, and then they lose. Right. So team 1 caps points 1 and 2.
All right, let's be respectful, guys. Let's be respectful. We honestly don't know.
They don't full cap, right?
We honestly don't know.
Short, right? That's what team 1 does. Now team 2 has to go cap point 1, cap point 2, right? Get to point 3, but they have to full cap the entire map basically to win, right? Like they have to get all the way here, but they're not allowed to lose this team fight like the first team was. They have to win this team fight and basically full cap the map to win. Let's say they get it to this spot. The second team gets it to this spot, but then the team that attacked first, who's now defending for the second team's attack, they win the team fight here. So both teams on defense win the team fight in this exact spot. The team that attacked first is going to win the game. I shouldn't have to explain why. I shouldn't have to explain. We all play Overwatch, I'm assuming. I mean, that's just how meters work. They're just going to stand on the box, on the checkpoint, to prevent the other team from capping, and then they'll win the fight, and then they'll win the game.
He's kind of lost me a little bit there. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and move on, but yeah. I mean, it's definitely worth. I like the conversation that provoked. So yeah, I think we should probably go ahead and move on. So definitely worth looking at. I think it was, even just for the discussion on push, was pretty interesting. And there's a lot of nuance here. So yeah. Let's look at the Capitology video. Capitology. So you guys don't know, Capitology is an OW. I don't know if he's retired or not, but OWCS coach, good coach, been around for a while. And we'll take a look here. Formerly of Nightmare, worked with a couple other teams here. Okay.
Imagine a scenario with me really quickly. You're playing a dive mirror, Winston, Tracer, Sojourn.
I have a feeling we're going to be whipping out the epic pin for this one. I imagine it's going to be like angle pressure and stuff like that. Caps retired. Okay.
Or Cassidy on a break. Both teams. Your Winston and your Tracer dive the enemy on a break, and their Winston and their Tracer dive your on a break. Who is supposed to win this interaction?
You tell me. You guys tell me. Who's supposed to win? Let me simplify it for you guys. You guys ready for something profoundly simple? Let's do something profoundly simple. Who is supposed to win and the Anna Brig versus, oh, I don't know, Anna Brig? Who wins? Who wins? Anna Brig versus Anna Brig. Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Anna Brig versus Anna Brig. Anna Brig wins. That's correct. Do you get my drift? Do you get my drift? Is Anna Brig supposed to live a dive? Yes. Yep. Is Winston Tracer supposed to kill? Yep. Yep. It's just a matter of skill. That's it. It's a matter of skill. Ooh. I got another one for you guys. You ready for this one? Here's another one. You ready for this one? Who's supposed to win? Winston Tracer or Zenyatta Moira? Zenyatta Moira. Who's supposed to win? Winston Tracer or Zenyatta Moira? I'm baiting you. I don't know. You could say, oh, these don't have inherent synergy. That's true. So maybe this combo is inherently weaker. But it has nothing to do because of their matchup versus dive. It's because this combo is weaker. Maybe if the map provides a nice sightline for Zenyatta, Zenyatta is infinitely harder to play into than an Ana. Maybe the Zenyatta has better mechanics. Maybe the Moira has a good flank, is able to force resources out of the Tracer before she dives. You can't look at this as rock, paper, scissors. You have to look at it as how do each player, each hero leverage the tools in their kit. Now, I would say Ana Brig has the advantage most of the time because I think Ana Brig are generally stronger heroes in a vacuum. And they have stronger synergy. But it's not about this hero beats that hero beats that hero. Well, it depends on the synergy, depends on the map. So when we talk about Winston Trader versus Ana Brig, the only thing that matters is the execution of the dive. What's the execution of the dive, you ask? Well, were they able to get the off angles? Were they able to time things correctly? What are the mechanics like with your alt fire, with your bubble? What about your blinks? What about the backline supporting the dive? Was the Brigitte more resource efficient with her packs? Did she hit her whip shot? Did the Ana hit a nade on the backline that prevented them from pocketing the Winston Tracer? Did the Ana hit nade the Winston? Did the Brigitte hit the whip shot on the Winston? Do they have rally? Do they have ults? Right? You must stop looking at like this is everything is every hero has the same goals of damage, pressure, output. The difference is that when you talk about what heroes are good at dealing with different characters, there's different matchups. When we choose Winston into Ana Brig, it's because Winston has more tools to deal with the Ana Brig, but it's still not a guarantee. It's a skill check, like everything else in Overwatch.
Is it okay if I link a Smash Brothers Melee video about types of players that plays competitively? It's not how, but it's a great video
Sure.
to think
Yeah,
about
go for it.
nonetheless.
Go for it. So I guess my point being in chat is that Ana Brig is not expected to deny Winston Tracer. It has the tools, but you still have to use those tools. And Winston Tracer, likewise, also have tools. So it's about which hero has tools. The only bad thing is when we say this character is supposed to win, is there's certain heroes, certain matchups that don't really have tools. It can feel very difficult to play Winston into, say, Roadhog, Bastion, Reaper, if there are literally no tools that you, not that you're totally helpless, but that your tools are a lot less useful in that situation. But those are usually pretty extreme examples.
Are the Ana Brig supposed to live the dive, or are the Monkey and the Tracer supposed to kill the backline? If you think about it, it might become obvious that there's not a clear-cut answer. If one of these was supposed to be winning this matchup every time, then the comp wouldn't work, because if the Monkey and the Tracer were supposed to always get the kills, or they were favored enough that they did it more often than not, then they would always kill the enemy backline, and the enemy frontline would also always kill your backline, and the comp would just be a disgusting mess of kills, trades, and front lines turning to fight each other. Since we know that's not what happens,
Is this what people think 5v5 is?
the answer must be...
Can be sometimes.
It depends. And it depends on what. Maybe it depends on who's better, maybe it depends on the ults, and it does depend on all of that. But the most important thing it depends on is what I want to talk about today, and that is how good is the dive. And I'll say good in quotes because there's a lot of things that go into a good dive. Like I said earlier, the ults, the skill of the players. But the number one thing that makes a good dive, and when I say good dive, what I mean is a dive where the Winston and the Tracer are supposed to kill the Ana and the Brig, right? This is what we're looking for, is the setup of the dive, right?
I love where this is going. The setup of the dive, absolutely the angle control. I just want to play devil's advocate for you guys and explain that we're putting emphasis on why dives always kill you because that's kind of the theme of the video. It has a very sexy title. But we could also say why you can never dive. If an Ana Brig, do Winston Tracer inherently have more opportunities to set up a perfect dive? Do they have the higher skill ceiling than an Ana Brigitte in terms of the rotations, their mechanics, the sleep darts and nades, the whip shots, the armor packs? I'm not so sure. Is a perfect dive literally unstoppable? What about perfect peel or perfect protection or perfect marking those angles, denying the dive? I don't know. Especially with the I might have said, yes, I think a perfect dive is basically unkillable because eventually you get to a point where you have nano and primal and pulse bomb and there's nothing that the defenders can do. Like even the best Ana Brig, all you can do is trade as best as you possibly can. But honestly, with the nano perk, I'm not even so sure that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Nano, Rally, Sleep Dart, Nade, if used perfectly. Can you peel the perfectly set up dive if you're protecting yourself perfectly? Maybe. Make a very controversial short form video. Spiral reacts to it, turn that into a video so you don't have to stop it from now. She does.
So the setup, how well are the Winston and the Tracer staged?
But how well set up are the On and Brig?
How much value are these two going to get on the dive, right? How hard will it be to live? So let's look at a couple examples of good dives where the On and the Brig are not supposed to live. Now, I want to say before we get started that I'm going to get angry at some point in this video. And the reason for that...
Wait a second. Perfect. On and Brig is supposed to live. I wonder if we're going to... I assume we're going to talk about layering here, or Oldicon, or we might even talk about chaos. Okay, here we go. Well, I'm ready for this.
Absolutely hate dealing with this problem on teams. And the problem is trying to live a good dive is impossible, right? It's literally impossible.
So I think he's talking about chaos. We'll let him talk a little bit more, and if he starts to go down that rabbit trail, I'll elaborate on what I mean by chaos.
And if you don't believe me, the fight we're about to watch will show you. So let's just watch.
Drop
this
it in
Crazy
the
Raccoon, the
Discord.
best team in the world. This is
Content
Nightmare,
suggestions.
the best North American team. And for those of you that don't know the context, this match was a very, very surprising upset at the Chinese LAN that happened recently, because this is the best team in the world. They haven't lost a tournament in a very, very long time. And this is an NA team, a team that's supposed to be from one of the weaker regions. And in this match, Nightmare upset CR 3-1, right? So if we look at one of these most important fights, this is Route 66, the final map of the series. Now,
Primal.
Nightmare just used Rush in the fight previously, and then another Monkey to live, right? So both teams are in a kind of similar position. But if you look at this, approaching this, Chorong is going to walk up. Kaffa jumps in, Chorong bashes out.
I don't like this angle.
Chorong gets naded, and if you look on the surface, it might seem like Chorong did his job here, right? Like Chorong and Shu did their job. We've lived the first part of the dive, the jump.
Yep.
We bashed out. We used our nade to keep ourselves alive. But the problem
Bubble's been
is
used.
what's about to happen, right? First of all, there's a problem of Lip getting pulsed, right? But maybe you could say Lip should have slid out. Maybe we should have marked the pulse better, right? That's not really the damning part of this engage. We're going to sleep Kaffa after his bubble is over. We're going to use Rally to try and live.
Okay, this is stupid. This is layering. This is layering, chat. This is layering. This is what it is.
Over.
What's the problem right here?
We're going to use...
What's the problem right here? Hashtag content suggestions. I cannot increase. Oh, I can increase the quality. It's also just. No, I can't. Never mind. I can't. You can't. They were trying to one-shot it. To be honest with you guys, I actually don't think it's a bad play. It's a good try. It's a good try. Using Rally and potentially getting the kill on Primal here would be back-breaking. A lot of Korean teams do this. They definitely try to turn 5v4s or 4v5s. This has been kind of, I don't know how, if it's truly a Korean thing, but I feel like I at least notice it more with Korean teams. But yeah, they try to one-shot him in the Primal. Now, from the layering principle, this probably shouldn't be shouldn't be available, because they can beat this and then Primal afterwards. So if you're going to play to win this fight, you actually need to play to catch the Primal and disengage the beat, because they have one more tool than you do. They have one more tool than you do, right? So you're never going to win this fight, honestly. So you either play to disengage and kite it and catch it, pull the enemy team, or you do chaos. The funny thing here is this is the definition of chaos. Let me explain what chaos is. Chaos is saying we have 3 ults, they have 4, especially if they have the defender's advantage. I would say map control, high grounds, and whatever counts as an ultimate. So let's say that they have, we look at this, right? We can literally look at it here. 1, 2, 3. So they have 3 plus 1 because they have defender's advantage, versus Lip almost has his, Chorong. So I would say maybe two ults, maybe 3, but we are definitely behind. So there's no way that we're going to win this fight without them massively misplaying. So what we have to do is we either play to disengage, bait an ultimate, pull them out of their map control, overextend. This is really easy with speed comps, right? Or we do something really weird and really creative and very high risk, because we have nothing to lose. We don't have, if we pop our Rally here defensively, then they're going to beat, and then they're going to survive the beat, and then they're going to Primal afterwards, and we're going to die. There's nothing that we can do, because we just don't have another Q after that. So they knew, I think this is actually a good play. I think that they knew that they didn't have the layering here. They're going into beat, they're going into Sojourner, they're going into Primal. We don't have Nano. Lip is also freaking dead. Let's see if we can force both beat and primal. And that way, if we lose, we can go into next fight and have a bit of an old advantage. Yes, this was very super risky, but that's the point. They wanted to see if they could punish or create or force an error, because playing it, honestly, doesn't work. David doesn't beat Goliath here, I know this is a bad example, without a freaking slingshot, bro. You don't strap up and take a fist fight. You're at an ultimate and map control disadvantage. You do not win by playing passively. You go for the high risk roll. So I'm curious to see where he goes with this, because I actually like this. You either go over the opposite extreme, way defensive, or you go way aggressive. Your choice. You can't play honestly into a disadvantage, especially against freaking Lipstead.
Use rally to try and live.
But see, rally's not used to live. That's where I disagree with Cap. It was not used to live. It was used to force an error, and look what happens. They primal.
We're still gonna die. Right? So if we live...
Look at the situation for next fight. Do you guys see it? Do you see the ults? If we don't rally push there, if we rally live there, there's a chance that Kaffa does not need primal. And then we lose, but Kaffa still has freaking primal. And if we actually maybe got a little lucky there, then not only would Kaffa would just die, and maybe we win anyway. So you either force an ultimate advantage for the next fight, or maybe you just accidentally win the fight.
The first part of the engage by bashing out and using our nade, and we slept a monkey, and we rallied to live, and we still died.
But see, again, we did not rally to live. We rallied to quickly force we scared Nightmare is what we did.
Not only did we die, but essentially 1v2 died to the monkey. Then what more were we supposed to do? It might look like Charong did everything he was supposed to do here. But the problem is the premise. Players will look at these kind of dives and say...
Now, before we continue, I disagree with Cap with this example. But I think I know where Cap is going with this, and I don't disagree with his principle. I do agree with him. Chat, when would this rally be bad? When would this rally be bad? Name the details that would be wrong here. Not just the rally, but the way he's behaving with the rally. You tell me. Come on. Whip it out. Start to thinking. Go back to why was the rally used in this way in the first place? Ultimate disadvantage. Down one. Cuff is low. Right. Here's a question. What if Kaffa was full HP? What if Kaffa was full HP? Uh-oh. 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 No way to secure the kill off the bat. Zero chance. So we're guaranteed going to die to this beat. If Kaffa was full HP, this would be beyond stupid to go for this play. Total waste, because you're never going to kill him. There's no reward for the risk. In that situation, maybe you sleep Kaffa and walk to somebody else trying to go for that. Somebody else was talking about, like, what if you had ultimate advantage here? In which case, all you have to do is live this beat engage, and you'll be fine. Don't take any risks. You're up. Keep putting your pressure out, but don't take any risks. You know what I'm saying? The concept that Cap is going for, which is absolutely perfect, but I want to make sure that we're clear with, is that if you know that they have layers to respond with, please don't commit when they can respond right back. If you're Genji blading into a backline that has sound barrier, rally, don't use your escape cooldown to secure a kill that's not going to happen. You get what I'm saying? I see this all the time. I'll see a Winston Primal Rage backline. They rally. Malga cage fights. Winston dies. You know they have a response. Your ult doesn't beat every other ult. I see this all the time with certain heroes, certain people. Like, they feel entitled that my ult always beats yours. No, it doesn't. Not especially when there's two of them.
We're going to use rally, right? And we slept a monkey to the monkey. Then what more are we supposed to do? It might look like Tron did everything he was supposed to do here. But the problem is the premise. Players will look at these kind of dives and say, how could I have lived that dive better? And that is the issue. If you ever find yourself trying to think about how you could have lived a dive better, it's probably the wrong place to be looking, because you can't live a good dive. If you look at how
Maybe. Chat. How could Chorong have lived this dive? With beat and primal. You know that they've got layering here. How do you live this dive? Right here, how do you live it? Yes, passive ult. Walk backwards. Sleep, whip, walk away. You're gonna force primal or beat, maybe both. You rally to catch. You get a full disengage. That doesn't mean you're putting on the edge of the cliff. Maybe you win. Maybe. There's a chance. You don't fully disengage because otherwise then you're not fighting at all, but yes, there's a chance.
Try and live. How could I? But the problem is...
I'm being nitpicky here because I think Cap is trying to phrase this. He's teaching a concept with the assumption that a perfect dive will always kill you. And I guess my devil's advocate to that was like, well, maybe we frame it the other way. Perfect peel is impossible to overcompensate. It doesn't really matter which one's better. It's the battle for those things. That's what constitutes high-level play.
The premise. Players will look at these kind of dives and say, how could I have lived that dive better? And that is the issue. If you ever find yourself trying to think about how you could have lived a dive better, it's probably the wrong place to be looking, because you can't live a good dive. If you look at how well Kuffa and Zira were staged here and how actually good this dive is, Zira is top left because he used the rush from the fight before to get top left, right? So the Tracer has an amazing position. Kuffa's jump from here is a very, very good jump. So the setup of this dive is too good to live the dive. So if you find yourself trying to worry about this part onward, you're already doing yourself a disservice. What you need to do is go back farther and think about, how do we stop the dive from being good in the first place? Because that's how you live. If we're on a brig, we're not trying to live a good dive ever. I'm trying to not have a good dive happen to me. I'm trying to stop it from happening in the first place, right? So now I need to think, how do I stop the monkey's jump from being good, right?
So now we're transitioning. Stop. So we've transitioned from talking about layering, and now we're getting to Cap's actual point, which is map control, setup. How do we deny setup? Prevention, right? Which if you watch any of my Brigitte and Ana videos, coaching sessions, you know that is a large portion of that.
What's the best place for me to go where I can actually whip the jump and he can't get behind me, right? And also I need to think, how do I clear this Tracer out of this spot? The Tracer being here means the dive is always going to be good if I walk up, right? Maybe I can walk around to the right.
Because this is what we got going on here. It's rough.
If I think I can force this way, or I need to let my Soj from a rail, I need to take my backline with her, and we need to go clear this Tracer before we walk up, right? Maybe I can even have my frontliners go clear this. And that's fine, because then we can walk up into a dive that's not so good, and we can actually, if I bash back, we use our native live, we hit the sleep, then you'll start actually living this type of dive, right? Now, if that didn't fully convince you, let's look at one of the most extreme examples ever. So this is Falcons versus Once Again. It's from the same Chinese tournament. This was a very good match. I do recommend you go watch it. But this matchup is a better example because it's very clear from the comps what the playstyles are going to be, right? Once Again's
Is it? What would you guys describe as the difference between these compositions? Are these concepts useful for the average player? Sure. Sure. If you think about them, about how they apply to your ranked games, that's a large portion of what I do in coaching sessions. They all have guns and shoot enemies. Yeah. Yeah. I know some of you guys are going to go, punish the dive. How? Catch the dive? A perfectly staged dive is going to kill you no matter what you do, according to Cap, what Cap says. But how do they get there? Blue just shoots people more at medium to long range. So what we need to do is we need to support these guys doing damage in more open space. Bait the dive, rushed because they're taking damage, and then punish it. The difference is the space that the different heroes control. Kiriko, Lucio, Winston, Tracer, all these characters are significantly better up close. Significantly better up close. Whereas characters like Juno, Brigitte, well, they have some close range tools, but crucially they can heal and pocket to deny from range. But the big difference is in these heroes. where they can actually put out pressure for short to medium ranges consistently, whereas these are only short. So these guys can take deeper flanks because they're faster. These guys cannot, but they can poke from longer space. So we need to see this composition taking more open sight lines and then denying the dive through that. A common mistake from anti-dive comps is playing passive before the dive because they're afraid of the dive. Correct. You need to take sightlines for your weapon. The whole point of Cassidy and Torbjorn is to do damage before the dive starts, because you have, with the exception of the Sojourn here, and the only exception is the Sojourn here, you're not scared of anything that this dive can do before they commit cooldowns. Anti-dive has a combination of the ability to live dive and the ability to shoot the dive in the face before it starts. It's why Moira is a very bad anti-dive character a lot of times, is because she doesn't have any consistent form of pre-range pressure, pre-fight pressure, because of her lack of range. So why Cassie is often a very good, especially in low to mid tiers, anti-dive character, because he has extra HP, hinder, roll, and long-range pressure. Torbjorn also excellent with that. Overload, turret, long-range pressure, and so on. That's why you have characters that, like Zenyatta Brigitte back in the day, was very good with anti-dive, even though Zenyatta was fragile, because Zenyatta could put out so much pressure before the dive even started, and then live the dive with an armor pack from Brigitte. Freya is a good anti-dive character. Yes, she is. She has just enough survivability. I'm post-nerf, I'm not really sure, but she has, thank you, just enough survivability to be able to take angles without dying, to dive characters immediately. And if she gets any sort of pre-fight pressure, which she's very good at, she is going to ruin your Tracer. She is going to ruin your tank, your dive tank. One Freya with 2 bolts will force a Winston bubble before he's ready to go. 1 bolt on a Tracer forces recall. Completely kills the momentum of the dive. So yeah, Freya is why they weren't playing Winston for a while, because Winston could, in theory, kill Freya eventually, but with a little help anyway, but it just was too much damage before the fight even started. It's theoretically impossible for Winston to lane your team with very much armor left. Yes, but that's only in a vacuum. Winston, in theory, also has people that can contest things. Things like, the reason why Sojourn works so well here is because Sojourn helps to stop these guys from taking any angle they want all the time. She can't stop them entirely, but she also has exceptional range, and so she contests. She says, no, just stop shooting my Winston, you bunch of you frickers, you old men. I'm going to shoot you guys in the face. Stay off of that angle, right? Now, she can't do that fully, but Tracer and Sojourn help Winston stage. They help him get close without taking damage, because they threaten these people from taking out different off angles. So it becomes a shuffle of who can do it better. You get what I'm saying? That's why people run the hit scan slot here, because this helps the Winston to stage. If we had a Sombra, there would be nowhere that Winston could go where he couldn't get shot, you know?
Comp is a hard...
It's honestly kind of cruddy. It does an okay job, but it's also subscription now. The only reason I don't have a subscription, although it keeps telling me that I need to update, is because I bought it like 5 years ago.
Engage comp, really? The only thing that this team can do is farm ults and hard dive, right?
What is a hard dive? Just means getting close. Hard dive implies a commitment of cooldowns, but sometimes you might not even need to commit to backline. For example, because these guys are so scared of getting close, maybe they play so passively that you can isolate and kill Wrecking Ball. I mean, you even see this high-level play, right? Or Wrecking Ball, I say. Diva. Looks like Wrecking Ball. You guys see it?
This team is basically the opposite. This team wants to poke as hard as possible.
Just
and
for
they
some
want to
features,
lead these dives, right? So there's no better matchup than this one for understanding this fundamental. And also, there's no better fight than this one to prove that it's impossible to live a good...
Chat, layering, who wins this fight? 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 Look at the ults. No, neither team has like a significant map advantage, as you can kind of see right now. This is not really a very defender's advantage here. Yep, once again wins this. Layering is in who has the better ults. Who has more ults. I think once again wins this. Even though there's technically 4 ults here, Diva Bomb's not that good. Torbjorn is not the best ultimate. High Noon, for example. You really only have one very, very strong ultimate. This one's okay, I guess. But this will deal with one of these, but not with 3 of them. And that's not even including the potential of a pulse bomb here. Falcons are just not going to win this fight by meeting them toe-to-toe. So what I would say that you do is you take an angle with your DPS, shocker, right? And you let your DPS take the punishment force an ultimate with that DPS, maybe, and try to disengage and catch, maybe even give up point. Love you.
Love you.
Drive safe, please. And maybe you catch them overextending. Maybe you can force them to blow 3 ultimates just to kill your rally. No, that's good, Derpy. I appreciate you, mate. I was actually really interesting. I was asking Gavin Wender like what the stats were on it because I would like to know more. But yeah, it's hard. This is the problem with Torbjorn and Cassidy's. Their ults, some and D.Va as well. Their neutral kits are really strong, but their ultimates are really, really bad. So it's really hard to win well-layered fights from a good dive team. Like if you look at like one of the things that a lot of the dive heroes are very consistent at, with the exception of Tracer, is they just have really freaking good ult layering. And this is why these heroes are played at a high level. Sojourn ult, really consistent. Kiriko, really consistent. Primal, really consistent. Beat, less consistent, but still very valuable. So again, Falcons either need to do something really risky, really greedy angle, try to pick somebody off really fast or force a bad ult, or play to kind of, you don't want to give up the space entirely, but you kind of need to like soft engage and see if you can bait them to overcommit, you know? So we'll see.
Good dive. If you watch what Falcons has here, first of all, Falcons has point control, and they start with a pretty good bait, right? My D.Va's on point. I have Cast Torb, the strongest DPS line for living dives. I have Juno Brig, the strongest backline for living dives, and I have D.Va, which is the best peel tank. So this is basically the best comp that you can make for living dives. On top of that, we have 4 ults, incredible ults for living dives, right? I have Torbull, I have Noon, I have Bomb, so my D.Va can bait and live, right? If he needs to bait himself. And also we have Rally. So there's really no reason, if we can live a dive, that this fight we should not be able to live a dive. Now let's watch what happens.
So there's 2 things that are, how are Falcons posturing here? Are Falcons looking to disengage, or are Falcons looking for chaos? Look at it right now. All you need to know is on your screen right now. Are they looking to Nightbot? Chill. Are they looking to disengage? Are they looking to hold their ground? Are they looking to push? Are they looking for chaos? What do you guys think? Yeah, it looks like they're looking to bait it. They're looking to disengage this. So the rally, timing, placement, movement from the DPS is really important. They're going to be going out. Now, the hard part here is that look at Hanbin's HP. Because these DPS have given up so much space, Hanbin's going to get burned down. Like, he's already missing his HP here, right? Because look at the space that these DPS are controlling. So that's always the risk. If you played a bait, yeah, you know? So let's see.
They ring up.
I think he's just playing to bait there. I think they're like, guys, they're just AFKing and focusing me. Let's bait.
Rush
They
comes out. Torbolt comes out. Unmid bombs to live. They use Noon and they use Rally.
Yeah, they just got shoved into a small room. What's the problem here? What's the
They
problem?
ring up.
They bait, they
Rush comes
disengage, they kite. Where should they be moving from right now?
Torbolt comes out.
Where should they be moving? Do you see the problem? It's a very small detail here.
They ring up.
It's a very small detail. They probably needed to be leaning this way. Right, they didn't walk back. They walked back and then stopped walking back. In fact, even Fielder goes forward here when you didn't really need to. Right here, just keep walking back. Keep walking back. Keep walking back. He's going to primal. Keep walking back this way. Keep walking back. If they had stayed grouped and walked back this way with Rally, they're perfect. They're being chilling. Being chilling. They didn't walk back. They got close the distance on, and so then they got run over. Now, I will say, it's not the end of the world. Once again, we're in a situation, no pun intended, where yes, they had to blow 4 ultimates here to be able to secure the fight win. Maybe they thought it would be safer with Rally anyway. Maybe, but not in the Kitsune beat Primal and Pulse. Not going to happen. They're going to get on top of you, and your character's going to be run over. You get what I'm saying? There was very, very, very unlikely, unless Gushue or Leave makes a massive mistake, are you going to live that? There's too many tools to close the distance on. So let's see what Cap says.
And we still die. So,
yeah, it looks like they discouraged follow-up with the high noon. Right.
So 4 ults come out. Our comp is incredibly good at living dives. And it's still not enough to live a good dive. So if this fight does not prove to you,
Again, it's not going to live. Now, chat, what would have changed this? What would have changed this? How could Team Falcons have lived this without kiting?
Out.
What if the ult situation is different? What ult situation would have allowed Falcons to live this? Think about it. Think about it. What ult situation would have changed this? No beat, right? No sound barrier, probably live this. Having Juno Ray, probably live this. Your layering's much better. You can actually hold here, no problem. No beat, no Kitsune, no primal, or having Juno ult, or even having a DPS like a Sojourn here. Sojourn ult would have been much more consistent at playing around this. Like, let's say they had a Sojourn instead of a Cassidy. Not saying they should have been playing Sojourn here. Yeah, then your layering is a lot more confident here. That's it. So what's being discussed here, I feel like, is more of a discussion of we're talking about map control, but what's actually keeps happening is a problem of layering in terms of how we're positioning ourselves, if that makes sense. But I do agree with Cap's point, so there's a lot to learn here.
Bolt comes out. So if this fight does not prove to you that you cannot live a good dive, then I don't know what will. So from now on, we're going to talk about how do we stop a good dive from happening. And this is something that Falcons is really good at sometimes. And that's why they play this comp. Hanman actually plays Monkey occasionally. He did it on this map against someone else. I think it was Crazy Raccoon. But this comp fits Falcons' playstyle really well. And that's partially because of how good they are at retaking. So the retake is when the enemy team has control of the map or of the point specifically, and we have to go fight them.
That's the thing, Soren. I'm being kind of devil's advocate here because I'm trying to teach two concepts at once here. It's not that I'm disagreeing with him framing it from his standpoint to make a conceptual video. I'm getting lost in the nuance here, but I think that's because I know my audience, you know?
Yeah, right. The way that Falcons retakes the map makes it impossible to set up a good dive onto them, right? So now let's watch this retake.
So they really don't have any ults here. They have nothing to layer with here. They definitely track beat. They track Sojourn ult. It's like, guys, we can't play this fight, honestly. We have to either bait the dive or we have to do something chaotic.
This might seem
Cheers,
odd to you.
YouTube.
We just looked at main. The vast majority of people would have just gone main, right? Why wouldn't we? And now we're going all the way far right when point is over here. How does this make any sense?
We're clearing out an angle. We're doing something a little bit risky. We're messing up their setup.
The setup is really good for living, right? Gushui's setup is incredibly difficult. We can bash out here if we need, right? So this is pretty easy to live. If you watch it from Gushui's POV, it becomes way more obvious, right?
He's set up. You see, he's ready to dive here. Let's go, guys. We're gonna beat engage or Sojourn ult. Wait, where'd they go?
The problem is, right around here, you realize how powerful what Falcons is doing really is. Gushui has to, at this moment, decide, do I dive here? This was probably our plan, right? Was to farm beat and do a beat dive or maybe overclock or something. But if I dive here, it's very, very far. I'm definitely going to not make it in all the way. Our dive is going to suck, right? It's not good anymore. And now they can actually live this dive and I'm going to get punished, right? Or do I leave and we give Falcons the map, right? In both of these decisions, first of all, they both are not very good, right? For if you're once again, but it's difficult to make this decision in the moment. Especially if your plan as a dive team was to hold close and dive. And now you can see, eventually Gushui just gives the space, right? So this is fundamental number one. When we're retaking, right, into divers that are probably set up, we find a way to clear them, right? And this is...
I guess it could have been scouted better. Yeah, it could have been.
What CR is missing.
I'm not honestly convinced that once again wanted to fight here either way. I think they were baiting and maybe looking to disengage. My thought process is because once again doesn't actually have the ultimates yet, I actually think that they were trying to bait an ultimate. I think they were trying to bait maybe High Noon Torb, something like that. I'm pretty certain that this was more of a let's just make them use High Noon to get out of the choke and we'll just disengage. Because we don't actually have a tool to go in right now, and they think that we do. You gotta get what I'm saying, mind games? Because once again, didn't have the beat, and they didn't have the Sojourn ult either. So they're threatening it, but they don't actually have it yet. They can just disengage and play towards point. Whereas by the time that they get the point, they will have the opportunity to actually go. I think this is the opposite. I think once again, because they're running these fast characters, they're just playing like, oh, we're gonna go, oh. Ha ha, look at that, you wasted High Noon. You know? Because you're not really interested in diving here anyway.
On the fight that we watch against Nightreign.
But I still think it's a good rotation for Falcons.
If we're going to retake into a Tracer and a Monkey, we need to find a way to clear the Tracer and the Monkey setup before we walk up and start worrying about living the dive, right? Now let's watch another example, very similar. Same map, we're retaking this point instead, right? And instead of walking from main,
Walking from
We're gonna
main,
show
where once again is definitely staged to dive.
and a little bit right, just to make the Monkey hold here. Because if we immediately start on the right, then the Monkey can just set up on the right in the first place, right? So we're going to poke here for a little bit. And also usually our Diva is going to stay here for a little bit to make sure people have to stay here, right? And they can't match our rotation early. But after we poked, now we're going to go far right. And again, once again has to make a decision here. Do I dive? Because if I dive here now, my setup is not good anymore, and now it's very livable.
Yeah, but again, you notice that this is just like the monkey baiting. There's not a real there's not a real commitment here. Why? Because there's no setup here.
Right? This is the difference.
So you'll see
I don't
Goose
have
Way
to
jump
live
on
a good
immediately.
dive because a good dive can't happen, right? Bubble gets forced. Goose Way's in a really
I think that's a massive misplay from Gushue, actually.
because a good dive.
They've clearly disengaged, so this might have been forced by the rotation, to be on for Cap's point here, right? Like Gushue, clearly his team is backed off here. They're not even in an ult situation where they would want to fight or a setup where they'd want to fight here. I don't see any reason why you'd want to take a fight here, and yet Gushue stands around. So there's a bit of a rotation here from Falcons that maybe does force a miscommunication and a mistiming here from Gushue.
Can't happen, right? Bubble gets forced. Goose Way's in a really awkward position. He has to jump out the point, right? And so these two fights
I want to highlight again here. Do you see how these quote-unquote slower comps without flankers are still taking angles and taking space and doing rotations? Do you see this?
are very, very incredible examples of how to be playing against dive or against hard engage comps in general, right? How do I clear the setup? Now, if we go back to this fight, right? This was a fight that I said this team should have an incredibly easy time of living this dive. And if you think about it, even though we know that they lose this fight, on paper, they should have a good chance of living this dive. So if we're not retaking, we're defending the retake instead, what does it look like to stop a good dive from happening? And this is actually kind of in a weird way more difficult than doing the retake. The retake is actually pretty easy because finding the outside of the map and clearing very, very passively, taking the widest angles possible, that's actually not that difficult to do. Starting with control of the point when the enemy team can go anywhere on the map that they want is actually the more difficult thing to do when you're playing this type of playstyle to stop good dives from happening and to live dives, right? So what's the moment the dive starts to become good? This is what we pinpoint. And there's two things I'm looking for. One, I'm looking for DPS to start splitting and getting good angles, right? If anyone gets top right, if anyone gets top left, these are warning signs, right? That the setup is about to become good, right? We need to start doing something. Either we need to go match those people if we have the ability to, or we need to start pushing other people out to make sure that they can't help this person, right? The other thing is pretty simple, the monkey getting space. If the monkey starts to get space, the better his jump is going to be from where he is, the more we are pressured to stop this setup, right? So if you watch here, the Tracer is left. So this is warning sign number one. We need to start walking up a little bit because the Tracer setup is about to become good. It's getting better every second. Right? So warning sign number one, that we should start doing something. Warning sign number two has just happened. Yushui is on point, right? So this setup, if you think about it, is very good from now, right? So what we need to do is use one of these ults to clear this setup and take it back to a position.
So Cap is basically framing things from a standpoint of we need to defend our positioning early before we get surrounded and ult swamped. It's good feedback. Remember, that's really like the three ways of denying winning a team fight. Dive or not. Control your angles, fight for those angles, don't give them up. 2, fully disengage. 3, do something completely high risk, high reward. The problem is that Falcons chose to set up in a disengage and did it incorrectly. I don't necessarily disagree with their fight plan. I think the execution was bad. Cap says that the plan was bad. They should have tried to hold space earlier. I think that would have guaranteed that they lose the fight anyway, unless somebody gets a lucky pick, which might have happened. But also Cap's strategy would definitely have forced a lot of ultimates because it would have meant a lot of really scary DPS are holding space. So I don't disagree with Cap. I just think that a lot of this comes down to execution. I think that could have been maybe a little bit more clear.
Where their setup is not good, and we don't have to be living a good dive, right? If this is a pure neutral, you can do this just with the swing, like they did, right? You could just ring up, and they actually do understand this pretty well, right? You can see them feel the pressure and ring up. The difference is this is a really big ult fight, so you need to commit one of your ults to do this, right? We're not going to be able to clear this setup when they have 3 incredibly...
I think we will, because our neutral, we can just shoot our weapons. I don't know what ult you'd open with here that wouldn't expose you. Maybe Torbolt, maybe?
Incredibly strong ults with just a whip shot, right? I need to pop one of my DPS ults. I probably also need to pop my rally. I need to use my ults to clear this setup now.
I don't agree. I think if we rally now, we instantly die unless we accidentally Ajax somebody. That's what Fielder tried earlier with trying to one-shot Kaffa. You guys remember that? That's what Fielder tried to do with one-shot with Kaffa earlier. But the difference was that Kaffa, there was an actual opportunity for a kill here. I don't see that here.
And the dive won't get to a position where it's good, right? Unfortunately, they wait too late.
Feels like a risk of being kited if you do that. I don't think so. I think that they've committed enough to where you can probably punish it, but I see what you're saying.
To pop their ults, and now the dive is good, right? So I don't have many.
If anything here, maybe the lesson learned is that maybe Stalker or Proper could have been done a better job looking at the Tracer instead of looking at the Winston to prevent the angle from following up. Because if you guys see, once again, kind of funnels through a choke, I don't know if they got an angle besides Leave. So maybe if we marked Leave's angle, that's a pretty safe way of denying them space. And yeah.
Many more fights to look at. I wanted to keep this video kind of short, but the important takeaway, if you skip to the end, you cannot live a good dive ever. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how much better you are than the enemy team, you will never live a good dive. So if you're playing against engage comps, hard engage comps, dive comps, you need to think about, how do I make the dive bad? How do I retake in a way that doesn't make me diveable, where I get around divers, where they're pressured to jump over very, very long distances, right? And I have high amounts of information. If I'm defending the retake, what is the exact moment where their setup is about to become good, and how do I stop that from happening, right? At any cost. Even if I want to play slow, I'm not going to let them get a good setup.
We've seen that even sometimes with people that will hold an angle and dive for that angle to stop the dive from setting up, and they actually win the fight, even though they lose one, because they were able to mark here. Yeah, it was a good video. It was a really good video. I think the clear thing is that you need to understand whether you're an ult advantage or ult disadvantage and play accordingly. And if you're looking to beat dive, you do need to contest their space. Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. I'll be right back. This is Capitology, so big shout out to Capitology. He's been doing some pretty consistent content out here. Let me actually pull up his channel, y'all. He's got some really good stuff. Highly, highly recommend. He knows his crap, and he does a really good job explaining things as well. Let me decide what we want to look at here. What do we got here? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna eat my lunch and you guys can enjoy. Okay. I was lagging. I was lagging. That was one of my YouTube stream moments. I went to like 900 latency. I went to 900 latency, okay? That's my final excuse. No more excuses. Wait. Space Gray. Space Gray. Yeah. Sheldon, you can drop it in my Discord, hashtag content suggestions in here. Frick you, Surly. What do you guys want to do? We have the tracer guide. Cooldowns aren't balanced. I'll let you guys vote. I think both of these, well, how long is the cooldowns aren't balanced one? I think it's on Rivals, but... Okay, yeah, let's do a poll here. What? Cooldowns aren't balanced. Tracer guide. Jerusalem. Play Doom in ranked. You guys are insufferable. Voting cooldowns because opportunity to laugh at Marvel Rivals? Maybe, yeah. Doom to Masters stream. Bro, I don't know, man. I thought that would be more doable, but given how long it took with Freya, I thought it would be a week. It might not be a week. Been too busy recently anyway. Playing Overwatch takes so much energy at that level. I'm not watching Greed. I appreciate Greed as a person, I'm sure. I just don't enjoy his videos as much. Okay. Cooldowns. You guys are just spamming random videos at this point. Okay, let's take a look here. All right. Pixel Rory. Sounds vaguely familiar. Why does Pixel Rory sound familiar? Wait. How? Maybe I feel like we might have seen one of Pixel Rory's videos back in the day. Okay, regardless, cooldowns are not balanced. Okay, let's find out.
Well, lads, watch this. I'm going to do something.
Frick. Freaking Epic Pin is freaking out on me. Hang on. Work.
Hilarious. Anarchy is in season after all. Here, lads, they're telling me that I can't disturb the peace like this. Unless I wait 12 seconds between instances?
Wait, he freaking shot me!
In season after. Watch this. Well, lads, watch this. I'm going to do something hilarious. Anarchy is in season after all. Here, lads, they're telling me that I can't disturb the peace like this. Unless I wait 12 seconds between instances?
Cooldowns. Fuck them. They ruin everything by slowing things down to a snail's pace. Imagine how great life would be without cooldowns. I didn't think about that part. Despite what the anarchists will have you believe, cooldowns are important, whether in life or games. They set a melodical place to every aspect of gameplay, creating windows of opportunity and moments of weakness to prey upon, and they even add a little management minigame to every character, turning abilities into a resource in and of themselves. If they're so great, then clearly that must be why so many companies use long cooldowns to balance the game out, right? Cooldowns are in a lot of games, but I'm mainly going to be looking at them through the lens of hero shooters. At least the ones that didn't get stabbed in the back. And I have my reasons for this focus, so to start with the main reason that we're here, cooldowns aren't balanced, asterisk. Obviously, you need reasonable cooldown length to create a balanced game. Imagine if Tracer Recall had a 3-second cooldown. I don't need to explain these implications any further. Naturally, a character's cooldowns should be tied.
Here are my thoughts on cooldowns. Some things just suck, whether they're on long or short cooldowns. Whether it happens once a fight, twice a fight, 3 times a fight, 4 times a fight. It doesn't fix the fundamental issue with why the cooldown is flawed, because it's not a lot of fun to play with, and it's not a lot of fun to play against. It lacks certain dynamics. Really, I was thinking about this in the shower this morning in regards to Nightreign. All good class design is choice. All good hero design, class design, whatever, game design is choice. An opportunity cost. Not just choice for the sake of choosing, but where there's an actual decision that needs to be made. If there's objectively always the right choice, then you've made a really bad game. Everything about good game and hero design is going, I'm going to do that instead of doing this. But I can see an argument for where this would be good, and maybe it's better, maybe I don't fully understand, and that ignorance or thought process is what makes every character good. Every character needs that. And when you take choice out of characters or designs, you make the character bad. So if a cooldown is flawed because it doesn't introduce choice or it's not a very hard thing to think about, then reducing or increasing the cooldown doesn't fix the character. All reducing or increasing the cooldown does is make the character a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker. Having a cooldown timer is what makes opportunity cost happen. Let me give you guys an example. If I had on an aid on a 1 second cooldown, there wouldn't be the same choice of how I'd use nade. I'd use nade however I'd want. And offensively, defensively, just use it. I would literally just nade, right? There would be no choice because the cooldown would be too short. You need a choice, or you need a cooldown most of the time to make a choice. Now, there are certain exceptions to that rule. For example, Mercy Beam does not have a cooldown, but you choose between damage boosting or healing. You cannot do both, and that choice is the fundamental part of her character design. But for things that are very, very powerful, putting them on a cooldown puts you at certain crossroads, at intervals, for you to make an important decision that will have impact on the fight. However, increasing the cooldown as a method of weakening a character because a cooldown is frustrating to play against may make the cooldown or frustrating instance happen less often, but it doesn't stop it from being less frustrating. Nade's the big one that I've been very frustrated about recently because nade it can be a frustrating cooldown to play into, but it is a very important part of Ana's kit. And instead of addressing the root issues or the strength of the issues that people have problems with it on a nade, they made it longer, which made those windows of vulnerability that were already there with a 12-second cooldown or an 11-second nade cooldown. The windows of vulnerability were already there. That's more than long enough to have a meaningful choice with nade. But they exacerbated it to such an issue without actually addressing the root cause. If you hate nade before nerf, you hate nade after nerf, and nothing about nade has really changed that. But as an Ana, there are more often where that window of vulnerability feels so incredibly long that it feels like I don't want to use the cooldown at all. Another great example of this is Life Grip, right? Where Life Grip's cooldown is so incredibly long, I feel like if I use it for decent value, that it's not good enough. I have to save somebody's life or it's not worth using the cooldown at all. And that means that I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, not using the cooldown because the opportunity cost is so high. When you make the cooldown so low that there is no choice, you have a bad game design, hero design. When you make the cooldown so long that you're terrified of making the wrong choice and being stuck with it for an extended period of time, you have also made bad game or bad hero design. The same thing happens with Baptiste's Lamp, Life Grip, any long cooldowns, Doctor Strange's Teleporter. It's not an accident that those cooldowns are often not used or used cautiously, especially by low and mid-rank players, because the fear of misusing such a long cooldown prevents them from using it at all, which is poor game design. You should have a cooldown window that makes it so that the resource actually matters, that it is an actual choice, but not so long that there is an overwhelming terror of misusing the cooldown entirely. There is a nuance there. Does that make sense? So we want cooldowns to matter, but not be so incredibly important that it scares you from using them, because that is bad game design, because using your abilities is fun. Making those choices is fun. And this is not just about Overwatch or hero shooters. This is also, you could make some very legitimate criticisms about Nightreign, who have similar issues where it comes to making certain choices that you're locked into for the entire round, and they may or may not pan out. So you are terrified of making an aggressive choice because if it doesn't work out, you're screwed. There's a lot of punishment for more out-of-the-box choices. It's much better to go safer. And yeah. Let's keep going here. So that's the reason I like to do this with the React content, guys, is I'm not farming this guy for views, you know? I want to give my thoughts and see what he thinks.
To the strength of the ability. But lads, we need to have some limits. This is my...
Do you see, this is the thing, right? The other thing with the cooldowns as well is you have a character that's unbelievably, overwhelmingly unbeatable in a certain instance and completely weak afterwards. Those variances in gameplay can leave you feeling either helpless playing into them or helpless playing them, depending on the window. And it is a balance that you have to find. There should be windows of vulnerability, there should be windows of strength, but you can't have all or nothing, because that removes choice. That removes balance. That's what balance is.
Ability. But
everything you're saying applies to chess. Yeah, it applies to any freaking game. The best games that you have ever played, whether sports, board games, basketball. Do you pass or do you shoot? Or do you dribble? There's advantages to all of them. Shoot means that you just get the shot off right away. There's no hesitation. The more shots that you get, the more opportunities that you get. That's how you score points, after all, right? When you dribble, You are looking to improve your position at the risk of not even being able to take a shot. When you pass, you are looking to improve your position to take a shot at the risk of not being able to take a shot at all because it's a turnover. So every choice that you make has a consequence. When you pass or you dribble, you're not making points. You might be improving your chances of making a point, but you're also risking getting turnover. So you have to decide what makes the most sense. If the answer is obvious, your game sucks. That's why so much of Marvel Rivals cooldown design is really bad, because you have these massive kits with many cooldowns that either don't do really anything at all or only have one choice. So there really isn't any thought into how or when to use them. It's just the same formula over and over and over again. That's not just a Rivals problem. Overwatch has many of the same problems as well, but I find it to be a lot more prevalent in Rivals.
We need to have some limits. This is my main point and main idea. Giving an ability a long cooldown to match its power, while a sound concept, isn't much of a sound practice. The best way to look at it is a real example, and just recently Overwatch had a textbook demonstration of it with their newest DPS, Freya. Now Freya, honestly, incredibly well-designed character. She's just overbearing right now. Players were bad at her during her trial, she got overbuffed, and now she's on top of the meta. How do you fix this? It could be a damage nerf, but I would say reducing the time she spends in the air is the way to go, since half the cast just can't interact with her most of the time. The main issue isn't her mobility frequency, though she definitely is a little bit too mobile. The big issue is that she has an easy to execute, consistent one-shot combo on most of the cast, combined with having some insane mobility uptime. So how was this addressed in a recent patch? They added 0.5 seconds to her dash cooldown, a 14% increase. And to be fair, this
I don't necessarily agree with this one. I think that the point, remember the balance, if dashes are permanently available, then it's not really a resource that you need to manage. It's not really a choice. Of course you're going to use your dashes. You have it. You'll have them back in 2 seconds anyway, right? I'm obviously using a bit of hyperbole here, but you get what I'm saying. I think that Freya's cooldowns on her dashes were so short that it wasn't a meaningful choice consistently enough. There wasn't enough opportunity cost. There wasn't a downside to using them. That's not exactly true. And I think for a dash, it would be somewhere in that 3.5 to 5 second range for it to feel like a commitment without feeling like, oh, I'm scared to use them, if that makes sense. I think the thing that I didn't like as much was the updraft. I think, well, I don't know if I disliked it. It was something I need to experiment with a little bit more.
Was needed. Compared to her trial state, the cooldown is still shorter, and back then it was too long. But regardless, this is what I mean by cooldowns aren't balanced. Just increasing the length of time it takes for a character to use their ability that is clearly proving too strong does nothing but slow down their gameplay and makes them less enjoyable.
Maybe. Remember, choice is what's fun. If all you're doing is you're spamming bolts the entire time and there's never a window, like tempo is fun. Tempo is fun. Uptime and downtime is fun. The question is it too short? Is it just all gray? Let me give you guys an example. What's the fundamental of cooking? I don't know anything about cooking, but what is a good meal? What's a good meal? What's a good meal? A good plate of food. What do you got? You got your protein, you have your salt, you have your spice. It's contrast. Right. That's why people like peanut butter and chocolate. That's why people like, you don't have chocolate and more sugar on top of the sugar. There's a mixture, there's a contrast. There's a, from A to B and hot to cold. It's the contrast that complements. And so when your experience is very even, there's never any spikes in value, and because you're always available and always available to do the same thing, it feels very, I'm going to say it, Rivals-esque, right? There's a very, always doing something, but nothing ever really feels that meaningful. So contrast is important here, and I think that's why having cooldowns that actually matter makes sense. If Tracer had half a second or a full second shorter on each blink, there would be no concept of blink management. There would be no feeling of, oh, I popped off and I used my It would just be you always have the blinks, and so you're just always moving infinitely, right? There would be no opportunity cost. So I agree with the point, but I only target nerfs like this when they're on the extreme. When you nerf on a nade from 12 to 14 and you introduce paralysis into the character. When you were to buff, if you were to buff Freya to go from 3.5 to 2.5 seconds on her dash, it would just be more spamming shots, but maybe not actually addressing what the character would need if she were to need a buff, which she doesn't, right? But you get what I'm saying, right? So it's always it's looking at the extremes. Life Rip is too long of a cooldown. It doesn't address what's wrong with the cooldown.
While not tackling the actual issue people are having with them. Sticking with Overwatch, another, honestly clearer example of this happened a little while ago with Ana, where they increased the cooldown of her nade by 2 seconds, which in a 5v5 queue brought it up to 14 seconds from 12, or a 17% increase. I did just say it, but I will repeat myself. Increasing the cooldown of a powerful ability does not nerf it just makes it less fun to use. Because I don't...
True. Crucial that he said powerful ability. It's generally important that with powerful abilities that they're only, like, this is the other thing we didn't talk about, is the frequency of how often that they're used. Nade in fights is often only going to be used once, maybe twice. With 14 seconds, that's kind of still the case, right? It didn't really significantly, like, it does, but it's the frequency of how it happens. It's the same thing with life creep. You make life creep a longer cooldown, it doesn't matter. It's still only going to happen pretty much once a fight. You get what I'm saying? So, the problem with the anti-nade is that there are certain situations where it feels bad, it feels good, but the situations where it feels bad happens. It was a neutral change, is the problem with the on-nade change. Yeah, what would I change about nade? What do people not like about nade? The anti-effect, maybe the amount of damage it does. It's a spam ability on tanks. Okay, so we start there. How very difficult can be to push an Ana because of how good nade is defensively, because of how much it heals, and how much it damages. So it's either it's too good of a dueling cooldown up close, or it lasts too long, or it's too dangerous on tanks from far away. So you start there. I actually don't think you would change anti-nade fundamentally. To be honest with you guys, skill issue. I think there's a high risk, high reward with the character. Then there's a sense of bias in that from my end, but at the same time, like that's where you'd start. That's where you would start. You don't start by going, we make it longer cooldown, because it's still going to do the same thing. So you have to be really careful with this. There's a balance. Should anti-nade be 9 seconds or 8 seconds or 7 seconds? No, I don't think so. I think you'd have it multiple times. It would happen way too often in a fight. You'd use your nade aggressively, and then you'd only have about 3 or 4 seconds to dive the Ana. That's not enough of a vulnerability window for how strong anti-nade is. And yet, if you nerfed anti-nade so that it would earn its 7 or 8 second cooldown, well, then it wouldn't just feel as impactful. There's a balance here. Should Tracer's Blinks go further? Should they have a damaging aspect, but there's only 2 of them? No, I feel like the whole point of the Blink is supposed to be a little bit weaker, but it's specifically used for mobility. So what's an appropriate cooldown for a weaker ability? Lower, probably, which is why I think Freya's dashes should be relatively low cooldown. Right?
I think on an 8, taking 14 seconds to come back instead of 12 is a big killer to its strength. It's just annoying when playing as Ana because your uses end up limited. You want to save the ability for the perceived most optimal moment. Plays that involve less risk, like saving yourself or a tank, rather than plays that could actually end up having a higher impact, like nading the enemy support to help with a dive, or even throwing it out for your ulting DPS to keep them alive mid-fight while you reload. Remember, your abilities are effectively a resource, and what is a tendency that people have when faced with a resource which is limited? They hoard it. You see it most commonly in games that have consumable items. Think Eaters in Final Fantasy, SP Restoration in any SMT game. But honestly, any resource in any game that could be considered rare or limited counts. I mean, even in hero shooters, the easy example is ultimates. You only get your ult a few times per game.
Holy crap, that's actually a great example and something I did not think about. Ultimates, that's why people hold ultimates for so long. Now, it's hard to balance around that because ultimates are by design extremely potent, but also if you think about what are the best ultimates in Overwatch, it's the ones that are the most consistently usable. The ultimates that don't have very clear uses are the ones that are held the longest. Yes, very good.
Very good point. A lot of players saving their ultimates for the game's feckin' sequel when facing this rare resource. The exact same concept applies to abilities that end up having too long of a cooldown, effectively abilities that are made to be too rare. And on that, if an ability is too powerful that the only way to balance it is a long cooldown, we probably have an ability that's too powerful.
How many of you guys have played Nightreign? How many of you guys have played Nightreign? There's a random passive drop, I'm making this up, random passive drop that if you beat certain bosses, ooh, even better, if you beat random mobs, just a mob, just a random little soldier, there's a 1 out of 1,000 chance that you get double your max HP. Double your max HP. Good game design, bad game design. Bad or good? What do you guys think? And why?
In general. I mean, Baptiste's Immortality Field is a 25-second cooldown, and it took years for it to get to a point where it can be described as balanced, and even then, players still dislike this ability, and I'll come back to this in a while. As a general rule, I would say that a strong ability should only be seen once or twice per fight, with some flexibility for pre- and post-fight uses, with the cooldown reflecting this. Depending on the character and the general pace of their gameplay, taking their strong ability and allowing for it to be used in pre-fight skirmishes, and letting that cooldown come back online in time for the actual battle should be the aim in most cases. And while I am focusing on hero shooters, the general idea would apply in other genres that feature cooldowns. Take MOBAs, the genre that inspired a lot of hero shooters. Obviously, longer cooldowns are at play, simply because the time to kill in these games is far longer than a shooter, and in general there is just a higher power level. For example, Warwick E, it's his strongest ability, aside from his ultimate, and it starts as a 15-second cooldown because a damage reduction and fear in one ability is extremely powerful in early game fights. So unless used early in one, it probably won't have the time to come back online during it. But as points are put into it, it goes down to 11 seconds to match the power of the game at later stages, where the
You'll notice that like the ultimates and how they're function are more of a embracing the hero fantasy for a really big explosive moment with a long downtime, but it doesn't compromise your general neutral engagement. Right? It also depends on how the frequency of how often engagements happen as well.
time to kill begins to decrease. So this cooldown is always matching the power level while still allowing it to be used before either side commits to the fight to try and gain some amount of an advantage.
Because I do think it's important that you contextualize what is the design of the game, then what is the good game design within that system. You can't say all long cooldowns are bad. Well, what about ultimates? What is the purpose of an ultimate? How does that complement the playstyle of how something is supposed to be played, right? I think you always try to measure something from the context of what is it trying to accomplish.
I mean, there are even fighting games with cooldowns, but there was a large asterisk next to all of those words. Take any Smash game which has staling, where repeated use of the same move will weaken its damage and knockback, encouraging players to use other moves instead of spamming their strongest one constantly. Absolutely not a cooldown in the traditional sense, but it's bordering on it. There are other workarounds to implementing these strong ability cooldowns as well. Certain abilities have the cooldown start once it's pressed, instead of waiting for it to finish. Take Soldier's Heal or Hammond's Shields, so the effect of a longer cooldown isn't felt as much. And there can even be exceptions to this still. Staying in Overwatch, you have Lifeweaver's Pull, currently at 18 seconds, and I do not see this ever going below it, even though that makes it an ability you will not see more than once per fight, or even before the fight, mostly for the mental sanity of players on both teams, because all players in the lobby
You guys
hate
know what I
Lifeweaver
think about
Pull.
that.
As cool as that ability is, it's a mess. But there is another angle that cooldown-based balancing can take, which I'll just preface, I don't like this one either, but it's not something seen in Overwatch, so we need to move over to pretty much the only other hero shooter that matters in the current space, Marvel Rivals. Lads, I love Paladins, but let me tell you, a corpse can always be fresher. So what is Marvel Rivals' approach when it comes to cooldowns? Put simply, you have more buttons to push, so you'll push those buttons less often. While in Overwatch, 12 seconds is around the upper limit when it comes to cooldown length, in Rivals it nearly seems like the average. Now, a lot of the time, it's not some massive problem and is quite simply warranted. Take Cloak and Dagger and their form switching. If their cooldowns were too short, it would be way too hectic swapping between them constantly, and all element of depth to their kit would be removed. And for the strength of their abilities, their cooldowns make perfect sense anyway, they don't need to be touched. And I do need to stress this, I'm not trying to imply that longer cooldowns should be eradicated, not at all. But there is definitely a point where it just feels off. I mean,
Correct.
take one
It's
of
the
my
nuance
personal
we talked
favorites,
about.
Winter Soldier. His dash is 12 seconds. Now it does have a solid damage and more notably CC.
I hope that he goes with the E, because I didn't believe it when somebody told me that they gave Winter Soldier 2 E's. I think that was such a dumb decision. His E was already a relatively short cooldown, but there was still an opportunity cost of using it on the front line for the AoE slow, where you would be just slightly more vulnerable to targets and 1v1s, because it was a decent damage, pretty good AoE, pretty good slow, help you win duels. So using it on main did mean that you were more vulnerable to duels. So again, opportunity cost choice. It's about recognizing which situation. Then they gave him 2 E's. Well, 2 E's is not as useful in a 1v1 because you don't need to double stack the slow. So you just basically would spam it and you'd always have one available if you ever get dove. There was no real, it significantly reduced the amount of cooldown management that he needed. I hope he goes into this, because I did not like this, and this is the character that I played in Rivals. I love this character. I love the cooldown management of Winter Soldier. I know there are aspects of his kit that were tough to play into, I'm not going to lie, but I like the fact that I needed a cooldown if I get dove. So I had to manage, do I want to bully tank line, or do I want to control my cooldowns to be able to defend myself versus divers? 2 of his circle blasts, the slow and damage
Component to it, but several times while playing him, it just feels like it should be back up. and that's ignoring how it doesn't have it, but 12 seconds. Now it does have a solid...
Oh, yeah, I agree. Yeah, and they made his uppercut 12. I don't like the uppercut being 12 seconds. I think it's too long. I would have left the E with one charge and made uppercut like 10 or 9, because it also means that he can't... lowering his mobility cooldown would have made him to have more choices with positioning as well, which I felt was really lacking with Winter Soldier. They really leaned into like the tank buster anti-dive dynamic without really giving him any sort of mobility at all, because it's on a freaking 12-second cooldown. And so they instead just leaned into even less cooldown management, even less choice by adding, not changing his shift cooldown, but adding another charge of his freaking AoE damage slow. Yes, no, I know that they made uppercut 12 seconds. Maybe he's talking about the hook then, but I always hated the uppercut cooldown, personally. I always hated the cooldown.
Solid damage and more notably CC component to it, but several times while playing him, it just feels like it should be back up.
But yeah, I think increasing the cooldown of hook is probably the same thing. It's still going to be really cancer to get hooked as a tank, right? So maybe they should have reduced the range of it. Maybe they should have reduced the CC lockout of it. I'm not sure of all the components of the hook, but it probably should have kept to similar cooldown, but have something that involves more risk for the Winter Soldier. Maybe using hook doesn't give you overshield, so you're not it's an actual risk to hook somebody because you might get blown up. Yeah.
And that's ignoring how it doesn't actually let Bucky reach.
I'm also going to say one more negative thing. I love the fact that people were saying, "Oh, when I've really enjoyed, not really enjoyed. That's too negative. It's been morbidly amusing. I'm going to be honest, to watch some of the positivity around things like Hook and Rez with Adam Warlock and Winter Soldier be like, oh, how did Marvel Rivals are geniuses? And Hawkeye. I remember Hawkeye. Oh, they solved one shots, geniuses. And now they have the same complaints. Give it like 2 or 3 months, people have the same problem with Hook, the same problem with one shot, the same problem with Rez. Crazy, man.
Most high grounds, so you'll try to use it for mobility, fail just because it won't give you the boost that you need, and then you're stuck without it for the next 12 seconds.
So he is talking about uppercut.
Or we can go with an even more egregious example. When I take a look at Moon Knight and the 15-second cooldown he's got on his grapple.
Holy frick.
You know, this has nothing to do with balance or the power of the ability. This just makes no sense. Moon Knight should be jumping across the battlefield, constantly attaining different angles, and this just limits him. This style of cooldown is seen not across...
Dude, right? But see, this is also the problem. My problem. I don't want to get into Rivals too much, but like it feels like it feels like a conscious decision. They don't want the Moon Knight to be taking space. They want these DPS to just turn their brains off and spam down and choke, or they're going to hard flank. There's no in between with Rivals, man. That's why I could not stand some of the characters in that game. There's no in between. You either don't take any angles, or you do nothing but hard flank backline.
Across the entire cast, but the majority of it. Rivals characters tend to have a lot of abilities, and by extension, longer cooldowns on them. Like I already said, it's a more buttons to push that are pushed less often deal, when, in my opinion, less buttons to be pushed, which are pushed more often, is a more interesting gameplay loop and philosophy. At the end of the day, less is often more. And because Rivals has these longer cooldowns, the more interesting and fun parts of characters can't be accessed for particularly long intervals. Luna Snow Beams, Loki Clone Swapping, Emma Frost Diamond Form are all 15-second cooldowns. Now it can be argued that they need to be that long in order to actually be balanced. What have I been talking about for the last 9 minutes? If an ability is too strong and can only be balanced with a long cooldown, the ability is probably too powerful, lads. I mean Iron Man Overdrive, Loki's Stones, Rocket's Revive, Adam Warlock's Soul Bond. All of these have such long cooldowns because they're such powerful abilities. But if they're so powerful, why are they basic abilities? I'm not trying to say that all cooldowns should be lowered so that cooldown management becomes easier. That would be beyond stupid. And even if these were brought down, your cooldown management would still be important. I'm just saying that using cooldowns as the final barrier of balance is not the way to go. Like I have said so many times already, if an ability is too strong, a long cooldown will not prevent it from being too good. And even with the longer cooldowns, the lower frequency of it happening doesn't make anyone feel better. Strange needs his portal to get some level of value, or else all he's done is reduce the lifespan of his CPU. And this has done absolutely no favors when it comes to the fact that the ability just goes on cooldown if you cancel it. So if you're trying to set up a little portal cheese at the beginning of a game and move just a bit too far down the map, 3-minute cooldown right there. It's not fun to the user to have an ability that only gets used once every other fight. Look no further than Mercy Resurrection. If you're trying to play Mercy at all optimally, you cannot be rezzing whichever soul you see first. All you will do is feed up.
What was the stat? Was it Mercies generally get 3 reses per 10? Or something like that? I think it was something like that, which was crazy. That is crazy. 3 per 10? 3 reses for 10 minutes. Terrible, man.
Adult charge. We've all seen or even been rezzed on tank in a 1v5 situation, resulting
ability
in an
doesn't
immediate death
exist
and who knows
for
how
most
much
fights.
charge to the enemy team, which means resurrection as an ability is one that you will only see 4, 5, maybe 6 times per 10 minutes, effectively meaning that half of Mercy's kit isn't being
I'm pretty sure Ski SD said it was a lot lower in hiring, so I'm not sure the exact numbers, but yeah.
for the majority of the game. Cooldown management is certainly a valuable and fun skill to have present in a game, but when you end up with an ability that barely gets consistent use, it only hampers and limits the experience of the player while removing the chance for the cooldown to actually be managed in an active way. And this does go the complete opposite direction. When a cooldown is so short that players never consider when to use it and just throw it out as often as they can, it just ends up kind of bland. Look at old iterations of Zenyatta's Discord Orb. You could just throw this onto anyone. No cooldown, any target, as many times as you wanted. Once they added the inability to apply Discord to a target who just removed it for 6 seconds, a significant amount more thought went into when to use Discord instead of just having it on the tank 24/7. Or on the other side.
I've always been kind of like on the fence of this one. I played a lot of Zen, and I don't know, man. There's certain characters I think that should be able to get away with having this kind of stuff, but I honestly can't really tell you why. I haven't thought about it enough. I don't know why. It's for my instinct. Right? This is not anything proof or science or anything, so I have nothing outside of what I can tell you how I feel. How I feel is that I always felt Zenyatta is more about where you're placing your cooldown and not how or when you're using it more. And I also liked it because it allowed you more brain space to focus on the difficulty of his mechanics and the punishment of his rotations and how fragile you were. But I don't really. There's probably flaws with that. I'm probably not able to putting my finger on it really quick. It's a fair point, and I'm not really disagreeing with Pixel Rory here because I haven't really got my thoughts fleshed out here, to be honest with you guys.
Side of this same short spectrum, Tracer Blinks being 3 seconds.
Pat,
While
with the
yes,
sub.
that is a really short cooldown, it also fits perfectly with her fast-paced nature. Duels with the Tracer happen in just a few seconds, so
And the other thing to keep out with Tracer is that you need like 2 or 3 blinks at least to win most duels. So it's when you talk about blink being 3 seconds, what you're really talking about is a 9-second cooldown to be able to get them back. Not literally because you start regenerating them as you go on, but you are talking about a longer cooldown to regenerate those.
So if a Tracer wastes all her blinks, that effect will be felt because of how squishy she is. If an ability and its cooldown can only ever be used in macro and never in micro, it should probably be reconsidered. Coming back to Bap's immortality field that I mentioned near the beginning, you're more than likely only seeing one of these used per fight, but that infrequency doesn't change the fact that it can be immensely frustrating to play into. And even for the Bap player, it won't be the most engaging, as they will naturally hold some level of bias to save the cooldown for a better play. Or better yet, look at another fruity Overwatch character I've already mentioned in Lifeweaver and Grip. The exact same idea applies. There are possible saves for this that would somewhat allow for the power and long cooldown to stay, while giving the player a little more action and use cases for their ability. Imagine if Life Grip had its cooldown reduced if being used on a
You notice that the tricky thing with Life, Grip, and Lamp is not just the cooldown, but how infrequent, unflexible those cooldowns are as well. There isn't really any opportunity choice as much because there aren't really many different ways to use those cooldowns. In fact, the vast majority of my coaching with Lifeweaver and BAP is finding ways to force value out of those cooldowns. Like you have to go unnaturally aggressive or, yeah, so anyway.
On a full HP target, which would then allow it to be used for positioning without feeling like a waste.
Wait, what do you say?
Used on a full HP action and use cases for their ability. Imagine if Life Grip had its cooldown reduced if being used on a full HP target, which would then allow it to be used for positioning without feeling
He
like
said
a
the thing.
waste. This is
He said
another
the
method
thing.
to offset the limitations of a long cooldown, giving players
I feel like
methods to
Emperor
lower themselves
Palpatine.
or conditional cooldowns, but it's an extreme case-by-case basis. An
Guys,
easy
I am freaking Chancellor Palpatine. I've been psyoping Overwatch for 4 years. You guys don't even know. The angles, I saw somebody in chat earlier said, yeah, coach said that so-and-so Overwatch is just timing and map control. I'm like, yes, good, yes.
example of it in action
Yes,
is Overwatch
dynamics,
Inventor. Their drill dash
yes,
cooldown has double
yes.
reduction when underground, effectively halving it, allowing it to be used for mobility and disruption without feeling like it should be
Papaldo?
saved for
That's
when
cursed.
Venture is above ground for better.
Wait.
Their drill dash cooldown has double reduction when underground, effectively halving it, allowing it to be used for mobility and disruption without feeling like it should be saved for when Venture is above ground for better damage.
Good. That was also me. That was also me. Oh.
Referring to rivals, these long cooldown theories get worse with team-ups. Most tack on an extra ability to one or more characters, which nearly always have a 20 to 30 second cooldown between them and are often incredibly powerful abilities. So even though Iron Man would probably only get one Gamma Overdrive per fight, that doesn't make it any more fun to deal with as an enemy. And as the Iron Man player, being locked out of your strongest state, or better put, your most fun state for 20 seconds, every time you use it, it doesn't lead to the most fun decisions on when to use it. Although that team up literally just got removed as I wrote this. And all this has been ignoring the issue that I have with a lot of team ups just being bloat to already bloated kits, but that's a different discussion entirely, and either way the ultimate combo ones are cool, these ones can stay. Like all things in a game, cooldowns are a balancing act, but I'd argue they're even more difficult than most. Too short and not a single thought is ever put into when the ability is used. Too long and you have the reverse. Too much thought gets put in on
That's
when to
exactly
use
what
the
I
build
said.
that is
I love that.
probably too
Such a good
powerful for its
point.
own good. They demand to be in the goal.
And I'm not taking
zone,
credit for that, 'cause I don't think I've ever said
are
that.
needed to them at times, depending on how a character is doing in any given moment, they should never be the primary balancing method you use to rein people back in.
And while I was talking about cooldowns, the government imposed a new one on me. I am in prison!
It's a good video. Really a good video. I thought it made some great points there. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Ethereal. To be honest with you, I don't give a frick. I have come to the point with Life Weavers where saying that, okay, Life Grip's not going anywhere, so let's make it a proper ability. I'm willing to trust the bronze, silver, and gold support players. I'm willing to do it. Good video. Nice job, guys. These have been some good videos today. Caps video, the
Still a
derpy
fool
discussion, this
By
one.
wearing a bird nest on his head, he makes it seem like he provides a home for the homeless bears. But it's a trap. He
Yes.
traps the birds and eats them for protein. So you
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for the bits. How long do I plan doing these reactions for? I don't know. Probably not too much longer. I'm not really sure. We've kind of gone at it for a long time, but I'm having a good time, so we'll see. Got to offset the quality with some TikTok content? Yeah, apparently. Good jobs. Again, I want to shout out these guys here, Pixel Rory. And we've definitely looked at one of Pixel Rory's videos before. I just can't remember. I think it was one of the hero balance or design ones way back in the day. Overwatch 2 is a luck-based game? Is this trolling? Dude, okay, not joking. I was thinking, I have on my mega lists of videos, I had an idea of doing output versus input luck and how it relates with Overwatch in terms of, okay, before we look at this video, output luck is you put in an input and you get a random result. Input luck is you start the engagement, the initiation with something that is up to luck, and you have to, your ingenuity is what you do with what you're given. So output luck could be thinking of hedging your bets so that no matter what happens, you're prepared. Input luck could be real-time strategy, live time adjustments. You get what I'm saying? So I was thinking with Overwatch, input luck is the teammates that you roll out with. Oh, you know, actually, okay. I'm not gonna say anything. I've got some ideas here. You guys tell me, where is the input and or outlook luck? Maybe you don't even know which one is which in Overwatch. Where's the luck? I skipped your Smash video? Okay. Let me look at it. I won't look at it right away, but I will have it. Where is yours? Oh, it's the Rishi video. Okay, I got it. I want to look at this one first, though. Where's the luck in Overwatch? Junkrat spam. Okay? That would be more input. Oh. No, that would be more output luck, where you're hedging your bets, right? You're going to avoid positions where Junkrat is spamming, or as a Junkrat, you're more putting your spam in spaces where it's more likely to hit somebody. Teammates, that's input luck in terms of what teammates you get. Well, actually, okay. Teammates is both input and output luck. Hear me out. Input luck in terms of which players that you get. And you're like, well, why does that matter? Isn't that the same thing? Well, no, because what if you get a Junkrat player, the example I always use on Watchpoint Gibraltar. If you get a bad hero main on a bad map, that's input luck. The output luck is how the player plays on the map. Maybe you have a Junkrat player in Watchpoint Gibraltar, but he slept well the night before and took coffee. And so he's playing crazy. There's enough flexibility to make it work. That would be very lucky that he played well. But it would be very unlucky that you got that hero. So the ingenuity would be like, how do you play around a Junkrat player on Watchpoint Gibraltar? That's your input luck. That's your real-time strategy. If you're playing Winston, your input luck would be rolling out with a Lucio Mercy. Your output luck would be, how did those Lucio players, Mercy player, play? And so input luck is very frustrating, but it gives you a window of opportunity to play around that person and to see how they do and to adjust. So hero pool is input luck. Player output, player performance is output luck. Aim is generally output luck, right? Input luck would be, the heroes that you're playing versus and your confidence versus those characters. But output would be exactly what happens. What positions that you take. What do you mean the input luck is lower than the output luck the player overperformed? It's hard to quantify luck, really. But yeah, what map you have is input luck. Mm-hmm. Getting your main band, getting your hero band is input luck. You start the game with that. Now you could say, oh, well, the output luck is the result of the band process, but maybe your input luck would be about how you manage the band phase. All right, I'm gonna eat a little bit here. I think this is a very provocative title. I don't disagree. I think improvement is not denying the existence of luck. It's about hedging your odds. A good player in a bad lobby will win the overwhelming majority of those games, but you're not going to win every game, almost ever, unless you're significantly higher than your rank in terms of actual skill. So, what it is it's about riding the waves. The ups and the downs that are unavoidable as you have 10 different independent, untrackable, intangible, and transient variables in a lobby together. And a map where hero swaps and choices with emotion, with intellect, with intelligence, with logic, and without logic happen. It's very hard to predict how human beings are going to react in a match, what decisions they're going to make, and that's what makes ranked fun. It can be difficult, but it can also be very rewarding. So let's take a look here. I'm gonna pause and eat a little bit.
Wait, what the fuck? What did I do to deserve this?
That's the phrase that's been constantly going through my head the more I keep playing this game. And it continued to go through my head as I was being cast down from the heavens.
So you're saying Overwatch is heaven?
Okay, as I was being banished into hell.
So you're saying Overwatch isn't hell?
Oh, shut up. Look, you're just supposed to listen and agree with me. That's what I'm paying you for.
Yeah, whatever.
My point is, I didn't actually do anything to deserve that. It just kinda happened to me. But I'm starting to think a lot of things just happen to me in this game, you know?
Okay, maybe no one will try to kill her. Okay, maybe someone will start. Okay, maybe I'll just fucking.
Sometimes I feel like the game is trying to tell me not to leave the spawn room, because when I do, I can say I couldn't see it coming on a metaphorical level, but there's also times when I just literally can't see it coming.
The fuck? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this? How the fuck does that even happen?
And it isn't just when it happens to me. Sometimes I can't even understand what I'm doing to some of these players.
Oh. Damn, I forgot he had that move.
I mean, why would the devs give Zen the ability to do that? Really, they're making some weird balance decisions. So really, if you think about it, whether I get a kill or get killed is kind of a luck-based matter. And even if you want to say those deaths were my fault...
I didn't even say that.
Yeah, I know, but if you hypothetically did, then there's still other times when it can't be my fault, because it's actually just someone else's.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even shoot him. What? I'm sorry. That was an accident.
Can't even be angry at this point, man. I'm too used to this shit.
Yeah, that's another thing. My teammates. They forgot to show up. Okay, but seriously, I can hardly control what teammates I get or how they end up performing during the match. And I try not to be an asshole, you know? I don't want to constantly obsess over...
Hey, Sushi. Stay mad. Seethe. Rest in peace, Bozo.
how everyone is doing. That job is for the rest of my teammates.
Fuck, yeah, sure, it's all because of that Moira.
But I'm a curious guy, and sometimes I can't help but look at the replays of some of my teammates, and what I see is truly...
What the fuck is he only healing me? I'm like full health. Get up and help. Please. Why did he nano the Juno?
You should have nanoed me there.
There's other times when you can just tell, though. No replays, no deep analysis. You can just tell. Except I can't tell. I don't know, man. It's just random, really. But forget about whether they play good or bad. Just the ability to stay in the lobby is up to chance.
Lifeweaver, my dear Lifeweaver, we are fucking cooked. We're just, I just can't say it anymore. I mean, I'm gone. How does this keep happening, though? Why are so many people disconnecting from my lobbies? Like, what could possibly... No, this is... Yeah, things will go back to... Okay. God damn it. No, this isn't over yet. I can come back. I know my team is holding out hope for me, alright? I've been through worse. This could be the second greatest comeback I've ever had. Yes, I'm in! I love my team!
Okay, my hands aren't squeaky clean either, but that doesn't change my point. Teammates are just another luck-based matter, right?
Sure, yeah. Hey, man. You've successfully convinced yourself that everything that happens to you is because of luck. Is that really all you want to talk to me about?
No, hold on. I haven't actually gotten to my real point yet.
God fucking damn.
So if all of this stuff really is because of luck, if most of the things that contribute to winning or losing are kind of a coin flip, then... I think I did something wrong.
You did something wrong. What does that mean?
This isn't a normal amount of misfortune, man. It's too consistently bad to actually be luck. You see, I had a lot of time to think as I was...
Do you guys ever see the thing where people... Oh, I forget what was it. What game or was it? There was an example where they actually forced randomness to be less random because people were so convinced that the actual randomness was not random. Because randomness always involves patterns, just because that's what happens. Yeah, was it Spotify? Yeah. Let me see if I can find up the YouTube short. I know this is more of a very fun video. I'm not taking this one too seriously, but I do think it's interesting to talk about. Hey, let me see if I can find a video really fast.
Guys, it's your boy Spilo. Let's talk about probability. This is an American coin. Let's flip this coin a few times in a row, just for fun. Aw, heads, you lost your rank game. Oh, man. Aw, heads again? Wow, what are the odds of that, guys? Aw, tails. Okay, let's keep flipping and find out. Aw, heads again? Wow. Wow, 4 heads out of 5. What are the odds of that, guys? 6 heads, 3 heads in a row, 5 out of 6. Come on, guys. 7 heads, guys. Let's keep flipping. 7 heads. Oh, we gotta win. We gotta win. 8 heads. Another head. Another head. Come on, guys. Can we get 10? Oh, yes, we can. Ladies and gentlemen, probability does weird things. It's not the game. It might not even be you. It's the freaking coin flip. Quit whining about it. Hey guys, it's your boy.
10-2. First try, by the way. First take. Just FYI. But see, it wasn't 10 heads in a row. That's the thing. But see, we don't see that. We go, oh, we kind of clump it up. I've seen people that said, dude, I've lost like the last 9 games, or 8 or 9 games. And I'll have them pull up their history. There's a win in there, or 2. They just forgot. We're really bad at remembering things accurately. We're so incredibly bad. We want to find a pattern or a narrative, and we're willing to bend the truth. Not even maliciously. We misremember stuff. Confirmation bias, exactly. And yes, we remember bad things generally better than good. Because threats are generally more important to put our attention to for short-term survivability. Right? It's more important to pay attention to the crackling in the bushes than how nice the night air feels. Because night air might make me healthier over 50, 60 years, but the crackling in the bushes is a big giant cougar, or me and a thong with a knife. And the knife is rusty, and you've not had your tetanus shot.
Was falling through the abyss, and suddenly, it hit me. Ow! That being the invisible floor 50 miles below the void. But then, I realized, maybe all of this wasn't luck. Maybe it was karma.
But you just spent the last 5 minutes telling yourself it was because of luck.
Well, yeah, normally that's the case, but none of this feels very normal, does it? And I mean, most of the time something weird happens to me in this game, it's usually because of some higher power.
Sounds like you need to improve on your...
I'm grabbing pills. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna unplug and mute so it doesn't echo. 1 second. I'll listen.
You're writing then.
Okay, fuck off. And besides, I know I'm not the only one that thinks like this.
I'm praying to God to help me get through another game of Overwatch.
Oh, you're praying too. Okay, good to know.
And you don't think you sound just as crazy as that dude right now?
Did you know that potatoes, they're a government psyop plant?
Yeah, man. Look, I know I'm not bullshitting, okay? I haven't even gotten my main piece of evidence yet. Q, wait, am I on exhibit Q? How many exhibits
Dude,
have there been?
I don't fucking care. Just get along with it, man.
Okay, so one night I'm playing Overwatch and I see a message in the text chat.
Oh fuck! I'm against Big Dumpling. No, like that's not fair. Overwatch, you're asking too much of me if you think I'm gonna be Big Dumpling, the strongest player in all of Overwatch canon. Why can't he be on my team, huh? Shit! No, he's still on the other team. No. Why the fuck?
Look at the honor. Oh my god, what?
God fucking damn it. No, dude, why? Why is he still there? You gotta stop this, dude. I can't.
What is this big dumpling guy on about?
He's really powerful, dude. I'm fucking scared. I can't keep fucking living my life in fear like this, dude. It's not right. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. There's just no fucking way. Why is it 4 times in a row? These are fucking loading screen losses, dude. I can't fucking do this. Why? Dude, I can't do it anymore, man. It doesn't matter. Everyone's changed. It's just me and him. We're locked in a fucking duel. I've accepted my fate at this point, dude. Just fuck me up, dog. Like, why? Why is he never on my team? Why do I have to keep facing him? Why the fuck does this game love Big Dumpling more than me? What does he have that I don't?
Out of all things to be emotional about...
You guys know a lot about the ring system, right? There's 2 reasons why that likely happened. You guys want to guess? Take a guess. Why does that happen? You guys probably have more insight about rank than 99.9% of players, thanks to Mr. Gavin Wynn, who's always around here. Why did that happen? Both the same elo, but that's even more than that. Similar MMR, exactly. Remember, players queue up against each other in relatively equal rank. So they're probably the same DPS on about the same rank. And so they're playing versus each other. Because generally you're queued up versus people that are about the same rank for you on your role. We know that to be the case. So even when you see like a Diamond 1 to Masters 3 spectrum, generally the Diamond 1 players will be supports or tanks or DPS playing versus each other, and the Masters 3 will be tanks or DPS or supports playing against each other. MMR and ranked... No, sorry, not MMR. Like your SR. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Why is it this?
But you have to agree it's not all a coincidence, right? This isn't...
Yeah, that definitely breaks in higher ranks poke, which is a shame, I think. I think that can lead to some... I think breaking that with roles is where a lot of ugly variance happens in games, where you have to perform differently.
Partial. Come on, man. This is why I'm talking to you. I need your help to figure out what I did to deserve all this.
Well, there was that one time you committed war crimes on Bastion back when Overwatch 2 launched.
That was like more than 2 years ago. I can't be getting punished for that now.
You've had several sort of toxicity-fueled descents into insanity.
Okay, but just pretend those didn't happen. I don't really keep continuity between my videos.
Have you been, like, not loyal to this game or something? I don't fucking know.
Nuh-uh, I still play this game enough to have dreams of it sometimes.
Yeah? And how do those look?
I don't really remember my dreams that well.
Okay, well, have you been a positive force for the community? Maybe? I don't know.
How you guys doing? Fuck yeah, man, let's win this.
I don't think I've been a negative one, at least.
Okay, but what about that one time you kind of ignored that fan because you were watching the Dodgers in the NLCS?
Oh my god, fuck, dude, you're right. Fuck, I am an asshole.
At least you finally admit it.
This is why all this shit's been happening to me. This is why I got sent to the Void Realm.
How did you get out of the void, by the way? You didn't really tell me that part.
I didn't.
What the fuck? Did you do this? How did you do this?
I don't know, man.
You don't know? How is any of this even fucking possible?
I thought it would be funny, man. I don't know.
Funny? I have a whole life to live. I've got other clients. I have a fucking family to get back to. What's gonna happen to them if I can't get back home?
Everything will be fine, as long as you just help me figure out how to get out of this place.
I think I know how to get your dumb ass out of here.
Oh, you do? Well, don't keep us waiting. Lay it on me. Oh, hey. Yeah, that did work.
Huh. Didn't really, think that through, huh?
I cannot get sent back down there again. I gotta improve my karma like stat. But how? I guess I could try guiding all the lost souls I see in my ranked games.
Hey, buddy. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Eva! Wake the fuck up! Alright, there you go. That's nice.
Bruh, Sombra, why you throwing?
Oh, she's not throwing. She just passed out from too much gaming, okay? See, there we go. Alright, everything's fine now. God fucking damn it, what? Oh my fucking god, no, dude, my soldier, please! Soldier, wake up! Oh, he's fucking cooked, dude. His ass is Guys, our Bastion's not looking so good. Please, Bastion, man, you gotta wake up. Oh. Oh, he is awake, he just doesn't want to play Overwatch. Doomfist, you lazy bitch! Wake the fuck up! Oh, shit. Is that my fault?
Okay, this idea is fucking stupid. I'm hardly making any progress. I mean, do you have any better ideas? Alright, fine, I'll do it myself, whatever.
This is going to be my most devious plan yet. I'll engage in the dark arts of complimenting my supports, and then it'll manipulate them into wanting to help me even more in the future. Wait a fucking second. I think when my teammates are arguing like this, my best course of action is to just abstain from talking.
You know, you don't want to say anything that could piss off Aaron The fuck? Are you kidding me? What do they want, man? The fuck? No, man! I'm not fucking dueling with you! I literally just watched you berate your own teammates! Get the fuck out of here. How could I ever reward such vile behavior? Aaron Keller would never approve.
Oh shit. He's on the other fucking team now. Well... see, he's blaming his teammates again. I just knew it was in his nature. This is what he deserved. Oh, God. That's not good. God, now I feel bad. Is this my fault again? I mean, like, he was a jerk, but I don't think he should be subjected to this.
Why is being a good person so hard, dude? Like, this isn't fair. Oh my god, what? What? What is this?
And why is my own teammate trying to DM me before the match has started, dog? Why? What does it do for you, man? Oh, really? Look, dude, I don't know if I'm the best judge for something like redemption, man. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? What's the worst that could... should I still... It'll be alright. You know, I'm starting to get an inkling that I shouldn't have endorsed that guy.
So if I don't help someone, that's the wrong choice. But if I do help someone, that's also the wrong choice. Fucking damned if I do, damned if I don't. Have I truly learned my lesson? Not really, I'm just too curious. What fucking, that is just a piece of shit. Fuck off. Just send me back to the void, dog. I'm done. Get up. Yes, Aaron Keller, yes! I believed in you this whole time! What is it? What do you have to show me? Is this the thing you wanted to show me?
Pretty cool, right?
I mean, it's... I guess, yeah.
I can't wait to see you jumping into matches and showing off your face.
Sure.
They have 5 winners and 1 mercy. This is not good. Why?
Top left.
Oh my god! Don't worry, guys. Stay open. Ow, god! Ow! Ow! Oh my god! No, they're touching. I can't do shit! Oh my god! What the fuck? Ow, no! This hurts, dude. This hurts.
Little?
Yeah. No. I got one of them. He got bubble! He got bubble! No, dude! Oh my god, not again! Not again, dude!
Forgive me if this sounds rude, but I don't think this really helps me at all. I mean, why would I think that regressing back to 2016 would just magically solve all of my problems?
Because you're American.
I'm sorry, it's just after everything you put me through, you know, the deaths, the losses, the void, I thought I'd feel more complete by the end of it all.
Oh, we didn't do that.
What?
All of that was up to chance.
What, I just got unlucky? I thought it was because of the car.
Good to each other, and we'll talk soon.
Unlucky. Tough luck, to be honest.
Unlucky, nice try.
Unlucky.
I gotta stop lying to myself, man. And just accept this game for what it truly is. Hey, I know this is a bad look for you guys, but don't worry, I have some reassuring words. It's nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, I run into teammates with much, much worse luck than that. You know, sometimes shit's just hopeless from the start. Like, what do you want me to do? But, actually, I changed my mind. We are so fucking back. I always believed in my chance.
What the fuck?
Okay, yeah, now we're actually fucked. But it would be really funny if...
Oh my god!
Let's just win the fucking game. Win this, guys. I believe in us. The fuck are you emoting for, bitch? This game ain't over yet. We can still win this. We're gonna... I can't believe it. How do we lose that game?
That was a great try.
How the fuck did we lose that game, dude?
Well, you know, I might have still lost everything in the end, but at least I got enough pity wins to make it feel like I was having fun during it all. Now, where's an ATM? You know, if you think about it, I'm in, like, the most zen state possible with this game, because anytime something bad happens to me, I know it's all just because of luck, but I guess there is one problem.
Yo, Glass Muscle, you are 0-3. Respawn.
Not everyone can comprehend reality like I can.
Look, I just got unlucky, okay? I don't know, man.
You were doing worse than our Mercy. How?
No, dude, it's just luck, alright? I swear.
And I know I've been losing a lot. But I still have good games, and like everything tells me that it's just all the coin flips, so it can't be my fault.
I don't need to prove anything to you people, okay? Well, like, that isn't even an insult. That's just what my name used to be, you fucker.
But I know the truth. You're the luck-based element that's just been fucking me over this whole time! What the...
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
What the hell?
Dude, you were sleeping for like 28 hours straight.
How do you know it was 28 specifically?
That's not important, okay?
Whatever, I don't care.
Wait, can you at least tell me what you were dreaming about?
Sorry, I don't remember my dreams that well.
Okay, nice. That's gotta be at least 5 good boy karma points.
What am I even doing here? The fuck?
I can hear everything.
It was something I could only realize now that he was finally on my team again, but he really hasn't changed, has he?
Better than the rest of the game. We lost our first voice member.
That's just a big dumpling dick if I've ever seen one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't worry. Big dumpling sweet in this lobby.
God damn it, he's back! You know, as fucked up as it sounds, I think Big Dumpling might be the greatest constant Overwatch has had in these past 3 years.
I credit this one all to Big Dumpling.
I have long down with this. What can I say?
Not like any of these freaks that just sit around obsessing over variables out of their control.
Look inward. Look inward. It doesn't matter first point. It doesn't.
I think for my own sake, I need to do the complete opposite of that.
Push it. You had to play the better tank.
Yeah, but my stat line looked pretty good though. 44 and 11, like goddamn.
I just need to focus on impressing myself. That's all I should really care about. Okay.
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, alright. You know, I'm starting to think there might be some drawbacks to playing this selfishly.
You see, shit like that can't get under my skin anymore. Because I don't want to care about luck. I don't want to care about my teammates. And I definitely don't want to care about Aaron Keller.
What the fuck? What the there was a cheater? I didn't notice a cheater. Who was it? Who was hacking in my lobby? That guy? That guy was a cheater? Dude, I literally have him avoided because he was on my team before and he was shit! Man, we were gonna win that match too and I know it. That's the only time I've ever seen this happen to me. When he's on my team.
We are always watching, so don't test me.
And then the match gets canceled and I don't get any SR. You fucking pieces of shit. I can't fucking believe this. That is...
That was funny. Obviously not as much React content, just like letting it play. But yeah, there you go. It's really good. All right, Smash video. I promised it. We'll watch it, and maybe we'll end it here. Yeah, exactly, Poke. I agree. I think input luck, given a large enough sample size, is superior to no luck at all. Definitely. I think luck is necessary to keep things fresh. I think it forces adaptation. Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Video is about decision making in Smash, so we'll start off with a pop quiz. In this scenario, what is the next best move for Marth?
I don't know!
Is it A, short hop nair, B, down tilt, C, wave dash back, or D, F smash?
Down tilt.
Let's consider the merits of each. Short hop auto cancel nair can catch Fox trying to jump and could possibly combo into a grab. Down tilt might be fast enough to catch Fox trying to dash away, and would make it hard for him to counter hit off a crouch cancel. Wave dash back allows you to avoid any immediate aggression from Fox, and could set up for a dash back grab if he decides to approach. F smash is a strong move, but it's laggy and can be crouch cancelled at low %. So what option would you pick? If you have your answer, let's roll the clip. As you can see, the correct answer was D, F smash.
Frick! I have no idea what any of these mean.
Marth, knowing that Fox would dash away and jump, correctly chose F smash and earned the early kill. Nair would have whiffed, down tilt probably wouldn't have led to a kill, and wave dash back would have just reset neutral. But those outcomes depend on Fox having dashed and jumped away like he did. In 99 out of 100 cases, any of those other options probably would have been fine. If I'm being honest, this wasn't a fair quiz because I didn't provide you with all the information. In reality, this moment occurred after 2 games had already passed, so the Marth player, in this case me, wasn't going in blind. With the information available to me so far, I felt confident going for a big callout to get the early kill. But let's say you did have all that information. Would you change your answer? In the heat of battle, I didn't have the benefit of freezing that moment and analyzing every option in front of me. It was an instinctual decision. But it wasn't uninformed either, as I had 2 full games of information to base my decision on. All the same, taking a risk on a read like that is never a sure thing, so why did I make that play? To answer this question, I will break down 2 key elements of decision-making in fighting games: guiding principles and the inner mechanics of making decisions in a match. First, we'll review what these elements are. And
so basically, he just made an educated gamble based off of information that he had previous in the thing. It was a high risk, I assume, high reward play. I don't know much about Smash. Fighting game? Oh no. Yeah.
We'll discuss how to leverage their relationship to one another to improve your decision-making capabilities. Every player's decision-making process is steered by a set of guiding principles. Due to the sheer complexity of fighting games, an objective best option is most of the time non-existent. As a result, players tend to adhere to
we see this with angles, right? With positions. To translate this to Overwatch, there's almost never an objectively optimal angle. There's one that is probably, there's almost always at least 2 choices: high risk, high reward, low risk, low reward, or somewhere along that spectrum for almost all characters. Your choice is more of a representation of your personality, or an expression of your personality, an expression of what you think is needed based off of the game state at that point in time, whether it's the ultimates. We talked about that earlier with Cap's video, right? Or it could just be the one that's most accessible and just the one that is the most convenient to go to. Your choice.
to a system of principles that helps break down the influx of data into more digestible pieces. The system could be focused on player-specific data such as defensive habits and approach options, or it could be focused on common interactions in a matchup. One of the most popular theories on this is the concept of heart, body, and mind. The idea is that every player has a primary affinity with one of the three, and that affinity encompasses the way they play the game. In this context, let's consider each affinity as an example of guiding principles. This is my take on what each affinity means. A mind-based player is one who focuses on breaking down specific interactions in pursuit of optimal punishes. Not only do they know the most optimal routes, but they influence the flow of the game such that those situations are more likely to arise. A heart-based player is one who feels out their opponent so they can plan their moves based on the opponent's habits. This could mean foregoing a guaranteed punish in favor of a riskier but stronger option.
High risk, high reward, low risk, low reward. Basically playing the probability objectively versus playing your opponent. All right, playing the objective properly, playing this angle because it's the best angle on this map all the time versus I know this ball player last game. I know that the type of him, I'm going to try to outplay him with how I play things. It's a lot harder to do this, I think, in a hero shooter, to be frank, because there are more variables. And so it's much harder to notice player patterns when there are 5 enemy players to look into. So this is probably something that's a lot more relevant in fighting games, less so in Overwatch. I think it's much easier in Overwatch to be analytical and less easy to be more personality expressive.
The body affinity is one that most people have trouble defining. In my view, the body affinity manifests in robust game plans that are highly refined and informed by knowledge of the meta. These players are very difficult to outplay without comparable game knowledge or without multiple hard callouts.
I don't know. That seems awfully similar to the first one. Just basically being a strategic player, a full strategy player versus one that plays the person. I don't fully understand the difference there either.
The last time I was in a room with Laud, Junebug, and Zane, we went around to try and determine which affinity we each identified best with. Anyone who has talked to Laud wouldn't be surprised to hear that we put it—
Overwatch is actually optimized by playing in mixed strategies. It's just there's so many low-hanging fruit than mixing. I mean, I suppose. Usually when you're talking about, there are so many variables that are outside of the player that you're playing. Like whenever you're playing Ana versus Genji, you're not thinking about the type of Genji player that you're playing. It's just Genji. Genji players will deflect your shots. Genji players will dash you. You need to shoot the Genji player and not shoot into the deflect. There may be some minor differences in how different Genji players play it, but for the most part, there's a lot less flexibility. Like compared to fighting games, I'm not saying that hero shooters are easier, but compared to fighting games, there's significantly less personal expression with how you play each character. There's much more importance placed on the perfect execution of how you're doing those things. So you don't have ball play styles very much. I'm not saying that you don't at all, but you don't really. There's a lot less compression. And if you look at something like Wrecking Ball, that's probably the most expressive hero in Overwatch. There's Tracers and there's Anas and Genjis, and they all have their playstyle expressions, more high risk, high reward, more low risk, low reward. But there's the ability for personal expression is more about the hero that you pick and less to do with how you play the character. Tracer angle juice is pretty noticeable, yes, but remember, even with Tracer, there's still not as many choices of angles that you would think. There's generally about 2 choices that are worth the risk. There's oftentimes very many choices, but most of those choices are mathematically just not as good. But right, for example, Esoteric Bubble asked, do you think you could watch a VOD and tell who is playing Overwatch? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You could definitely guess the rank. You could definitely tell, but you would not be able to tell the difference between a Gushui or a Kuffa. You would tell, maybe that's not the best example because Gushui is certainly the better tank, but you would not be able to tell the difference between, like, let's say, a Kevster and a Heesang. It would be very, very difficult to tell the difference. It would take a long time to be able to tell the difference because the personal expression of the characters are significantly more limited. So a lot of what comes down at higher level is the person that is able to optimize the strategy better, or in the case of Overwatch, because there are so many variables, who is able to cohesively work on the strategy as a team and or a little bit of luck.
Put him into the mind affinity, given how deeply he looks into every interaction. I recommend checking out his guide on improvement if you want to see just how far he's pushed his analysis in that regard. Junebug's affinity is also mind. He's a highly analytical player, and most people don't know this, but he was one of the first players to optimize the use of crouch cancel in neutral in the way we see it today. Zane falls into the body category. Everything he does in-game is so well refined that beating him in one of his strong matchups feels virtually impossible, and as time goes on, every matchup is becoming a strong matchup for Zane. As for me, based on the scenario we reviewed earlier, you might have already guessed that we assigned me the heart affinity, given my proclivity toward making big plays based on my opponent's habits. One litmus test for identifying a player's affinity is to consider the advice they give. For example, when Laud gives advice, he's often speaking in absolute terms, claiming to have figured out the answer to a matchup. In his words, the answer could be something as simple as full hop up air. This is indicative that he's more
Now I'm gonna say something spicy. If an analytical person is saying that their answer is absolutely the truth, despite there being people adjacent finding success, then that person is not as analytical as they think they are. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you often have people that are very in-depth within a field that have very differing opinions. Let me give you guys an example. Me and Ralph have very different opinions about 5v5 and 6v6, and yet we're both some people that have put a lot of time into game design and coaching and so on. And so the more that we delve in, oftentimes the more that we confirm our own biases. But that's my point exactly. It's not necessarily that there isn't a good truth that we can pull from it, but oftentimes the deeper that you dig, the deeper you dig into your own bias, and the harder it is to tell the difference between truth versus bias. So for me, I believe Overwatch is all about map control and timing. But I will concede that objective pressure is very important, and there are situations when only playing for off angles and map control isn't always appropriate. And so there's nuance there. But if somebody were to say it always matters more, that person is being falsely analytical. Otherwise, other teams wouldn't have success doing other things. There are even situations where you'll see a high-level, pro-level player taking what is generally considered a much worse flank, a much worse angle, or a much worse position that's probably not worth the risk, but because it is so out of pocket and so unpredictable that it actually wins them the fight. You'll see suboptimal strategies occasionally winning because being suboptimal occasionally abuses the human-like weaknesses of your opponents. For example, we often talk about cheating or kiting ultimates. Well, what if a team always disengages an ultimate and then all of a sudden one time decides to do something really stupid and hold their ground or put their casting in a really high risk, high reward angle? Then most of the time it's really not smart, but occasionally it abuses the fact that you're playing versus human opponents. That is a objectively, analytically good strategy because you're not playing versus robots. Right, exactly. It's not actually suboptimal play. It's abusing the fact that what it is, okay, if we want to be analytical about it, the analytics that we know to be the case is that being unpredictable is an advantage. The question is how do you balance between being unpredictable versus making the objectively correct play consistently? And finding that right mix with the element of luck, which is inherent because you can never know for sure, that's the tricky thing. So if you are perfect with every decision that you make, then I imagine a heart player could beat you because they would always know what to expect from you at any given point in time and could strategize appropriately. So you have opened up a blind spot through your own hubris. Yes, there is no objectively correct decision, of course. Every decision that you make in a game like Smash, and even in a game like Overwatch, which is way easier to optimize, is based off of hedging your bets. It is based off of hedging your bets. What is generally the correct play from an objective robot versus robot standpoint with a mixture of unpredictability for the human element.
Consciously focused on specific matchup interactions than on the overall game plan or player habits. When Zane gives advice, it's often in the form of some handy bullets that comprise a game plan, such as use down tilt in this spot to bait out jumps. I think that heart players have a harder time articulating advice because they're more focused on feeling out the flow of the game. It's why when you hear Mango or None talk about the game, they don't typically talk about specific move interactions.
What is the correct play in a game of rock, paper, scissors? Well, that goes into the psychology of what is the most consistently pulled out weapon and why. And I imagine that probably has a lot to do with the demographic of who you're playing.
Or matchup strategy. They keep it more abstract. Now, before you categorize yourself into one of these affinities, let me ask, do you think Mango's sole focus is on player habits and not on a robust strategy? Do you think
what is the correct play to gain in a game of rock, paper, scissors? There is no correct play if you guys are both robots.
Zane only focuses on his overall game plan and not on routing out the most optimal punishes? Of course, the answer is no. While any top player might primarily drive their decision-making from one affinity, you can't survive long at that level without pushing your abilities in all three. With that in mind, let's move on to the second key element of decision-making, the inner mechanics. Within each competitor lies two entities, the analyst and the doer. The analyst is making observations, processing information, and guiding further decisions. The doer is actually playing the game. In the fast-paced environment of a competitive fighting game like Smash...
So this is the difference between the analyst and the actor, the transition from knowledge into instincts, the ability to assess and then act. The faster this is done, the more unconscious this is done, the more efficient that process is. I disagree, Willoob. I disagree. I understand your point, but Overwatch is not rock, paper, scissors. There are objectively certain angles and certain positions which will provide more than often than not an overwhelming advantage. Because the enemy team will not always play perfectly. If I am able to freeze frame a fight in Overwatch, I can give you a handful of positions that are significantly better to hedge your bets than other ones. You could say it's a mathematical truth, but then I'm not understanding your point. Rock, paper, scissors is purely RNG. With the way that you're explaining it and is implying that there is no such thing as a good position or a bad position. There are aspects that are good and there are aspects that are bad. Things that you, like Overwatch is a position where you are, like what you're saying is that there are certain situations. Okay, let me give you an example. You guys ever play a game called Yahtzee or Farkle is another one that's similar? Or Blackjack? There are certain situations when it's good to hit and it's good not to hit. There are certain positions that where the mathematical odds that are good that you should. You get what I'm saying? I'm not sure I understand your point. I'm not sure rock, paper, scissors in Overwatch comparison is good. I think it would be more like, yeah, I'm not sure I understand.
The doer...
So you're saying, Willoob, that rock, paper, scissors is the difference between good position 1, good position 2, and good position 3. In which case I would agree. But that's just you get what I'm saying? So is that what you're saying? If every position provides equal reward for the risk, then all positions are equal. Always taking good position 1 is worse than mixing. Yeah, no, I agree with that, right? Because then you become the brain. You become predictable, and then the enemy team you will open yourself up to hearts to outplay your positioning. Because it's not optimal. You're forgetting the human element where people will learn and outplay you.
Is actually playing the game.
Although there's also the human element where you can go the same decision 2 or 3 times in a row and then change it.
Fast-paced environment of a competitive...
There's ways that you can abuse patterns. Like, for example, generally, if I'm... a lot of players don't pick up on patterns the first time through. So if I take the same position as Ana once, twice, I might not get punished that second time. The third or fourth time, I think the chances of me getting punished are higher. So maybe the reward for mixing becomes higher the deeper you are into a run. So, in other words, if you find yourself taking the same angle as Ana 2 fights in a row, not a problem. 3 fights in a row, 4 fights in a row, your reward for changing your angle probably grows and grows and grows. Which can lead to some really interesting moments, I think, with strategy, where you can really... but the funny thing about it is that people are often more averse at changing strategy later on, depending on the result of the game, because they think it's worked up to this point. Why would I not stick with it? You see this all the time in sports, where people are often very resistant to change when something that they've been doing has been working, even though the environment with which they're competing has changed as a result of it been working.
Fighting game like Smash, it's impossible to let the analyst fully take over the wheel. We don't have the luxury of freezing every...
And I think you can see this from a learning perspective, wherein I will coach an analyst and they will be very obsessed about like, oh, should have done this, but they will forget about why they made that decision in the moment at all.
moment and taking our sweet time with an analysis. Most of the time, we have
Copy
to
and
rely on
paste
our
it, Stefano.
instincts, and that comes from the doer. But you need the analyst as well to assess new information and make adjustments to the doer's actions. This idea is pretty similar to the premise of The Inner Game of Tennis, so I highly recommend you check that book out.
I think this book has some problems. I really like this book, but my major problem with this book is it doesn't clarify on how to turn this into this. It emphasizes that there are way too many doers that become analysts at inappropriate times. But it doesn't clarify how you're able to turn your analysis into doing. And so with the Inner Game of Tennis, I feel fails to, at least when I read it, and I spoke with a sports psychologist, Landon Goshenko, who worked with London Spitfire, and we talked about this book a lot, and we agreed that the problem is that it doesn't clarify how to transition from knowledge into, and the value of thinking during practice versus not thinking during performance, if that makes sense. And I think this is where, this book is very old. I think it's around 40, 50 years old, maybe older. So obviously it was groundbreaking at the time, but you need to take it with a grain of salt. The concept is that, here's a question for you guys. You are playing mini golf. I use this, by the way. I'm not going to elaborate. You're playing mini golf. You play mini golf about once a year with your family, with your friends, and you want to win. How do you approach it strategically? You're not very good at mini golf. Do you focus on the accuracy of your putt? Do you line up your shot? Do you lie down and line up your arrows? Or do you just hit the ball in the hole? Oh, you guys, okay, this is all the wrong answer. The strategy is if you're only playing to win now, you do the Inner Game of Tennis strategy and you just hit the ball. You do not think. You line up your feet. You look at your target. You look at the ball. You maintain eye contact with the ball and you hit the ball. You trust that your body will do the job instead of trying to micromanage it, because you're incapable of the minutia of the accuracy there. You just hit the ball. And I love doing this. I'm generally pretty good at mini golf. Whenever we play, I'm always either first or second in my group of families, because I don't try so hard. I look at the hole. I look at the ball. I'll literally even tell myself, hey, hit the ball in the hole. And I'll focus on the ball and I hit it. And I do pretty good. I don't choke. I'm not very good at it, but I don't choke. Now, let me contrast that. Let's say I wanted to play mini golf once a week. How would I approach my game? My approach would be incorrect, because I have deficiencies in my putt. I probably my arm, hand position, feet. I'm not factoring in the green. I have deficiencies in my gameplay that require deliberate and focused intentional thought, even if it screws up my score, to address that habit. We've talked about this in Overwatch, right? So if I'm playing for the long run, it's actually better to focus back in on the analysis while remembering to occasionally be a doer, so that I don't lose the sight of what a competitive performance looks like, just so that I can really fine-tune my game. So I sacrifice my short-term performance, I sacrifice my focus, my general, not focus, I actually focus more on an individual aspect so that I'm able to fine-tune my game and fix my habits. The problem is that there's two types of people. There's the people that don't know how to focus on individual aspects of their gameplay, or there's people that want to perform but keep finding themselves analyzing live time and breaking it down into the minutia at inappropriate times at the expense of their overall output. And that's what the Inner Game of Tennis talks about, is that latter group who tends to keep thinking in the moments when they shouldn't be and just play. But the reason why I felt like this book did have some flaws, at least from my understanding of reading it, is that it didn't talk about the first group, which is people that don't know how to focus on a specific practice, which is ironic given that the tennis drill aspect, the ability to drill individual aspects, is even easier than it is with Overwatch. So anyway, elaborating, let's keep going here. Sorry for yapping. I find this stuff really interesting.
Think back to the affinities we just discussed. Where do heart, body, and mind fit into the process between the analyst and the doer?
In theory, if they're good competitors, all of them have aspects of both. If the analyst struggles to execute in the moment, then he is needing to be more of a doer. But if the analyst is not struggling to execute, he's just making bad analysis because of his myopic viewpoint, it's not an inner mechanic problem. It's a bad analysis. It's a hubristic, biased analysis. I don't think this is a very good comparison here. For example, a doer has full confidence in what he's doing, and if what he's doing is not optimal, the problem is not the doing, the problem is his lack of it. His analysis is inaccurate.
Let's consider for...
Oh, Stefano. Sorry, what did Stefano say? Enemy team has a ball comp. I'm on DPS. Heart, I pick my favorite hero, Junkrat, and try to sneak around, play unconventionally to own people. I try to place traps, so I go, I think the ball player goes. So ball, as in you're focusing on only your output and your performance. Mind, I try to pick Sombra and try to abuse the matchup to win because I think she's objectively good into ball. Body, I pick Widow into ball and try to win by owning everything mechanically on my character. Almost. I would disagree with one of those. I like your first two. I think you do a really good job explaining heart, actually. Well, maybe no. Maybe you do. Heart is focused on the matchup, correct? So wouldn't Heart be like, I pick Orisa because I'm confident that I've seen this ball player before. I know how he stages, and so I can hit every javelin on him. Mine would be, I'm playing around the ball, but I'm not necessarily playing around the ball because I know the ball player, but because I know how to play versus ball as a concept. If that makes sense. It's about playing the person versus playing the concept.
Heart feels out the habits and timings of other.
Yeah, so Heart focuses on the player, whereas Mind feels like it focuses on the numbers. Like they might go Sombra into Wrecking Ball. They might not go Sombra into Wrecking Ball because they're not playing. They know Sombra. If I can't play Sombra, then I will not be able to beat Wrecking Ball. The character that has the best matchup. Oh, Tracer. You control the angles. You don't really focus the ball that much, but you exploit the lack of frontline presence. You know what I'm saying? They find some strategy that isn't necessarily playing the player, but playing the lobby. How do I win? What is the best analytical way of winning? Whereas a Heart is, I'm going to counter that ball player. I know him. I'm going to beat him. And so Heart, I think, are the counter swappers. I think. They think about, or maybe Mind. I guess it's a little bit of both. But the problem with the Mind thing is that, as you guys know, counter swapping is not always the best play. And maybe that's actually the best, actually a good analogy because maybe Mind players way overestimate their ability to make proper assessments. You get what I'm saying? We've kind of already questioned that. If Mind players aren't winning, and it's not just execution, it raises some questions. You get what I'm saying? Like maybe Mind players think they're Mind, but they're not actually Mind.
For a moment that the analyst has three facets, one for each affinity. That is to say, you have a heart analyst tracking your opponent's habits and weighing the risk-reward of going for reads. You have a body analyst measuring each action against your game plan and making adjustments accordingly. And you have a mind analyst calculating the most favorable...
Yeah, I don't know.
...outcomes in each situation. While we could categorize a player like Leffen as a body affinity player, if you tested his ability to analyze interactions, habits, and game plans out of 100, he would ace all three tests. One of the most common traps for fighting game players is pigeonholing yourself into one category. If you start telling yourself that you're a reads-based player, then analyzing reads is all you end up doing.
Well, it also becomes I don't know if it's the proper term of confirmation bias, but it basically you are exactly what you think you are. I'm actually doing a lot of work on this with the Sekiro video that I'm working on, where people find themselves unable to react to parries or unable to Makiri counter because they believe that they're not able to. When if you actually measure the reaction speed window for a lot of those abilities, it's very forgiving. And in fact, a lot of them you don't even have to react to. A lot of them are telegraphed so that you know the combo before it even happens. Whether it's both audio and visual cue, a lot of times the reaction time is like over 500 milliseconds. 500 milliseconds of reaction time. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody with more than 500 milliseconds of reaction time. It's not about reaction time. It's people that believe that they can't react, and so then therefore they're unable to react. Mine is not objective. It is based on their understanding of game theory. That's exactly it, yes. And that's why I think that it can be such a dangerous trap, which I myself can be very victimized of recently.
The inner analyst lives in the part of your mind that utilizes conscious thinking. It focuses on problem solving, so it walks through the logic of every problem and tries to find a solution. As such, it's possible to train your inner analyst
Interesting
to solve
esoteric
problems in all three categories. This is what you're doing when you analyze matches or ask advice from top players. However, as I mentioned earlier, most of your in-game decision-making is actually driven by the inner doer. When you're in the middle of a match, you can't stop.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It depends on what spectrum you're on at that point in time. If you're in the middle of a match and you're supposed to be working on your down smash, up smash, jump, counter, response, bubble, poopy pops, I don't know anything about, then you're not going to be doing. You're going to be analyzing and reacting very slowly, developing habits. It's the same thing with hero shooters, right? Maybe it's different with fighting games, but it's not different in literally any other game or sport out there. Even something as fast as sprinting utilizes drills and cues to turn your attention to certain aspects of your gameplay, and it doesn't get much faster and more natural than sprinting. It's very difficult to coach sprinting because it happens so fast that it's hard to coach form. But even with sprinting, you can still be a deliberate, thoughtful sprinter with how you're training, even if it makes you slower. Or even if the drill that you're doing is slower than how you would normally run. So Melee is very fast. I'm sure that that's why Overwatch is hard to drill too. But I'm not convinced. I would have to. I'm not convinced, but I'm not so sure.
And analyze every situation. You have to rely on your instincts to make decisions on the fly. Being in tune with your instincts is a key part of maintaining flow state, or accessing peak performance, or playing in the zone, whatever you want to call it. However, if you rely solely on instincts without any conscious thought, you end up playing on autopilot. Therefore,
autopilot is flow state without the effort. That is my definition of autopilot. Autopilot is flow state without the effort. That's all there is. You get what I'm saying? Autopilot is basically brainless play, but without the desire to perform and improve. Flow state happens when there's sufficient challenge, right? But also sufficient motivation. You can because if the challenge was enough, then every Diamond player and every Diamond lobby would be in flow state, practicing hard. But if there isn't sufficient motivation, then they're not going to be entering flow state. Let me give you guys an example. High-level competitors, when there are stakes, perform better. Why? Not because they're thinking more. It's because their autopilot is forced to kick into gear, but not so much that they're thinking, but just they're forced to perform at their best. They're giving effort, not in any specific facet, not towards ult tracking or positioning. It's just generally have more effort, which puts them into the flow state. I've seen this myself. I've worked a lot on my competitive mindset, and I've gotten a lot better at it over the years. I used to be way too much of an analyst, which made me overthink things in the moment and slow down. Recently, several weeks ago, when I was playing Freya, I played significantly better when I was close to Diamond 1, close to Masters 5, and so on. Because I felt, first off, there was a confidence of I'm on the upswing, and there were stakes. I was close. I could taste blood, and that either means that you choke because you immediately overthink things, or because the motivation is it's amplified, you play even better. And I played better and better and better the higher the lobby that I went. Because I had motivation to. Now, technically, that motivation should have been there in Diamond 5 and Diamond 4, right? If I'm being analytical and objective about it. But I'm a dum-dum, like most people are. And I get motivated the closer I get to something. It's more motivating the later you are in the development because you can taste it. It's right there. It's the immediate reinforcement. So really, this is all that in a flow state is. It's the amount of challenge that leads to you, but it's also the motivation to do so. Which is why when you talk about things like Sekiro, people fail so badly at that game if they think themselves incapable, because it's not that the challenge is too hard for them, it's that because they think that they're incapable of doing it, they don't have the motivation to do it. What's the point of me trying when I'm incapable of reaching those things? And this is, by the way, this applies to outside of Overwatch. This applies to people, how they approach life. If they feel that they're incapable or disadvantaged, even if that's partially true, they create an environment where there is no motivation to apply themselves because there's no reward. If you can make your improvement enjoyable, then you can make your reach flow state from spiral improvement. Right. So if you make your improvement enjoyable, you have created motivation for yourself. You've created motivation for yourself if you enjoy what you're doing. So, yeah. So that's why I think it's really important to not just it's not just important to believe in yourself. You know, that's what, believe in yourself, you could do it, right? Because that's what reaches flow state. But I think it's important for you to taste blood at one point or twice in your life. I think that's why it's important for children to be forced to do certain things that are difficult, that they don't think that they're self-capable of, at least a couple times. Every now and then. Not all the time. Kids should be able to choose their own things. I used to teach, obviously you guys know, I used to teach mixed martial arts a lot, right? There were a lot of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old that wanted to quit mixed martial arts. The best parents didn't make the kids go all the time. The best parents did not make their kids go for years when they hated it. That's bad parenting. You should let children have some choice, especially as they grow up to make their own choices. The worst parents force kids to go. The worst parents also, conversely, never force their kids to go to class. They'd show up, oh, she didn't really feel like it, or didn't really feel like it, and they didn't show up, and they'd quit about a month and a half later. The best parents would force their children to reach a certain level. You've committing? Are you sure? Okay, you want to do this? Okay, you want to do this? Listen, if you sign up, you have to fight or train through yellow belt, which is like, I guess, the equivalent of like 2 or 3 months. You have to do it. Some days they don't want to go. They got to go. Some days they don't want to go. They got to go. So what would end up happening is that part of it wasn't always they didn't believe in themselves, but also part of it they just weren't as interested. But once they get that yellow belt, once they taste blood, because when the yellow belt, it's not just about receiving an external reward, but they also see, wow, I can actually kick and punch and grapple and do things that I didn't think I was able to do 3 months ago. You're locking them into the system whether they want to or not. Once they reach the yellow belt, you step back and you go, what do you want to do? What do you think? What do you want to do? What do you think? Do you want to, this is what it's like. This is the kind of commitment here. This is the result. See what you can do? Do you want to continue to do this? Some kids said no. Some kids said, I'm proud of myself, but I want to apply that level of effort to something that's more meaningful, that I'm more interested in. And I also think a large portion of children's time should also just be playing for the sake of playing, right? With no goals at all, just doing it because it's fun. But having just that little bit, right? But a lot of kids are also like, wow, confidence, importance, skill, and they'd stick it out. Because they had tasted it. They saw what they were capable of. They had that confidence that I can actually do this. This actually feels good. The hard work, the delayed reinforcement that children are so unbelievably bad at, and honestly adults too, we finally see it. It actually adds up to. Children are really bad with delayed reinforcement, right? And that's oftentimes why we lack motivation, is because of that delayed reinforcement. The same thing when I said Diamond 4 to Masters 5 feels like it'll never get here. Diamond 1 to Masters 5 feels like it's almost there. So you create flow state by having a broader spectrum for reinforcement, because it's easier to motivate yourself when you trust the process. That's why I was successful with Sekiro, not because I have some freakish reaction speed. It's because I'd done so many hard things in regards to video games before that I knew that, like, even though I sucked at the start, that I was like, I know that I'll figure it out. I will. I trust my brain. And I did. I'm not very good, but I figured it out. I trusted. Yes, it's good to learn what you tend to do. Right. There's a lot of like the gentle parenting, which has been caricatured as a contrast to the harsh, old school, crappy parenting, to where that you never encourage or drive children to do anything. But children don't have that level of self-control. You have to train them. Doesn't mean that you domineer them, make all the decisions. You lay off the gas as their competence grows. You give them more responsibility, more motivation, more responsibility, more choice making as their competence grows. You do the same thing with coaching Overwatch teams. The more that I worked with an Overwatch team and taught them my systems, taught them my fundamentals, taught them the way that we're going to play, the less that I coached them. The more I kept leading, but they started to take over the leadership. They would take over the VOD reviews. I trusted them. But they had to earn that trust, and you have to train that trust. And it's especially so with children because they need the ability to train that. Right. The old authoritative parenting type doesn't teach them to do what they intend to do. It tells them what to do, but doesn't grant them or train the skills that they need. Exactly. It never introduces the concept of building intention. They just force them to do things whether they intend to or not. Right. Might be a bit controversial here, but I've known friends of mine and even kids that I grew up with who went into the military. Military doesn't always teach discipline. It forces you to be in a disciplined environment, but it doesn't always teach you and train you discipline. And a lot of people that came out of the military, this is just one example of many, they oftentimes went right back to the same habits that they were before. So it's important to not just teach or enforce an environment, but train them. That's why I said with the yellow belt example, you let them taste blood and then give them the responsibility of making the next thing. And right, and you so I guess all this being said, training your ability to embrace delayed reinforcement is what creates motivation, and which is what puts you into flow state. Yes. Do we start a hair growth treatment? Yes, that's great. Nice, Justice. Congrats, mate. Feel like you should make a decision because it came too easy or too obvious. Do you have any advice how to figure out when it's actually a bad idea to do those things and when it's not? I think a self-awareness of your own bias is the biggest thing that you can do. Some time reflection, looking back at the decision with the power of hindsight and be like, was I making that decision because it was right in the moment? So for me, let me give you guys an example. I will have a tendency to be, I have a lot of biases when it comes to Overwatch, but outside of Overwatch, I sometimes overthink things, right? So sometimes it's not that complicated. And so I know that my tendency is to overcomplicate things. So I try to mitigate that. It's very hard to do that though, Miss. And I think if we had an answer to that, that would be really easy. Yeah, exactly, Waloob. Yeah, so, okay, wow, we went really off the deep end here. Yeah, so the whole point is that like you embracing delayed reinforcement, motivation is what leads to flow state. Motivation plus challenge leads to flow state. If you don't have either one of those things, you are not in flow state. You are either in autopilot or you're in overthinking mode. Motivation plus challenge. And then obviously the ability to skill to be able to utilize those things. If you're overly challenged, you will break flow state. Go with your first decision a lot of the time. There's a really interesting book I read called Blink, which talks a little about that. I'm not convinced of its applicability in all circumstances, but I do think there's a lot of circumstances where it is easy to overthink things, right? I think going with your gut can be a very accurate thing to do as long as you are aware of your biases and when and where to not trust your gut decision. For example, for me, I will have a bias with characters with fewer abilities. I'll go, oh, probably not as well designed because I like a lot of abilities, but that's not an objective truth. We see characters like Tracer that are very well designed, even having very pared down kits. So that is my bias. I have to be a lot more analytical, like with Hazard. Do each of these abilities feel necessary as part of his gameplay loop, or is there bloat? You know? Yes, exactly, Stefano. It's all the intangibles that you're unable to quantify. But the problem is are you actually good at reading those intangibles, or are you bad? You could be sexist, and you could have a lot of applicants apply for a position, and your gut would say, I want to hire Rob, but not Jerma or Stacy, because I got a good feeling about Rob. You get what I'm saying? But that could just be because you just don't trust women in positions of leadership, right? So you have to be self-aware of those things. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is a hard truth. We have biases that we don't even necessarily agree with. You can have biases that you don't necessarily think are ethically correct, but you find yourself leaning towards that anyway. You could be like, crud, I shouldn't feel like that, I just... German bias. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I couldn't think of something fast enough. So it's like, that's the one dangerous thing. And that's why I think self-awareness can be so incredibly useful, right? So you can trust your gut instinct when your biases are either very weak, or you are very experienced in the field. For example, if you threw up a replay code and said, what rank is this tracer? I would not look at the individual pieces. I would just watch. And I'd be like, plat, probably. I might be wrong, I might be right, but my guess is probably better than yours. I think Tracer is very well designed because she has been dominating the top meta for so long. Considering that you have a character that has been dominating the top meta for so many years and yet has not completely ruined the game for literally every rank below the top meta, is exactly why she's well designed. Because she's not something that is pickable and abusable. She allows for flexibility, but if you're min-maxing every single aspect, you should play Tracer. Tracer is the best example of a good design because of that. Because of that. And more characters need to be pushed to her level. If a character has abusable aspects in all ranks, then the character is not well designed. Right, that's true, Stefano. If you thought about it for hours, would that change? Would your biases change? No. So maybe then the question is, go with your gut instinct, but then also pause. Are one of my implicit biases kicking in right now? And then go with your gut instinct again. Tracer's greatness in design was luck? No, I don't. I think Tracer's greatness in design was that a character that is built around mobility will almost always succeed. That's why. That's why if you look at all the great design characters in Overwatch, almost all of them are revolving around mobility. Because mobility, it ages well. Sorry, mobility is just better. Mobility is fun. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a fighting game, a combat game, it doesn't matter. Mobility is fun, mobility is hard, and so therefore mobility is more often good design. Because mobility has implicit choice. Always. I don't know anything about fighting games, but I promise you that consider some of the more better designed or more skillful characters have mobility. I don't know anything about fighting games, but I promise you that's the case. Maybe not all the way, but there will be a heavy bias towards more mobile characters, generally better design, healthier for the game, and so on. It's just the case. That's the rule. You look at anything. Dude, you look at freaking basketball. More enjoyable, strategic, healthy basketball metas involve moving the ball because it's not easy to do. And it requires team play and multiple different choices. How do you pass? That's why the solo shooter environment that we have oftentimes in basketball can be not very fun. Even in football, American football, I don't know enough about soccer, the actual football, so I won't speak. Moving the ball across the field with multiple different angles is a much more enjoyable viewing experience and a much more balanced strategic approach. Movement is just inherently choice-driven. Yes, it's like strength builds versus there's a reason why everyone freaking loves fast builds and a lot of stuff. Not everybody likes it, of course. Everyone has a different hero fantasy, but it's not because being fast is good. It's about the moving in different directions is good. You just made me unfollow. Unlucky. So that's kind of my point. You know, it's that when movement doesn't require choice, it's not as enjoyable. It's not as enjoyable. But when movement involves choice, and it usually does in most sports or games, it's enjoyable. Things in League mobility isn't always better than it could be true. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't know if mobility in League always implicitly involves choice, or if it does not. There's characters like Ana that don't have any mobility, and yet their entire kit is built around choice. So you don't need mobility to have choice. It just is honestly the easiest way to do so. Like, the irony here is that I can say something's a great design, but let's be honest, guys, adding mobility to a character is a really easy design choice to make them more fun or more skillful. I'm not saying it's a bad choice, but it's like an artist painting a forest. It's really freaking hard to make an ugly painting of a forest. Self-portrait? That's different. That's hard to do. Good luck. I have not seen you paint. That's true, Sarah Lee. Bro, I want to freaking brag about Pepper so bad. She's so freaking good. She does so many cool arts. Remind me sometime, chat, when I get I'll get a freaking ladder and show you what Pepper can paint. She's crazy.
You must temper the inner doer with the inner...
Wow, that was a crazy... Sorry, guys.
Analyst. Learning to
Segue.
complement your instincts with your analytical mind is pivotal for performing at your peak. It's difficult because an overly active analytical mind can distract from your instincts and actually knock you out of your flow state. Finding the right balance is one of the
It can be frustrating to play against because they often force fast decision making to play against. Yep.
hardest endeavors for any fighting game player, and it takes a lot of work. The first step in finding this balance is to identify the nature of your own instincts. Whereas any player can train their inner analyst to improve problem solving related to the heart, body, and mind, it's a bit harder to tell your instincts what to do. I'll offer my own experience as an example.
So this is important. This is the learning, the training, practice aspect. I'm curious what he has to say here.
I have often been told that one of my strengths is getting a read on my opponents and turning that information into a big play. It's the reason so many of my victories have been seemingly hopeless games that I somehow managed to win. In fact, my brother often tells...
Right, because he's playing the person. He's not playing the statistically predictable way. I assume he's using this clip because he clutches it because, 151 to 43%. But the question here would be, would a smarter analytic player and LOD expect Rishi to pull something more high risk, high reward? This kind of goes back to what Waloob was talking about earlier, where the strategically analytical correct play would be for LOD to do something a little bit unpredictable. Not super high risk necessarily, but maybe something a little bit unpredictable so as to not make himself so vulnerable to such a high risk maneuver. Oh, it's his brother. That's cool.
Tells me he doesn't think I really start trying until I'm completely cornered and my back is against the wall.
Challenge for flow state.
My set against Zane from the Big House 8 is a good showcase of this. Zane takes early leads throughout the set with his strong game plans and dominant neutral play. Whenever I was put on the back foot, I would let my instincts take over, guided by the analyst's assessment of my opponent's habits, and make a big play to put myself back in the running. But what if I never lost the lead in the first place? I could train my body analyst, but would still need to practice guiding my instincts with that analyst.
So what motivates... What would motivate... See, this is where there's a lot of nuance in here. What would motivate Rishi to up his game early? I have a bit of an odd answer. If Stefano's still here, define yourself, write it down, communicate, define yourself as an early analytical player. A lot of the times our actions change as a result of our perception of who we are, self-imposed limitations. We talked about it, right? What we think you are. So if we want to change how we behave, we have to often change how we perceive ourselves to be, even if those two don't line up. So even if Rishi isn't an early analytical thinker in how he plays right now, he'd have to find some way to force that perception upon himself, maybe in the way that he acts. During training, forced himself to be early analytical and describe himself. Yeah, I'm an early analytical player. I'm going to behave like an early analytical player. Fake it till you make it. Man, fake it till you make it's a real thing, man. It's a real thing. So you need to try to shift your perception, shift your actions so that you actually become what you think that you're going to be. Yeah, I am Shu, I will hit that nade, right.
In the lead. It's definitely possible, but requires a great deal of practice and discipline. That said, there are players who have achieved this, and one in particular comes to mind. Hungrybox is no.
If you can perceive yourself as someone who can quit smoking, it's pretty huge compared to if you perceive it as too hard and you'll never do it. Right. Right. I even read a really interesting thing where people are saying, don't say that you're quitting smoking. Just say, I'm not a smoker. No thanks, I'm not a smoker. When people offer you a cigarette, don't say, it's the Atomic Habits thing, right? Don't say I'm trying to quit. Say, no, I'm not a smoker. I don't smoke. That's not who I am. Go home and smoke a cigarette because you failed, but you're not a smoker. You're a guy that occasionally smokes a cigarette, but you're not a smoker. You're not a smoker. That's not who I am. I do this all the time, dude. I catch myself making hard decisions all the time. You probably can relate to it. Making uncomfortable, not easy decisions, not even instinctual decisions, because I'm like, no, yeah, this is not how I'm perceived. You know, like I see myself a certain way and I behave that way, even if that way is uncomfortable sometimes. That's how I got into games. I made a fake company to get into E3 back when it was a thing, back when I was in college. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Known far and wide as the most clutch player in the world. Although he plays one of the most fragile characters in the game, the way he utilizes her movement and defensive options makes him feel untouchable. And yet, the moments that define him aren't how many times he's consecutively outplayed his opponent. It's the singular moments at the end of a set where he finds the kill seemingly out of nowhere. He keeps track of his opponent's habits, he knows the setups and mix-up situations that let him find his kill moves, and by the time you're at the last hit situation, he's already spent minutes conditioning you through his methodical game plan. This is an example of all the
That's interesting, conditioning you through his methodical game plan and then maybe pulling something unpredictable. Maybe he's training you to think and react in a certain way and then being unpredictable what he does.
These affinities coming together, and it's what makes him very, very hard to beat.
It's the same way that people try to identify with zodiac signs. Yeah, I mean, if you believe in zodiac, you're going to be consistent with zodiac.
No matter how high pressure the situation may be, he's able to accurately identify his win conditions and guide his instincts with precision. This is how he's able to win tournament after tournament. So let's recap. Within each of us, there is an inner analyst and a doer. The analyst represents our conscious thinking, the part of us that processes information and comes up with solutions. The doer is where our instincts live. It's how we're able to...
Yeah, it's the EU strafe, right? I do this all the time, okay, right? It's really funny watching high-level players miss shots when you're moving in a straight line, man.
To keep up with the fast-paced nature of a game like Smash. To improve as a competitor, you must consider both the analyst and the doer, and the relationship between the two. Maybe the heart, body, and mind framework resonated with you, and maybe it didn't. I often tell Laud that he's a melee Sith and I'm a Jedi. Whatever the case may be, it's important to become familiar with the nature of your inner doer, and to train the problem-solving abilities of your inner analyst. My goal with this video was to at least give you the tools to begin that conversation. Do you have a different set of guiding principles that I didn't cover here? Or do you have another way of looking at the analyst-doer relationship? This is an abstract topic, so no framework will ever be perfect. But I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on the matter, so let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and good luck.
Huh. Well, that was a good video. Very interesting. And I know I'm coming across as, like, I'm sure at points in time, like, oh, this guy's wrong. My experience is, again, limited by my own bias and stuff as well, and my own knowledge as well. It's just, I'm trying to give... Yeah. Heart, mind, and body. Final thoughts. Final thoughts are that an instinctual play, a lot of players will play around their opponent. A lot of players will play around what's the best strategical play. And a lot of players will just focus on solely their execution. I feel like the most consistent approach is to focus in Overwatch because of it being incredibly difficult to know what is objectively the best play from a strategic hero pick position thing, or to know how to outplay your opponent. It's best to focus on only your system and your output, and then willingly adapt that to different variables as you improve. So I would say most Overwatch play is more body focused, with incorporating parts like heart and mind depending on the situation and as you get better. So what you do is you have a system for how you play Ana, And then as you get better and more comfortable with the character, you start to accommodate different things about what is generally the best position for Ana. What is the best situation? What about this situation? What about that situation? How do you position versus Winston? How do you position versus Ball? And then as you get better and better and better, you may even be able to make unpredictable reads depending on how, or what, or who you're playing versus in the moment. But yeah, I think the big thing is about being able to take analytics, information, skills, knowledge, and then translate that into game through raw practice. And I actually have that rant from about a week or two ago about why coaches aren't always the best players elaborates on that a great deal. So. Right. Sushi, you still here? Yeah, I will poke. I'm going to ask if Sushi's here. Sushi! Hey, Grandma. She linked something in the content thing. Okay, she's here. Thank you. You said it was just funny, so that's fine. I'm down for funny. Wait, they were grouped up too. I beg your forgiveness. They're freaking grouped up too. What? You prefer sush? Why didn't you tell me sush? I think I saw this, Poke. Oh, is this the one where you did something unpredictable? Is this versus 6?
Like you ever seen. So let me explain how I did it. Nanoblading against this composition is a nightmare due to all of the defensive cooldowns available just shut me down. So naturally, I want to wait for most of them to be used before engaging. Unfortunately, my ball gets caught early, so I'm forced to either go in on a suboptimal setup or run away and wait for a full regroup. I choose the hero play, so I dash in, full of confidence and ready to pop off.
If you get narrowed, I guess you got to, because you weren't in a position to get anything else. That was been a low risk, low reward play while down 1, which doesn't make sense.
Second. This sucks. Cassidy will get a double pocket, and Kiriko can just TP away. So my only target is Ana, right? Who else am I gonna go for? Zarya? Sombra? But there's a problem. After killing the only vulnerable targets, Painun will have charged enough to threaten a one-shot, and at that point, I'm screwed. Without any kill threat myself, no deflect mind games can save the day, as Cassidy has no reason to pull the trigger.
Well, actually, what about just running away?
Bro, you put on a different outfit. There's no way. You know what I do when I record my videos? I throw in like the first shirt I see. Sometimes not even.
Wait and living. Is that too hard for a bloodthirsty Kenjiman to think about?
No, you stupid buffoon. Rushing to your death just results in a slow death by high charge Zarya and numbers advantage.
But rushing to your death is worse because then you're guaranteeing that the fight is lost.
Oh
yeah,
gosh,
but
I'm taking
then
notes.
Staggering and making your situation even worse.
Objection!
Both of you, just stop. It may be impossible
You put on another outfit!
to win this fight, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Here's the genius idea. If killing Ana early results in a losing scenario, I will instead keep her alive and use her as the centerpiece of my plan. After pulling out Blade, I purposefully hang back for a bit and wait for High Noon to get some charge and for Ana to run far enough away that my dash won't reach her, causing my swing to leave her alive at 1 HP. This creates a situation where Cassidy believes I messed up my combo, thus giving him the opportunity to save his Ana from death by shooting me right before I finish her off. That would have worked if she was my first target, but that's not the case. She's my second target, and everything I did was to set up the illusion that I misplayed to create a situation where Cassidy believes it's safe to pull the trigger. Once that's done, all I have to do is hit the perfect 180 defense.
I did not expect him to...
See, the best part about the play too is even if you didn't deflect for the kill, it still results in a successful blade too.
180 deflex. It's the logical play. I get it. I got outplayed, but I did not expect that. I underestimated my opponent.
What an idiot. Basing your whole play on the assumption that you'll hit such a crazy flick. You simply got lucky this time.
I guess you're gonna say that.
If you ask me, my chance of success was 100%. After all, someone crazy enough to come up with such a plan on the fly must also have the skill and confidence to pull it off. Wait a second. There's something wrong.
Yeah, if it was with Spylo, the shirt would have come off.
If you haven't liked the video yet, go do it.
I'm gonna like the video! Dude, I already liked it! Look, I already liked it, guys. See? I already liked it.
For the map, sorry, I can't throw.
Don't worry, Ball. I got you covered with this insane read. Now that was a clean assassination. This trick is a certified classic.
Wait. Okay, you guys want to see? Okay, well, I'll let you finish your blade.
Look at the Zen, trying to reach his allies in time. Watch this big brain bait.
Okay, all this. You guys want to see my Genji video? Maybe some of you guys remember this one. See if I can find it here. It's a little. It's a lot. It's significantly better. Wait, where is it? Frick. Oh, I found it, I think. Yeah, I found it.
Oh no, I got nuked.
Significantly better.
What? Team was in a position to capitalize off that, but we're already down one. Rats, man. Rats! Yo, what? Right, I knew that was happening. Please, why is wall time? Crap. If you laugh, keep things light, you don't get frustrated. Oh, what? Bro, what are these? Somebody on my team left the game. Went to fight. Ah, there's a ring. Man! Not good. Chat! I'm so tired! Ah! Stop locking me up! I can manage that. Oh no! Please. There it is. It's been 94 years, but we finally hit a one-shot combo. Holy crap. Wait, what? Did you guys see that?
The bookcase display, yep.
Bro, I have the stickiest body in the universe. Man. Screw off, man. Wall climb! Oh. Wow, what is wrong with the wall climb? Awareness. Charlie! Ah! Bro! Like,
How much has changed?
Hey, let's go. What? She's invisible. How am I supposed to run with invisible people on the battlefield? I don't know where the fuck they're at! Ah! Like right there. That's gonna force me. Oh, we visored. I didn't even hear. Chat, I'm sorry. I love this game so much, but I didn't even hear the visor. There's so much crap in my ears all the time. I can't hear what's important. There's a visor, and I can't hear it because freaking Diva is running a Gatling gun, a lawnmower, and a Ford 750 up my butt! I can't hear! It's a nuclear explosion going inside my cochlea!
Thoughts? Who's the better Genji? Okay. I guess that's basically it, guys. I mean, we've been at this for like 4 hours. Holding up a hand-drawn diagram cardboard that were impossible to read. Yeah, maybe Lord Zedden, thank you for the sub.
My goat.
Can you tell any Lucy player this video that is not Frogger throwing to learn? Yes. Why is he reacting to clips from last week? The last channel was Harmless Poke. P-O-K-E. Harmless Poke. Okay, I go PP, and then we plan what's next. We plan what's next. 1 second. Yeah, lots of good chats today. Nightreign? Yes, no, maybe so. What are you guys saying? You would say no, but you're mean? Okay, thanks, bud. Okay. Yeah, maybe we do some Nightreign then. Might do a solo run. It depends on the stuff. Stefano and Tectus are here. Nightly Rain. Stefano, did you see what I put in the channel? I have learned 2 new things to share through my watches of other runs. Prick. The channel? The frick are you talking about? Wait, where's my... Nice, Hoodlum. Well done, mate. Well done. What? All boluses. All boluses. All of them give resistance to their specific thing for the rest of the run. So boluses are not as bad as you thought, but in classic FromSoft fashion, you don't know that. You have to dig for it. Actually, you have to look in your passives on your where you see your passives that you've picked up. And to my knowledge, they don't stack. I don't know if they in terms of like you don't do multiple boluses for multiple more resistances. Oh, frick, YouTube is boinking. Nope, I don't think they clear. I think they stick. Yeah, I'll probably start with the solo run, and we'll go from there. Let me change I just need to change the stream title. And then also I discovered that the churches with no hole, like, for example, the, is it the Almanarch? No, it's the Hornblowers one. They have, hang on. They have there is a platform above the boss. There's like wood planks you can go up and find spells. Yeah, the upstairs thing. So the ones that don't have, you can go upstairs and check the chests, and there's a chance of seals there. So we could have doubled our odds of finding an actually decent spell if we'd known to go up there. Nice, Waffle. Okay. Yeah, it's huge. Much more. The big thing is just the consistency. Anything that just means more consistency is better, you know? What's up, Rag? Being able to find more spells just means fewer weird, ugly outputs, you know? Yeah. Because I don't know what the exact percentage breakdown of churches with holes and churches without holes, but it felt at least like 40-30% of the churches didn't have holes. So you're just almost doubling your chances of getting what you need. It's really fun, Rag, yeah. It has some major flaws, which the reason why I'm playing it is because we're putting together a full review. If you guys want, I can show you my notes so far. It depends on the type of church. Okay, that makes sense. Is it the holy churches that don't have holes? Yeah, okay. So holy churches don't have holes. Fire churches always have holes. What other churches are there? Lightning churches don't have holes because I think they have the golems. One of them has whatever has the golem doesn't have a hole. What's the one that has the golem? I got my notes pulled up here. Am I dropping frames? Playing? A little bit, occasionally, yeah. Sometimes it just gets straight up freezes. Base church, no element. I'm gonna turn on the audio just a tad. I've never done a solo run before. I've only tried one. No, actually I didn't even try one, because the one I did try was just to do a quest, and I died as quickly as I could because I didn't need to go further. So, this will be interesting. Good luck, Rag. I played the Revenant throughout. Wait, let me make sure I'm on the right scene here. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Nice. I played the Revenant all the way through, so me, Stefano, and Tech have beaten the game. Beat all the bosses. So now I'm kind of trying a different build and different hero. Biggest beast of the game? I'm gonna be here all day long. I'm gonna speed run. Here, I'll tell you what, I'll just speed run all my notes. I'm gonna focus mostly on the bad, but I have a lot of good things as well, which we won't talk about. Okay. Was fun. This is like from day 1 to day 2 to day 3 to day 4 to day 4. It kind of evolves over time. So I don't necessarily agree with all these, but these are my initial notes. Was fun. Combat still Elden Ring mostly. Feels a bit repetitive right now. Nothing exceptional. Story typical opaque. Some class design difficulties, frustrations. Very confusing at first. Class expeditions aren't done well in game. Typical FromSoft. Learning class is satisfying, but very opaque. So much feels rushed and reliant off of wiki. Going blind feels actively discouraged. Exploration, church tower, things of the lava pit. Class issues. Smithing stones need separate slot. Relics mix and match. Build your own desperately needed. Total RNG is terrible. Is mountaintop even worth it? Roguelike missing elements. Care difficulty but variety, like God of War Valhalla DLC with roguelike. Could learn way more into class-specific relics that give playstyle variations, progression lacking to, or better boss passives, not tiny useless half the time. Story seems cool, boss design is beautiful, but too much chasing. Ping system is not good enough. Could get information. Target lock is broken. Have to confirm picking up items even when you have open slots. Boss is overall great. Different because number 1, 3 people, so 3, not 1. So time to actually do stuff. 2, the spectacle is worth it usually. Kind of like Bale design. Other issues hold precedence. Communication, weakness, even before the fight starts. Will say some bosses really bad with certain class combos. Last boss didn't get Holy Spell. Some RNG with certain drops feel really bad until you learn to explore more, right? Chests sometimes feel like new bite. Shifting Earth is good variety. Strong class identity is a good starting point. Yeah. There it is.
It answers correctly the most important question in gaming. Is it fun?
Yes, it's fun for now. And it's also fun in the right environment. I think that's the crucial asterisk. I have not done many solo as part of a multiplayer run. And I haven't done many just solo runs. And I've only recently played all the bosses, and we're gonna have to experiment with it. The question is, what is its replayability like for its price? Because I think you do have to factor in replayability in when you consider its price. Not every game needs to be replayable. I played What Remains of Edith Finch, but that was like $5, right? It was 2 or 3 hours, very nice story, doesn't need to be replayable. Question is it continually replayable for the amount of investment of money that you're putting in? Part of that's going to come with a DLC, but a lot of that is trust, because I think on a surface level, for what you pay, I don't think it's worth it unless you enjoy Elden Ring before. Yes, I'll read that again, Kyle. No, I will not read that again. I also think that I'm in the optimal situation right now because I've never played solo, and I have played with friends that I enjoy spending time with. And also, while I have a lot of issues with Elden Ring's combat, I do enjoy Elden Ring. I also, crucially, have never played a proper roguelike besides the God of War Valhalla DLC. So my expectations, not my expectations, but my biases about what is a good and bad roguelike, I'm going in completely blind, which is nice. But if I've played a roguelike before this, it might have spoiled the water for me.
Do you have a moment? Something's been troubling. Is the lad with it just I have an inkling the maybe you'd...
I don't know why I can do that. I can literally just look here. I feel like the bar might be raised a little bit if you have played other roguelikes before.
Well, come back once.
So what do I do? Do I pass timers?
So, not looking good. Times like these, maybe keeping a trusted...
Personal objective added. Fine armament maintenance materials. Alright, fair warning. I'm not good at this character. And I've never gone solo. I kind of have a weird build, which is more playing around my starting weapon right now. Increase maximum FP starting on Flaking Poison, run offensive tap power. I'm not so sure this is the best build, because I might be swapping my weapon halfway through, but we'll see. What should I do? What should I do, chat? Let's maybe do Gaping Jaw and play for Poison. Maybe we just stick with starting weapon and see what happens. Oh, whoops. I don't want that. I want to do solo player. That was... Whoops, that's not what I meant. There you go. Oh! Wait, what? Again, I swear. What is going on? Single player. There you go. Okay, sorry. I'm dumb. Duchess is so fun but not easy. Yeah, I'm very much a noob. Probably go church. And then is that sleep? Yeah. Go church after. There'll be some spells here, I think. Seals. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm mostly doing it just to get comfortable with the Duchess, not really to win. I'm not really playing to win here. These are even good. Protection, variable, black flame, bestial vitality. Yeah, this is fine for now. Improve lightning attack power at the lead. Damage negation up while charging attacks. Big restage, yeah. It's crazy how easy those boss fights are in the bottom of the church. Is so incredibly easy. Sweet spring. So we'll go, I think church first actually. I think we'll go church first, so. And then we'll go on the ruins on the way back. Don't have a stone sword built. Then ruins, grace, second church. Go from there. Nope, there's some starlight shards or something. Okay, I think we actually go cave first, because I'm going to need a smithing stone too if I'm going to play for... If I'm going to play for my starting armament, I definitely need a smithing stone 2. And then I will go Spirit Spring. I should have gotten this, maybe, yeah, I should have gotten the thing on the way here first. That was in bad order. Which cave is this? I don't think this is the good cave. Okay, no, this is the good cave, but I think coming from the opposite end. So I go this way, I think. Yeah. I can't hit anything. Frick! Target lock swap for me as well. Holy crap. This is way harder than his other classes. Okay, well. Ugly. How are we doing for time? We got time. We got time. Nope. So we'll go out. Oops, this way. Bad cave. There's some caves that are just more complicated to navigate, frankly. And I'm also kind of a dope, so I always get lost in them. I'm pretty sure I know where to go with them, but I'm less familiar with them. This cave is, I mean, obviously with this build, it's a lot worse, but at least I'm familiar with what it's supposed to do. Need to go north. I might go this way, actually. I think this is probably the fastest way to go up. Yeah, the one with it's technically easier, but it's harder for me to navigate. It's not that bad anymore. It just used to be bad. And now with the power of hindsight here, it's probably actually a good cave, given the fact that I am completely clueless. Get frick. Where should I go? Where should I go? Where should I go? So sometimes where stone swords are. Probably here. I poison it. Mostly just because it's close. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, we'll go poison. We'll go poison. Ruins. I don't want to go up top of those things. There's frickers up in the top. I actually probably should try them because maybe they're better. Right. I forgot about the page shotgun. That's true, Stefano, but doesn't... That's true. I wonder what the percentage looks like. That sucks. Ate one shotgun and died. So, I kind of need to find a... I need to go to the merchant, I think. And maybe poison is in the play. I'm not as familiar with these. Is it the big rune boss? The big... not the rune boss, what am I saying? Frick. Oh no! I'm gonna call the cops. They're on the way. Bro, did I lose my runes? That is tragedy. I actually don't know how that works. We're just limit testing. That's crazy, man. I think I did. I think I lost my runes. Which means this run is completely boned. Because it's gonna snowball here, because I really need to be like level 6 here. So that I can beat the boss. easier when you're close. Yeah, I lost my runes. Frick, dude. And now I'm poisoned. Dude, I literally, I'm going to call the police. They're on the way. Okay, so we can't fight these guys. I gotta move faster, but it's probably not worth it at this point. So, if we were to salvage this run, it'd have to be through farming some runes, upgrading weapon. Man, this run might just be. There's a fort there, but I won't get there in time. Let's just try and kill some stuff. And that's crazy, man. I forgot about how much damage those things do. I can't. Let's see for my weapon. No, frick, dude. I think this one is screwed. That's basically no runes at all. Yeah, I'm on a controller here. Let's get a smithing stone 1 and at least upgrade my weapon once. Yeah, but 960 runes is, like, not that much. Like, it's still, like, I'd have to get so many more. Yeah, this one is screwed. I'm gonna be level 3 for the final boss. Whoops. I could have used that bolus there, actually. Okay, now we just have to go south. I don't think there's anything that I can kill here, so just kill what I can. At least we have a level 1 weapon, but I don't see us winning this. Where are you guys? Where are you? Okay, there's a group here. This is what I was saying, Stefano, about like casting. This character is like, I think you have to cast at some point. I might need to. See anything else up here? Maybe. What is that? That's just a light. Okay, I think there's probably some crabs or stuff down here. Oh yeah, there's more dudes in these dudes. Thank you for that. That's pretty nice, actually. I like that staff. That was actually very helpful. Let's get this sucker right here. It's target swap! Oh my gosh! Old Lord's Talisman. I actually don't know what that is. Alright, we have enough for a level here if I hurry. Oh, there's a camp here as well. Grafted Scion. I don't want to Grafted Scion. Wow, this is gonna be close. Just in time. Another something or another on here. 2 of them. Good news is that I can't see anything. That's not good news. Okay, what's going to be more aggressive here? Oh, frick. Forgot to follow up. Yeah, I think you can restage all the damage here. I kind of need to stay on the one guy, because otherwise my my status effects aren't going to do anything. I might just have to cast here. These guys. That's not a good sign. Yeah, I knew it. Frick. Oh, they both went for me. Come on. Ah! This guy's back on me. Oh, that's a new spell. I forgot about that. Wait, he ah, frick. No! Stop! Dang it, dude. Does that mean I get 1 reset? I think I do. Annoying, annoying. Frick. Ouch. Surely. There you go. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Let me turn! Holy crap! Target lock is so broken. Oh, I rolled that! I did not mean to roll that. Frick. Kind of cooked, to be honest, from the start, and kind of honestly bad. Boss RNG. I'm doing this more to get comfortable with the character, less so to successfully run, but so that was still somewhat successful. Do you think Nightreign is worth it if you're gonna play alone? No, unless you're if you're a big Elden Ring fan, yes. Outside of that, no. Definitely not. But if you're a big Elden Ring fan, yeah, sure, give it a shot. The class identity is like pretty. They do a pretty good job with it. All right, we'll do it again. We'll go for a few runs. So at least getting more comfortable with the mechanics of the class, like the bobbing and weaving stuff. Also good to practice pathing and stuff. What does a weapon skill do in the Revenant? It's a bait. It's a bait. It's a lure. It pulls boss's attention briefly. It's pretty useful, actually. I haven't tested on the big bosses, but it's pretty nice. Okay, we'll go... it's the same thing. It's the freaking same thing, almost. Yeah, it's nice. Alright, we got a camp here. I forget what camps drop. I think it's like a... feel like we're missing somebody here. Am I crazy? Yeah, maybe I am. I'll do this because I think I can get to level 3 or level 4 after I beat the boss if I farm a little more. So I'm gonna farm these guys a little bit. Stagger it. I'll use all my FP though. But as you guys can see, it's pretty good damage here. At least on the switchier bosses are easily staggered. Staff of the Guild. Alright, let's go boss now. Let's not waste more time. It's good enough. That should be level 4 in theory. Look at these when we're running next. Oh. Thank you. Nope. Needed that. Needed that. Nope. Useless. Where should we go next? We will go south to grab Smithing Stone and go from there. Can't go that way. Oh! Okay, no, can't go there. Should be able to go here. Okay, improved charge incantations, maybe. Dula's Moonblade, not bad. Rejection, Golden Bell. Rejection, Frenzied Burst. Rejection, Lord's Divine Revocation. I don't know, I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to drop it. Oh, that's something. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, Duel's Moonblade should be pretty good. We'll probably lean into that, because that's int scaling there. Troll time again. We'll see if we can one-up this one a little bit. I think what we do is we Frostbite, Rewind, then swap to Staff of the Guilty, and then do Moonblade spam. There's a Smithing Stone 1, I'll take that. Beast Repellent, FP's Restoration on attacks, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that over Golden Bell, to be honest. Neutralizing Pulses, I've already used one of those. Fire Pot, okay, yeah. Whoops. Okay, so I kind of need to find a church here. They're all not near me. Maybe Fortnite. think I actually should. Yeah, let's just do what's in front of us right now. Let's grab this first. Okay, that works, I guess. Improve sorceries. Nice. So I think we go... Okay, no, that's not where we go. I think we go... You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna do it. I'm the greatest. What's up, boy? How do you use your right-handed... I don't know how to use Chilling Mist without two-handing this sword. Straight up, don't know how to do it. Okay, fair enough. I'll come back to this in day 2, so... Wait, maybe? Nope, no, not until I'm level 6 at least. I think I could have run up faster. I think this is the long way, honestly. Yeah, okay, so... I don't remember who the boss is. Is it the Mega Flower? I think it's up top there, so I'm gonna try to sneaky my way there. I'm not gonna bother with these guys. Should be fine. I think I have to thin out the ads there, but that actually tracked me all the way from the previous floor. That's crazy. At least I'm close. Yeah, maybe I do have to use my ultimate, man. Like, that's crazy. I have to use my ultimate just to get there. Alright. We'll try that then. He's still tracking me. It's a good flower. Alright, I gotta avoid this. There's that. Okay. Raises physical attack, poisonous mist. Probably just if we're gonna play with the starting weapon, whether that's good or not, I don't think so. But let's just try it, and that's the play. I think we already used that, so it should be fine. I think we go straight north and then go church. Maybe these are worth. Frick, man. Frick! Frick, I'm gonna have to use Moonblade for this. No! Wrong button! Okay, frick it. I'm gonna die anyway. That was not efficient use of my time. As one of these watchdogs. I think these guys are immune to statuses, which is going to be unfortunate. Oh my gosh! I might not be able to do this. Chat, I might not be able to do this. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! are immune. Ah, why are there more? Oh no, I checked the wrong time. Alright, I'm gonna grab runes and then keep going. Yeah, good news is I'm right here. This is freaking hard, man. Surely I can do this. Ow! Not familiar with the game. I might need to just move away from this. Ouch! And this Fricker is still here. Oh, he has my runes. Yeah, I already have that die deck. I already have it. So I'm not killing this guy. So we should definitely head north and go to church. Ugh. No, I have the purple stone. I just haven't found a merchant to use it on yet. That's a... I have time for a grace here. Do I have time for a grace here? Chad, I might not have time for a grace here. I don't. It's down there. No. Okay, I might be cooking again. All that. We're in the exact same spot as we were last time. Yeah. I think I had to kamikaze for the other one. I'm not as familiar with this section of the map. Maybe. I could be farming runes as well, actually. So it's gonna be the death, dude. Frick, target lock. Where's this bat? Frick, man. Nope. Oh, there's rats as well, I forgot. Jeez, oh, he should be dead, it's fine. Ouch. Here's the bolus. that gives me permanent deathblight resistance. Then, there's the death trap. What is that? Why is he doing it 4 times in a row? I was like, surely, no. And there he was. Keep that just in case. Ah, frick. Does he just keep spawning these? Yeah, he just keeps spawning these, so never mind, it's no point. Bro, the target is like, bro, stop! Bro, stop! Okay, I know this works. Four times. I literally could not target the boss. I could not target the boss. It's okay. Sorry, whoops, that's not the one I wanted. I don't know what they did to the target lock to make it so incredibly bad. Big booty Chimbo to deal with. So accuse crazy work. Yeah, like I said, I have no expectations for this class, but it's fine. Oh, this is a quest. Let's do the quest. Let's do the quest. So we'll do Fire Church, quest, then bleed, and then church. I think that's the plan. Need to get this thing here, this grace, and then the church. How'd the run go? It went. Poison armament, improve sorceries, sure. Improve item discovery, why not? Sure, why not? Okay, where are we at? That's fine. I'm actually curious, what's the shortcut way? I think it's here, right? Will this open is a question. Are you fricking me? Yeah. It did not indeed open. Oh, wait, Storm's working, maybe? Opening stone, yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, I got it. I just wasn't sure if it was open from both sides or not. Improved charging incantations. No, I didn't need to. Okay. Quest time. Not that way. Let's go straight there then. I think he's under. Supply bin here. Improved charge attack, Stone of Garank, Glintstone Pebble. That's probably gonna be just the one I use there. But I'll save the other one for improved sorceries, so. Oh, what do I need to do for this? Oh, I gotta beat these guys. Holy crap. I don't know if I can. If I can. Again, the target party just changes randomly because why not? Okay. Dragon on me. Whoops, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. No time for the blood camp. So what we should do is we should head that way and get our weapon upgraded and not die to the golem. Get smithing stone 1 upgrade.
There is no escape.
Frick you, buddy. We're not.
Bent on sacking
Goodbye.
the lands.
Goodbye. Oh yeah, true. I should discard that actually. Thank you for the runes. That's good. That's really good. I like that. I'm gonna go in this way where I think he's less likely to be able to keep up with me. Magic pots. Love to see that. Oh, he's not leaving me, is he? He's not gonna go away. Alright, that's fun. I like that a lot. I like that, that's good. Yeah. Where is he? He's so omnipresent, where the frick is he? see. Alright, buddy, follow me to the church. Then we fight. I want an extra flask if I'm going to be taking this guy on. Oh no! I got caught in a ledge. Bro, I can't. There's no windows to attack. Shoot.
Thy journey's end.
Well, maybe he'll go away now. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Well, that's great. Let's see here. You go for it. Yeah, maybe we just end the run then. Yeah, if it's gonna be double damage. Oh gosh, well, we keep going. Oh, I don't mind teaming Stefano. We can if you want to. I don't mind. I'm just playing for practice. We can do it if you want, yeah. It's more fun than solo. I think solo is not as fun. It's just boring. Social aspect. I find that games that are inherently... There are certain games that are really, really fun, but some games are just amplified with team stuff. Yeah, that happened to us one time, Didact. We got a Fell Omen and a... It was some other really difficult boss. I forget. It spawned at the same time. Yo. Hey.
Wait, is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, that's you in the background. Ah,
Yeah.
shit, hold on.
It's two of me.
I gotta watch the game. You gotta restage more, Spilo.
Ah, no.
Nah, you got so unlucky with that.
I just don't have the
Morgoth
dodge
spawning to
muscle
chase you
memory.
around.
I'm like Sekiro pilled, you know, and also like on all of our runs, I've very rarely had aggro, so it's been more about like min-maxing my other stuff. So
I will say that playing in a team has made me worse at like when I had to play solo, I had to be like, okay. Like I think the only person getting a lot out of playing as a team in terms of improving at the game is like Tetris because he's always tanking.
he always had that. I agree. Yeah, I know Didact. I know. Yeah, I'm aware.
But Duchess specifically, very, very hard character. Because, like, you basically just die if you don't dodge.
I'm doing Gaping Jaw just because I think there's probably more likely to be people there. But what do you think?
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm gonna bird up.
Bird up.
Meow, meow, meow.
I really want to keep trying with the main weapon until the end and see, because it just seems like it just chunks so hard with frostbite and poison.
That's what I did when I played her. The most recent time I played her, I was with Hoodlum Kira, and I used that dagger, and I had a staff as well. I just happened to get a staff with comments on it.
Find armament maintenance materials in Limveld. Oh, that's right. You have to make it to the night boss for the quest to proceed. That's right. That was my problem. Shoot, I should have just like ran away and lived, and I shouldn't have quit that. Frick. Because I did get the quest materials, and then I could have died on night boss. Rats. I might need to postpone the remembrance so the matchmaker doesn't freak.
Yeah, or I mean, I don't know if somebody in chat, I don't know, do you want to grab a random?
I mean, if anyone in chat wants to, sure. I think I can't postpone while we're matchmaking. Let me try to postpone my remembrance first. That's actually, I think, one of the worst aspects of the matchmaking is the remembrance system. It's really bad.
I think they made a big mistake with I don't know, it's difficult. Letting you choose your boss is kind of like, it makes sense, but at the same time it splits the queue 8 different directions immediately. And then you have remembrances, which also splits the queue.
How do you do the whole group player thing? Group password, multiplayer password? Does someone just put the multiplayer password Spilo? Like, how does that work?
I don't remember.
Yeah, chat, how does it work? Just, I don't know how
I think you set it to something, and then every other player who has it set to that can match with you.
Yeah. I have it to Spilo. I don't know if that works.
If you have it as Spilo, that means we can't match anywhere else besides people who have the thing that says Spilo.
Oh, okay. That probably does. We'll leave it for Spilo because somebody said they wanted to join. Let me know when you're ready, Jess, and we'll get you in. The target priority thing was tilting me though, especially with that death guy. I literally could not. I could not get him to lock, and it wouldn't change.
You and Boy were complaining about this, and I think
Tech
Tech
as
mentioned
well.
it bothered him a little bit. It has never bothered me because I think I just don't target the way that you guys do. I was watching you play, and you target differently than me. Like I don't lock onto anything until I'm ready to hit it. So if you lock onto things early and then you try to swap, I can imagine that would be really frustrating because that doesn't work very well.
All right, ready up. We're gonna see if we can get it to go. If it doesn't work in like 30 seconds, then
Do they also have to
get
queue
we're
mouth boss?
queuing. Yeah, we're gaping jaw. I don't like the unique relic didact. I didn't look at it too carefully, but I wasn't interested.
The invis for her is also really strong, but it's like the most finicky thing to understand. Because it doesn't. I think it worked. It doesn't like it stops them from targeting you with like certain abilities, but not other ones. Like AOE abilities, they'll still attack you with, but like single target abilities, they won't.
Play whatever you want, Jess.
We have an Iron Eye. Dude,
of course.
I regret playing so much Iron Eye when we were progressing through the game.
Why? Too easy?
It's just too OP.
Yeah.
It's just like significant. Like it is so much better than the other characters. It's insane. Like there's some people who are close, but like Iron Eye is ridiculous.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jess. Somebody else got it apparently.
Wait, who is this?
I don't know. I don't know who it is. I have no idea. I don't know how this freaking stuff works, dude. It's freaking FromSoft multiplayer. Are you kidding me?
Maybe we didn't do the thing right. We have Vayne in here. There's no way, unless Vayne is somebody from chat, there's no way that we did it right.
I think we should go cave right away, actually. We're right here. So let's get Grace. Let's do camp, Grace, then cave. I guess cave here would be better.
I'm trying out this new relic for this dude. Makes your little wind dash kind of just last forever in one spot. It seems pretty good, but it's also like visually quite distracting.
Stone sword. Back at this. Good to know. Alright, we go. Yeah. I have a stone sword.
Did you? Where's the side of Grace? I thought it was right here.
That's.
Where's it? Oh, it is right here.
Yeah, go towards cave. Go towards cave.
Am I blind? Oh, here it is.
I think the player logo was right over it, and I passed it too. I was like, where?
No, it was it's like in the base game. It had if the mob walks over it, you can't use it.
Oh. Ugh. This guy is a noob. He's killing the crystal guys. Don't kill the peaceful protesters.
Oh, I need to find a better weapon. I have some weird relics on that I didn't seem to have. Yeah, I do. I have chilling myth.
Yeah. Sterling 1. Whoops, no. Alright, I'm getting out of here.
That purple thing in there. Blood boil aromatic.
Alright, on my mark. Yeah, I might have messed up the matchmaking Didex said, so I'll fix it. Ah!
I don't know why I'm leaving. I think when I'm sprinting, I'm leaving pools of fire because of this thing.
Yeah, it's the Taco Bell relic.
Church up there, you say?
Yeah. Ah.
Oh my god.
It's seriously like throwing me off. Like, ah.
Those nacho tacos, man. I can't stop.
Seriously.
They're just too good.
Do we want fort after church? Probably.
Yeah, we should go fort for you. That always has staff.
It's good, pretty good XP, pretty easy boss. So.
Yeah. Always has 2 staffs, I think. 2 staves. Oh. Excuse me. Oh.
Stop.
I can't
Can
stop,
Can you imagine me with my broken controller with that? Constant.
Yeah,
it's just endless. That's a knight. Bro! There you go. Nice ult.
Look, it was very...
Ow! Oh no, backstab.
Okay, go check your staffs.
Alright, check the chest
as
as well if there's anything.
Got the stone sword key.
Improves sleep resistance.
Oh, good.
Guarding ability. Okay, you got the map already.
Improved guarding ability, yes.
I'm grabbing the little dung beetle, and then I will go for the ruins that are marked. Frick, I forgot to get the race.
Yeah, I'm level 5.
What's that magic thing? Probably down south, yeah, it's or west, sorry.
Yeah, I see him over there with his little KKK hat.
Yeah.
See what I mean? You can't see shit.
Yeah. These casters here, man. Ah. Where's the Grace?
It's gonna probably be all the way up top.
Frick. Let's go get Scarab really fast, and then we can move towards the Holy Runes or Lightning Runes. I desperately need a Grace.
Come on, I can defeat rocks. Yes.
Wait, 2 fire damage negations. Are you kidding me? The same freaking talisman. I would like to go to a... Oh, I found another talisman. Surely it's
Get him.
Feeding enemies
would you like to go to?
restores FP. I would say we can go here if you want. Just quick, it's close. I think, anyway. Oh, that's not the fastest way.
I'm following you. You always know the quickest way.
That's what my friends know. Quickest way Johnson. That's what they call me.
Yeah, they give you a new last name because of it.
Yeah. Alright. Goblin Arcs. That's pretty high. I would like to go to Castle if we have time. We can maybe do, yeah.
Today is young.
Because I'd like to upgrade my weapon so it's not level 1.
I shall follow.
And then we can maybe do the sewer. Oh, there's a merchant right here. Never mind. There's a merchant here, so we can actually do up in the castle. We don't have to go down. Well, we might do the sewer anyway. Okay, I have fully upgraded. I'm gonna grab one more smithing stone just in case. Let's see what
Let's see his wares.
I don't see anything. Okay. We can go.
His wares are not great.
His bad wares.
His wares are mid at best.
Black Knight Assassin.
Oh, good. That's like my favorite one to see down there. Unlock him. Okay, so you hit him with frost. I'm gonna hit him with fire so you can frost him again. Now you can frost him again.
Ooh, Staff of the Avatar. Damage and engagement charging hits. Critical hits restore FP.
Let's go, we got a jar cannon.
Frick!
Stab him.
Alright.
Sick.
Let's just clear what we can of the lower portion of the castle. It'll be Crucible Knights. Lightning damage. Let's go. No. Come on. Red eyes, careful.
drop something? Yeah.
Yeah. Max and HP raise. We're actually kind of close to the tree here, so we can keep going.
Hold him down. Kind of using a weird ass weapon there.
Let's just go across. Let's go across again and try to go up a little bit, see if we can get anything. Use spell FP cost. Okay, this guy wants to go this way, let's just follow. Oh, he wants to get Grace. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, look how many runes we have. Start taking picking damage.
Alright, just grab whatever. There's a... It's right here somewhere. Pretty good start. Basically level 10 here. I'm still a noob in the hero, but there's a chance. On the hero, I say.
Yeah, the hero.
The hero.
At least you don't call him champ. I was seeing like Reddit posts people were calling champions. I don't know why that tilts me so much. I just parried him? I didn't even mean to. Yes. I'm the guardian. You can tell by my katana.
Frick. Could be worse, I guess.
Cross on that guy.
Yeah. Oh, you marked both this. You marked this horse too. That's funny.
Get the horse. Game's too easy, look at it. What? I have to take this. I've never seen this.
What is it?
Guard counter summon undead?
Yeah. Yeah.
Stone Sword key?
Go to my ping. Yeah, wait, do I have one? Do you have one?
I have one.
Yeah, okay. Your ult with the rewind. That was a quantity of damage.
It was. Ooh, more runes from defeated enemies. I will take the long con.
Should we do this castles afterwards? They go for the, you go underground, I think we should. The one right next to us, to our left.
Yeah, you want to do it after?
Yeah, do it after we get the church.
Yeah. We can get.
Because I've already marked it, so. Yep. Because that's guaranteed. What was that? This guy ulted in the air, I think. Oh, it got me a spellcasting speed. Thank you, sir. Look at that. He even pinged it on the floor. What a pro.
Yeah, that's true pro behavior.
Just go straight top and just fight boss.
Alright.
I think he's clearing another camp, so...
I will ignore these leeches and rats.
It's like my house. Oh, frick. Golem. Oh, wait, Golem's fine. Never mind.
He's looking at you through the floor. He's trying to figure out a way. Oh, the restage.
Okay, let's go up to where he is. And let's get this, Approved Briars of Punishment, Crystal Release, Carrion Slicer. Oops. Okay, let's go north. Let's go meet up with him ASAP. ASAP, I say.
ASAP.
Oh, he wants World Boss. Go to his ping. He wants World Boss.
I don't see it.
Wait, no. I don't know what he wants. Okay, I think we should just go to the fire camp he just cleared. I assume he cleared it. Yeah, he cleared it. He cleared it. That's efficiency right there, baby. You need to go to different camps. Go back and trade loots. Go back. That's crazy.
Sometimes when I'm playing solo, I have to do stuff that they don't know is good. So I go collect the things that you collect.
What do you want next? Do we want world boss on
I want to
here?
kill some field bosses.
We gotta go. If we hurry, we can go. Do we want to go that far south, or is that too far? Do you think?
It's pushing it, but I think we have time.
Okay. Level 11. Okay, let's go directly there. Then don't even stop at anything. If I see Loretta, I'm turning and going back home.
I bet it's a Deathrite bird.
It's a Deathrite bird. Frick.
Maybe we shouldn't. You're not going to proc statuses off of that.
Yeah. What do you reckon then?
Kill this Miranda flower here.
Okay.
That's going to be a boss, I think.
Yeah, it's a boss. You have to kill the Adso for this, though. All the ads.
You got him.
Spear kills flame. I wouldn't mind. I'm gonna grab a smithing stone. Have we been to this church, cave yet? I think we have.
Don't know.
Just follow this guy. I think we have, because we've gotten all the stuff around it.
There is no
Okay. He's on me.
bent on sacking the lands.
I've got more God on me, just to be clear.
I'm coming.
No, I'm coming to you. Or I'm going to Bane.
Yeah, I'm coming to you guys.
Ow! That lasted a long time.
Shadow of that fell omen shall not.
He doesn't drop anything.
Yeah. Alright, what do you want to do?
What is this horse? No!
Okay. Haha. Get fricked. Call the PDA. Or PTA, I say. Call PETA. What are you gonna do? I think we should just rune chase, to be honest. We can go back in the castle if you want, or we can get the field boss
Clear
here.
top.
Can we
Clear
what?
top castle.
Yeah, clear top castle. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't mind a smithing stone too if we end up having time, but we will. Let's go from this way, like we're going towards the merchant, and then cut out the back way. Because there's one more crucible knight I think we can get from up there. Yeah, he's here.
All right.
Keep in mind the border might be close here. That eye is killed. Should drop, I think.
Reach max HP. We kill this Crucible Knight or go straight top?
Kill him. Holy crap.
He dropped
30,000 rooms. Oh, we did? Okay, whoops.
Yeah. He dropped the staff, so I'm gonna drop it for you.
Okay.
It's Bible.
Thank you. Who's boss? Do you see it yet?
Sounds like a gargoyle, maybe.
I'm gonna freaking.
No, it's an Erdtree avatar.
Okay, good. It's still gonna be hard, but it's gonna like they hit really hard, but like I can actually do some Oof. Wow, I almost fell off the map. I would like to get another tier 2 so I can cast.
Don't forget the Sight of Grace here.
But yeah. Golden Parry, no. Rise from defeat a single time. Okay, I would really like, since we don't really need runes anymore, let's grab passives and bosses. You don't have a stone sword, do you?
No, there is one more church out there. He wanted to go to it.
Yeah, let's do this. We gotta hustle though. Oh, come on. take the spirits.
Is there any Hawk Tua? There is a Hawk Tua up there. I wonder if it's...
And then there's this cave here, which we could maybe speed run on the way back as well. Because I would like to get my staff to purple if possible. Ooh, do we get it?
You must.
Might have fallen on the wrong side. Oh yeah, we get it, we get it, we get it, we get it.
Dude, remove improved guard breaking from the game.
Get the spirit spring on the way back. I'd like to go for the thing on Mars if possible.
I'm going up. Bye.
Is it even a thing? Yeah, I'm going for this. You guys don't have to come. I should be able to do it.
What are you looking for?
I'm just helping get in the cave because of the smithing stone too.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where this thing is though, is the only problem. I found him.
Yeah, I have the Frostbite relic on, which is the dragon one, because I keep turning invis when you procced it. This is probably good for a shield guy, but who knows.
Okay, I got my smithing stone too. Should be okay.
I'm already level 15.
I am almost level 50. Ah.
I will buff you.
Thank you.
We're buffed.
This guy is immune to everything.
I will buff you again if you stand near. I think I got you. I got you.
Oh, that's good. Ulting this just to speed this up. Wow. Raises poise, lowers FP consumption. Probably FP consumption.
Yeah, this we have the Giga squad right here because we have Iron Eye 10% buff, and then I have Golden Vow and the Commander Standard, so that's 40% damage for a team on top of the
15.
Discord.
Let me upgrade my armament. What do you think? Magic Glint Blade? Probably the one to upgrade. That's probably the easy one. Very resource efficient, very low DPS, but.
You want any Starlight Shards?
Yeah. There's a let me pee out a smithing stone over here. There's a aromatic that you can use here. Here. That might be useful.
Some Starlight Shards.
This guy's just like, you all coming or? Okay.
I wish I had the AoE.
Oh,
Well, actually, no,
dude, I had
think
a
the
stone
Perfume
sword
was-
key this entire time. I'm such a doofus. Whoops.
If you keep it for the end, there's like a...
That's a special bonus. You start with it, the next time you just keep stacking stone sword keys more and more. You just have like 15 stone sword keys. And then you can use them all at once and just spawn like 15 bosses.
Okay, stay near.
Yeah.
And then I give you Golden Vow as well.
Oops, that's the wrong one.
Golden Vow. Nope.
No?
Alright, here we go. There we go.
It's very easy to frostbite because he just stands in it, so that's nice.
Cleansing it.
I'm further. Ow, 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 ow. Come here. Do that, whoops.
Damage buff. Golden Vow.
Really want that. Fuck. It's weird. I think that does less if you're standing on top of them or something.
Nice, nice. You actually kind of want him to even. Easiest run of my life, dude. We just zerged every boss. Spy, look at me. I got something for you. Ready?
Alright.
You're beautiful.
That was honestly really good. The guy knew what he was doing too. That was what, the easiest run we've ever done.
Yeah. 100%.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Well, dude, the that composition, like you were saying, that composition is like broken. So much damage.
Yeah, I mean, I just buff you guys. I just buffed you guys, and then what I did is I had that fire sword so that I could smack things whenever you frostbite them, so you could re-frostbite them. And just re-procking that over and over is just an absurd amount of damage with the damage buffs.
The starting armament was pretty good. Like, it might not be optimal. Like, I'm sure there's like a better weapon, but like, dude, it's just, at least versus that boss, the poison and frostbite, it's just like, and then just, I don't know. It's also so easy too. Well, actually, that's not true because I have to grab a smithing stone too. Partial F's, I got the Bloodborne.
With the thing with Iron Eye, it's just so good. The Discord's so good, obviously, but The ability for us to target the weak point and then get extra staggers, it just snowballs. It's way too strong.
Yeah.
Like being able to hit that target, get him staggered before he should stagger, which doesn't share a cooldown with the other stagger, so you can.
And then I rewinded that
hit him
twice. And then I rewinded that twice. So it's just
well, and it does a chunk of damage. Like it's just ridiculously overkill, and it's on a 10-second cooldown.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Everything we went to do doesn't even get to play the game.
Yeah, I know. I'll be right back. GG's. Yeah, probably true, Sarah Lee. That's actually real. Yeah, really, really easy run. The guy knew what he was doing as well, so that made it incredibly simple to move on from. So as well, GG. Yeah, sorry if I wasn't. Yeah, you're welcome, Katatachi. Oh, generic coaching. Have you heard of the philosophy of coaching or 100 major considers? I haven't actually heard of that, Anchored. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think we end stream now. That is all. Loves and kisses. I will not be. This is the last stream for the week. I won't be here for Thursday or Saturday, but I should be back the Tuesday after that. So have a good rest of your week, everybody.